Hey, Nerd Herd family. I don't even know how to take this ridiculous background off that I put one day. Hi, guys. I missed you. Hold on. Let's make it official. Welcome to the Dopest Nerd. You see all these, what is it doing behind me? Guys, how do I get this thing off? Let's see. I don't know how to get this thing off. I put this background 3 weeks ago and now it's stuck. That's what I get for staying away for so long. To myself. Well, hello, Nerd Herd family. Come on in. You guys know what to do. You know what to do. I miss you all. What's up, family? I love y'all. I'm okay. I'm here. What's up? I miss you guys so much. Grand Rising and welcome back, everyone. I have got to get this background thing off. Let's see if I can change it. If somebody would be so kind as to tell me how to change this thing. Tell me, guys, how do I get this off? Especially you YouTube veterans. How do I get this off? I don't want this background. I want my regular background. Let's see. Hello? Still here. How do I get this off, guys? No. Hey, everybody. I miss you guys. Let's see. Edit audio avatar? Oh, no. That's not it. Child, I don't know how to get this background off. That's what I get for doing it. But we'll work it out. We'll work it out. I love you guys. So first and foremost, you know what to do. It's giving me glares and stuff. What is this? What's going on in the background? How do we get this off? Let's see. Cinema layout. Okay. That's not it. I'm back. I don't know how to get this thing off. Let's see. All right, let's look in settings. Let's see. Okay, virtual background. Yes, none. There we go. There we go. Okay, guys, welcome to the Dopest Nerd. I've missed you guys tremendously. Everything is okay with me. I'm all right. You know what to do. First, housekeeping business. Shout out to the Dopest Mod. Locked. Give our girl some love, guys. You all give yourselves some love too. Here's a big virtual hug from me. I miss you guys tremendously. Thank you so much for being so concerned about Nirvana and I. I got the messages and I love you all. Sometimes you got to sit. Sometimes God will say, peace, be still, or put something else on your plate. And you have to do what God has asked you to do. And that's what I was doing. I think this light back here, I told you how the sun is always shining on me. Y'all see that big light? It is just glaring. Perhaps if I move my chair over. Okay, let me sit here. So, okay. Hi, guys. How are you? First things first, housekeeping business. You guys know what to do. Be sure to like when you come on in so the algorithm knows that we're doing something worthwhile over here. And to notify the others who are not getting their bell notifications so that they can come on over here. We don't want to leave our cousins out. Call your internet cousins and let them know. Be sure to share this telecast. Be sure to like it. Be sure to comment. Let people know we are in the room. Prior to us leaving, lots of people were not getting their notifications, and we want to make sure everybody's in. Hey guys, I'm back. It's been a long time, and I didn't stay away for no reason. I stayed away for a very substantive reason. On Saturday, I had the pleasure of, God was so merciful to me to allow me to survive all that I endured to watch my middle child get married. And what a spectacular wedding it was. And so I was in mother of the groom wedding planning mode in the last 3 weeks, almost. It's probably been almost a month, but definitely a little more than 3 weeks, trying to get everything done. You know how it is. There's always 50 million little things that have to be completed. And that's what I was doing. And so it required so much of me. And so much time where I wasn't ever really just sitting down stationary to say, let me get online. And then when I was about to get online, something would come up and I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to short you guys. And I definitely can't short this. So you know what it is. You know what it is. Give me 1 second, guys. How have you been? How have you been? Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. I am going to put a picture up. Such an amazing picture. There's so much to talk about. So much has gone on in the world as well. You guys know we have been going through some crazy stuff. How are you guys holding up? Definitely, please enter the chat. Let me know, how are you guys holding up? Shout out to everybody who is in the chat. Shout out to I got all of your messages. You guys were sending me lots of messages and I got them. Shout out to everybody who thought it not robbery to take a moment to send me a message and check on Nirvana and I. And let me give a shout out to the Most High God, merciful Father God, who, you know what they say, if you want to make God laugh, make some plans. But God saw fit to make sure that everything we planned went off without a hitch. They got married at an amazing country club. It was, darling, resplendent. It was, you know, these young folks, honey, it was as bougie can be. It was magnificent, though. It was definitely fitting the caliber and the character of bride and groom. It definitely fit their personality. It fit their everything. And it was a glorious day. My family and I had such an amazing time. Of course, it was the merging of two families. And, you know, it was such a beautiful experience. And we even had a surprise. A very famous Haitian recording artist named Alan Cave, Cave, but with an accent aigu on the E. By all means, if you're not familiar with him, go and follow him. Go look at his stuff. Go listen to some of his music. Go tag him and definitely tell him the dopest nerd, mother of the groom, sent you. Because boy, oh boy, was it spectacular and was it quite the surprise. He's a Haitian recording artist, a compa music recording artist, and he serenaded the bride and groom. It was, boy, I tell you, it was, I honestly felt so overjoyed, and to stand in the gap, not only for myself, but for my husband too. And I surprised my son and I took my husband's picture and an easel and his ashes. And we had it set up on the sideboard in the hall. And, you know, I tapped on my son. When we had the mother and son first dance, I tapped on his shoulder and I said, I know your father's smiling on him. He was just like, he looked so sad. And I tapped on his shoulder and pointed over to the side for him to look and see that his father was there with us. And he just was so emotional. And I'm just so proud to be able to stand in the gap for him in his absence. Just because he is absent from the body and he is present with the Lord doesn't mean he's absent from the spirit with us. And so I wanted to make sure that he was there too, because, you know, it was the right thing to do. I listen, that man was a good man to me. I love him. That was my person. That was my best friend, my soulmate. And we created an amazing family, and I'm not going to leave him out. Even if he's absent from the body, I'm still not going to leave him out. And it's what we should do for each other, you know? And I would like to believe, thank God that I am still here, but I would like to believe that if the tables were turned, he would do the same for me. I feel a little lopsided in my clothes, y'all. I don't know what's going on. Okay. You know, I always feel lopsided in my clothes. Chalice, that old curve spine. How have you guys been? Tell me what's been going on. Wagwan, what's been going on? Thank you, guys. I missed you so much, too. Shout out to the likes of Auntie Leah. Rest in peace again to your mom, sis. Shout out to the likes of a whole lot of people. Christine, Cherie, my sis Jaguar, right? One of the days I was so overwhelmed in the planning and all this stuff. And can I tell you, soon as I sat there, I was just praying to God, and my phone said, Jaguar, right? I said, sis, woman of God. And we just talked, and it was everything I needed it to be. And so shout out to all of you guys, all the emails, all the messages, I've gotten them, all the comments. Listen, let me tell you what lit a fire in me today. So I had Nirvana make, I just needed to rest, to come down off of all of the pressure of this planning. And I had Miss Regina, I definitely got your messages. Thank you so much, my love. I appreciate it. Yes, and rest in peace to our sister Angie Stone. Rest in peace to Angie Stone. What a horrific situation, especially in light of the fact that one of her last messages was, and I actually watched that one live, when she said UMG owes her so much money, and if something happens to her, you know who did it. My God, for all the times I've had to say that myself, I felt so bad, because it wasn't that long after our sister said that she met her fate. And my God, shout out to Maggie. Shout out to everybody who's just been checking in on me. But I will tell you, let me give a shout out to the person that lit a fire under me, because that's when I knew my husband was sending me a message. Let me tell you right now, because baby, when I tell you that came through loud and clear, put these readers on real quick. It came through so loud and clear, I started laughing. I said, I called locked. I was like, I got to get on. I know this is my husband talking through someone. Where was it?
This is not a scam.
Sorry. Somebody went in the comments and the message was so loud and clear. I knew. And I want to make sure I'm shouting out the right person. Because boy, oh boy, when I tell you, said the message was loud and clear. Loud and clear. Let's see. Why has it disappeared from? Okay, let's go to that particular one so I can look at all the messages. What are the messages disappeared? I'm going to find it. Identify yourself if you're in the chat. Somebody said, Torahted 3 weeks. I said, honey, that's my husband. Because let me tell you something. My in-laws, I've called them. Me and my sisters have called my in-laws the Torahteds for years, over 30 years. Because my in-laws say, now, for those of you who know, those who are Caribbean or Caribbean adjacent, and you're around Caribbean people, you know, Torahted is a colloquialism that represents a lot. Oh, I found it. I found the comment. Shout out to, I know. I just pressed that comment and all of a sudden, okay, look at here. Find that comment here. It was K-Lig. K-Lig, shout out, boo. K-Lig said, 3 weeks to rotted. I know I wasn't crazy. It's been a minute. Miss you and been thinking about you. Hope you and the family are well with a bunch of carrots. Listen to me. That Torated came straight from heaven, okay? Through K-Lig. Came straight from heaven. And I said, I must go back. And trust me, charge it to my head and not my heart. I certainly wasn't trying to ignore anyone. It was just, I had to step in the gap and be mommy and daddy. And sometimes that requires so much more effort. Shout out to our girl, the dopest mod, who never stopped calling me, texting me, and constantly just being there, letting me know, sis, do what you got to do, but it's all right. Y'all give her some love. Show our girl some love. Locked, put your Cash App in the chat. And if you guys would be so kind, if you would like to bless your girl on her return, by all means, show some love. You know, whatever you feel moved to show, do so. And if you are not within your abilities to do so monetarily right now, it's all good. You know, it's my job. I didn't spend the last 3 weeks spending money, honey. Their pockets is a little, but whatever. You know my philosophy. First and foremost, I will always want to give honor to our merciful Father God. He is so merciful. And even when the enemy tries to encamp against you, my God, he is not a man that he should lie. And he said his word shall not be returned to him void. Not For when a man findeth a wife, he findeth a good thing and get favor from the Lord. And when I tell you, favor was raining down on my son and my daughter-in-law, oh, hallelujah. Shout out to Miss Gemini. Oh, it would be Miss Gemini coming back to give her Gemini sister some love. I am so happy to see you back, looking beautiful. I would love to become a member, but I don't have a PC. Is there any other way? I think Locked will be able to tell you. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you, my sister. Locked will be able to tell you. I think you can do it on your phone. If you do it on your phone, there are, you guys, whoever know how to do it, please, by all means, put it in the chat so our sister can know how to become a member on her phone. If you have an iPhone, I think it would probably be made easier, but if not, you should be able to do it on an Android. I'm not in the Android world. I really don't know much about it. Hold on, I'm going to clean my thing because I feel like I got the old school Vaseline film on. Let's see, is that better? Let me turn my bright up. Let me see. Turn a little light up on me. How's that, guys? That feels a little clearer, right? Yeah. And I saw a comment from somebody. Let's see. Somebody sent a comment. It said, you guys are active in the chat. Shout out to the chat. I love you guys so much. I've missed you so much. You would not believe. Shout out to Monique at Amponsa. She said, hey, all, managed to catch a live finally. Big up from the UK. Big up, UK family. Big up to everybody. Nick's Mountain Goat. Girl, I've been seeing all your little videos, honey. All your songs, hilarious. I love you all so much. I miss each and every one of you. I miss each and every one of you in a special kind of way because each one of you has that special thing with me. And I truly have to tell you, I absolutely miss it. I absolutely miss it. What's been going on in your lives? Monique said we have a big Caribbean community in Manchester, UK. So much so that patois is part of our city lexicon. Of course, that I know. Trust and believe that I do know. So you know, when I saw that Torah come through, I said, that's my husband saying, look, the wedding done. Get back to work. People that are weird upon you. So I said, okay, let me get back in here. Miss Sai, what's up, my love? Thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it, my love. Thank you so much. Okay, Miss Gemini, they're saying use the Safari browser to go on YouTube online and you can join from there. There's a join button next to the subscribe button, if I'm correct. So that should be a way. Try that out for size and see how that works for you. And everybody, make sure you subscribe, you share, and all of the ways that you can support the channel because you know this is your girl's job. And this is what I do for a living. You know what somebody said to me yesterday after having a series of a few conversations, and this is a person who doesn't know about the Dopest Nerd. The person said to me, my God, you are such a wealth of information. You literally have such a way about how you use the language. You said so many words that I've never heard before, I'm not familiar with, but because of the way that you speak and you're not trying to talk over me, it's just your way, you should have a podcast or something. You need to have a channel. People need to hear you. And I said, oh, oh, well, if you don't say, I actually do. And they were like, what? I said, makes sense. You need to. They're like, you have so much to say. I've learned so much from a simple conversation with you. And I said, look at God. Won't he do it? Because look, God, who God has called us to be is supposed to be so present in our manner and way that we don't have to tell anybody. They're just supposed to recognize it and be able to tell it to us. And I have to say, God has been manifesting so much because in the planning and in all the things I've had to do recently, somebody that I was interacting with regularly, I literally happened to have to deal with him again. And I said, man of God, let me just take this moment to thank you because every time I come here, you are just always so positive. And, you know, I know God is smiling down on you and saying, good and faithful servant, job well done. Because every time I come here, I said, you're just such a professional and such a man of God and so amazing. And I just want to thank you for that. And you know what this man looked at and said, looked up at me and said? He kind of did this sigh and like, and I said, what happened? What's wrong? And he said, I'm a bishop. This is just my day job. I'm the bishop of a church. So I'm going to put my neck on the line for you. And this thing that I was waiting for or working on or believing for, this man literally went back there and said, you know, this woman has paid because I deposited her certified checks last week. They cleared. We know that they're clear. But they usually have a 14-day period after you pay, certified check and all, which you know a certified check is equivalent to cash. There's a 14-day period that you must wait. This man literally went back to his bosses and said, listen here, we know this woman's money went through and it's fine and she's certified check and she paid and she's clear. I'm going to put my neck on the line for her. Go ahead and give her this release form. And if it comes back, take it out of my pay. This is what this man of God did for me. And listen, it was simply predicated on the fact that he said, every time you come here, you got a smile on your face, you in a good mood, you singing a song, you laughing, you talking to people in the waiting room, you making jokes. He said, you always positive every time you come here. He said, most people that come here are not in a good mood. They come here mad. And I'm like, well, I have no reason to be mad. God is merciful and graceful in my life. What on earth would I be coming in here with an attitude? I said, I just wanted to take the moment to thank you, man of God, because you always show up so positively and I appreciate it. And he just was like, I'm going to put my neck on the line for you, girl. He said, I'm a bishop. There's no way you could have known that. I said, well, won't he do it? Father God, use your man of God, Lord. Look, use him. And baby, I just have to say, I'm eternally grateful. And because of that singular act, what I was taking care of was able to push through like a freight train. Okay. Sometimes you got to stop and give honor to God and his chosen vessels. Whether he sends a person to manifest in your life, you got to stop and give reverence to that person and honor, because we have to count it all to God. It's all God. Hold on one second, guys. Don't disappear. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Yep. I felt like it was a little shaky and I realized I had another StreamYard open for some strange reason. But yeah, God said, I'm going to count it all as joy and make sure that what you need is granted unto you. I thank all of you for believing in me, waiting on God, standing with me, believing in me. Thank you so much. God is doing so many abundantly. He's doing abundantly above all that we could even think or ask. And I'm eternally grateful. There's so many praise reports. I don't know where to start. Let me start by sending K-Lig, I just talked about you, boo. You just slid in. I just talked about you, girl. Let me tell you something. K-Lig is here, y'all. Everybody throw some in the chat. Throw some hearts in the chat for K-Lig. Girl, everything. I just explained how everything I was going through and I was dealing with. My son just recently got married. My son and my daughter-in-law, phenomenal. I'm going to put a picture up so you guys can see how beautiful they were. And I said I had to come down off of it because as much as the planning was amazing, it was a lot of, I don't want to use the term stress. It was heavy. There was a lot of work to be done and it was heavy. However, I said I needed some time. Shout out to Maggie in the house, my sis Maggie. I had to literally take a moment and relax and come down off of it. But I said, I had to call Locked and say, girl, we going live today. I said a notification came on my phone and it said, 3 weeks to rotted. Baby, I said, that's my husband from heaven sending that message through K-Leg. Let me get on. And I had to come back today. So thank you for being obedient, K-Leg. Thank you for letting God come through you to deliver a message from my husband, because as soon as I saw that Taratid, I said, my in-laws, me and my sisters call my in-laws the Taratids. Everything what them say is, me go to the store Taratid. I me get a coffee Taratid. And the girl sit down on the chair Taratid. Once I saw that, I knew. I said, let me get online. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody who has waited on me, waited on God, stood in the gap for and with me, sent prayers. Cherie Lundy, Christine, all of you guys, I gotten all of your messages and I love you guys, really and truly. I'm going to send, let me post some of the wedding photos. It was so majestic. It was so majestic. I don't even know. Listen, you hear me? You know I'm not at a loss for words. You know your girl is verbose and can always find a word or two to throw on something. And yet today, my God. Y'all wait on this old lady. Y'all know I ain't got my readers on. Let me put my back at this old charade again. Now I'm always switching between lenses. But I want to show you how magnificent my son and my daughter-in-law looked. How beautiful. I wish I had the video of them coming out. Let me see. I might be able to pull it up. Because I was so busy, you know, somebody was cutting onions while I was standing there. So, hey, I can see. Shout out to Maggie. Shout out to all of the family. Oh, Cookie, what's the deal, mama? Everybody. You know, I couldn't even see before y'all, right? So now I can. I'm going to send one of the pictures or a couple of the pictures. So beautiful. We had a blast. Can I tell you, we sure know how to clean up. Everybody came out. You should have seen your girl. Nirvana was looking spectacular. She was in the bridal party. I know there was one of them dancing. Let me send that. Let me send these. It's airdropping to my computer. You guys are going to love it. It was beautiful. Like I said, there was an artist named Alan Cave. He is a compa artist, a Haitian compa artist, and he performed. He surprised them and let's see, show and finder. He surprised them and serenaded them. It was so amazing. Everybody, we were crunk, honey. Listen, ain't nothing like a Caribbean wedding, honey. Oh, we had a blast. But let me add. Okay, let me put these in show and finder. Am I doing the right thing? Oh, no. Girl, y'all know your girl be. All it takes is for me to be off of here for a little while, and then I can't remember how to do it. Listen. Share screen. Okay. That's what it was. You know, some time. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. Talk amongst yourself. Give me 1 second. I am bringing up the image. Talk amongst yourself for a moment, guys. I am bringing up, let's see, downloads. Airdrop. I'm trying to. Why is this trying to give me a hard time? That's what happens. That's why you can't be off for not even a little bit of time, because it will make you feel like a novice. Okay, so today at 2:28. Let's see, which image is this? Okay. All right, guys, here we go. I'm not able to get all of the, I don't see them all. You know, this is when I turn into an old lady again. Oh, how do I do it? You know, I turn into an old lady, but let's see. All right. Image file. I'm going to pull up the image file. When I tell you, so magnificent. Just take a look, guys. Look at how magnificent my son and my daughter-in-law. Can you guys see this picture? What up, family? Keisha, are you guys able to see this picture? This is Alan Cave serenading them at their first dance. I'm just so delighted. There are so many more pictures. I'm just so delighted. I sent them to, you know, what you call it, but you know how. Because I want you guys to see it, I'm sitting here not able to find it. Even though I just airdropped it and that one popped up. Let's see, recent. All right, let's see. Let me go back to that. Downloads. So, okay. Here's something else. Oh, that seems like the same thing. Is it? Yep, that's the same picture. Not exactly sure where they all went. I can, it was magnificent. When I tell you it was such a magnificent wedding, I mean, God was merciful. The day was beautiful. It was at a big country club. It was magnificent. Let's see. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it. It hadn't airdropped yet. It still says preparing. Me too. Oh, Miss Cindy, you said you love Alan Cave. Let me tell you something. We was up in there, shoko, la la. We was getting it. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. Hi guys. Hey Shay. Hey everybody. We had such a magnificent time. When who God bless, let no man curse. We know what it says. We know the word says. Okay, Miss Cindy. Yes, Alan Cave performed at my son and daughter-in-law's wedding. My daughter-in-law is Haitian. Her family, well, she's American. Her family's Haitian, but you know, Caribbean. We all, whatever our family is, that's what we are. And when I tell you, it was such a surprise. It was such a surprise. Okay, great to see it manifest. Like I'm even, it's so much even deeper than just the let me I wish I had the video of them coming out, because when I tell you that was so dope, it was so dope. It was so dope. They came out to, they not like us. They not like us. And listen, my son he was a Drake faithful, so that was huge right there. That right there needs to be acknowledged. But it was so dope. Come on. Come on, MacBook airdrop. I would call, let me see. I want to share some more pictures with y'all. Just my whole family was out. It was just so amazing. It was so amazing. Look at my son. I can't even. Hey, Kaylee, girl, when you said that 3 weeks to rotted, I said, let me get it together. Let me get it together. Look at my amazing children. This thing is trying to give me locations are included. What do you mean? Most compatible. Come on now. Send these photos. Just trying to give me a hard time, but you know how it goes. That's the hackation. Hackation been like, where you been, girl? You better get up in here so we can hack your stuff. We disappearing so we can't hack. We need to hack. It was such a magnificent wedding. I want to send this video, but it's taking its sweet time. Whenever it loads, I'll send. It's trying to do the most. But God was so merciful to us. What a beautiful. Look at your girl. I want to send. Let me send. Hold on. I'm photo dropping a couple of with my son and my daughter. It was, I can't tell you. I'm sure you guys can tell. I'm overjoyed. I am overjoyed. I have not a complaint in the world. Oh, you've been seeing it on TikTok? Wow. That's my son and my daughter's wedding. Yeah, it's everywhere because, you know, when I turned on social media, I kept saying, who are all these people? I'm seeing these videos, you know, and some of them, of course, were friends and family. Like even some people I didn't know on her side or whatever, but it's everywhere on social media. That's my son's wedding. I can't wait till the formal pictures come. Oh, when the formal pictures come, boy, oh boy, when I tell you. But I want to know, how are you guys? Hold on, we got some, let me give some shout outs to some, I see some super chats in the house, and you know me, I'm never going to ignore the blessings because you guys don't have to do it. And you thought it not robbery to be a blessing to me. And this little old thing, what is going on here? What just happened? That was weird. Okay. That was weird. Just knocked me off. The hackation is like, who do you think you is? Okay. I think I got up to them. Let me give shout out to Carla Turner. Missed you, sis. I missed you too much. I missed you so much, guys. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. I missed you so much as well. Guys, I promise you, charge it to my head and not my heart. I wanted to be here. But you know how it is when we're parents, we stand in the gap for our kids and it calls on us to do so much. Shout out to LA Chick. So happy you're back. I'm happy to be back too. I missed you guys tremendously. You guys, listen, this is a mutually beneficial relationship. So don't think it's one-sided. It is absolutely not one-sided. You know how you feel disjointed, like one of your limbs is gone or something? Shout out to you, Keisha. I'm happy to be back, my love. Happy to see you too. All of you guys. Shout out to your girl Locked, who has been holding it down. Okay, Locked has been holding it down. When I tell you, Regina, I got your messages. Locked is truly the dopest mod in the land. When I tell you, Maggie, you know, and she shouted out. Everybody was sending me messages, reaching out, but not like pressing, but just being like, look, sis, I'm here. If anything, call me. And I know I didn't necessarily tell everybody what the issue was, but you know, sometimes you have to move in silence. If you want your things to progress and go, you have to move in silence. Sometimes we miss out on our blessings because we chat too much. And I did not want to at all cause a deficit in blessings because of my own chatting. So I made sure that I just held my corner and did what God said. And when he said to speak, I spoke. And when he said to be quiet, I was quiet. And sometimes that's just the way it is. You got to be that way. You have to let God manifest and do what he's doing. And that's what I did. And God was merciful. God was so merciful. And I'm thankful. Tell me what's going on in your lives, aside from all of the crazy. So I realized I disappeared when all the planes were crashing. I thank God for traveling grace and mercy. So many people flew in from out of town to come and celebrate with us. They all flew in safely and they got home safely. And I'm eternally grateful for that. I'm eternally grateful to that. Shout out for anyone who was a victim of any of these nefarious plane incidences. All 89 now, or possibly more. Shout out to everybody holding their head. Shout out to all the federal employees who have since lost their job or been rendered unemployed by the actions of a maniacal oligarch and his co-president or his figurehead. Shout out to Elon Musk's son, not Elon Musk, but his son, for saying what we all knew. Shh, you're not the president. You need to shush and go away. But it was also disrespectful for Elon Musk to plant that seed in his son's head for him to tell the sitting president. But when you're dealing with maniacs, this is what happens. You can't control them. You cannot rein them in. You cannot rein them in. To anybody whose family has been affected financially, whether through their job, through opportunities, through grants that they received, through any of these things, and to all of our people on the global landscape that are feeling the effects of these increased prices, to a grown behind man who doesn't understand that the tariffs that are placed on anything are not paid by the country you place them on, but by the incoming country. So he is raising all our prices. So this is in essence a higher taxes. It's like a tax increase, because now all these eggs that the MAGA people, shout out to the MAGA people who are experiencing overwhelming bouts of FAFO. We tried to tell y'all, but y'all ain't want to hear us. Like you never want to hear us. We tried to inform you, but you thought you knew better. And now you are suffering from diabolical cases of FAFO. You didn't want to listen. You thought you knew better. And so, such as what the Most High does, he's going to make you stew in your juices. And shout out also to the 92% that's out there living their best life, getting all the much needed rest, glowing up, looking spectacular, giving us lovely designer outfit. They not like us videos, and just glowing up in all the ways that we're entitled to do so. Shout out to the 92% who is not laying their bodies on the line for the rest of the world, who never wants to listen to us until things get from bad to worse. And glow up, sisters. I see you globally, diaspora, glow up. And our allies all around the world, continue to live your life, because these people need to learn. You know what they say, as they used to tell us in our households, if you don't hear, you go feel. Well, they are feeling now. And it's unfortunate that the rest of us will be feeling. But let me tell you how the God I serve works. You see what man takes to make for bad, God will confound the wicked and make it for good. What is happening is it is breaking the trance of all of the MAGA crew. I ain't never seen so many MAGAs willing to lay themselves bare and turning on their former cult leader so fast. Oh my goodness. Oh, the FAFO has been glorious. And sometimes there's a price to pay. We will pay a collective price for the FAFO, but once we emerge on the other side of it, baby, those Republicans are donezo. You hear me? Donezo. But the fact that the little guy ever thought that these wealthy oligarchs meant you were a part of the club too. Oh, oh, you got what we call the white wake up. Unfortunately, some of you guys that got the white wake up call are white. You got that white wake up call. See, when you were voting for hate, voting against DEI, because you thought we were going to suffer, you felt like, who do they think they are? Enough of them already. Know your place. Take a heel, take a knee. And then your daughters and your wives and all of them lost. Because even though DEI was created to level and balance the playing field from all of the times that you guys had pushed us out of opportunities when they were passing the DEI benefits out, Becky and Karen jumped to the front of the line and got it. And so when they decided to chop the DEI, who was first? Becky and Karen. I'm not laughing at y'all, boo. I'm not trying to laugh at y'all. I'm just saying. You okay, girl? Vaughn? You okay? All of y'all say a prayer for your sis. She's not feeling so good. Your niece. Say a prayer for your YouTube niece. She's not feeling so great, but you know, when in doubt, mommy works it out. Yeah, you can't say that you're for survivors and follow him. You can't say that you are for anything positive. All those eggs everybody talked about, baby, you can't even afford eggs now, honey. Eggs? Eggs about $10 a dozen. Eggs. And you know what? Listen, God is such a merciful Father God that, hold on. You okay, boo? You need me? You need me? Hold you let me get y'all, let me get your girl some tea. Talk amongst yourself. Locked, you know what to do. I shall return moment. Pardon me for that, guys. I'm back. What did I miss? And guys, here's what I'm hearing also. And I don't, you know me, I don't like to alarm anyone. Well, what I'm hearing is, and you know, I'm going to always include my family because I don't want y'all left out. Y'all see this piece of hair that's sticking out? You know, I always gotta, there's always some piece of hair. I hear that you guys need to make sure that you have your passport. And even if you have a passport and you've had it for a while, in the event that you're going to be required to renew that passport within the next 2 years or so, you should go ahead and renew it now. Renew your passport. You need to make photocopies of all of your IDs, both a black and white, two black and white sets and 2 color sets. You're going to need to scan some of those IDs into some type of digital system, your own protected stuff, not like a public thing, your own protected stuff. However, or save it on a thumb drive. And I know that's vintage, but you can still find thumb drives. Go to Family Dollar or something, or Walgreens. And then you're also going to need to keep some paper versions of it for you and your children. You need to keep them somewhere safe on your person, readily available. So that's your passport, your driver's license, or state ID, other ID. If you have prescriptions, you need to make photocopies of those prescriptions. Go to your doctors, ask them for paper prescriptions. Make photocopies of those prescriptions before you turn them in, both a color copy and a black and white copy. You need to make multiple packets of that and carry that information with you. It sounds ominous, guys, but if you hear what I'm telling you and you know what you know, if you know, you know. You know your girl don't come here and spew no foolishness to you. Please take my foolish advice. If you take medication, you need to write down, take a picture of your prescription, or you need to manually write down, take a picture of the bottle. You need to manually write down what that prescription is, your dosage, the name, prescribing doctor, and all of that. And if the doctor's medical prescription number is on there, you need to, and if there's a code number for what, you know how prescriptions have a code number so you can call in for a refill, you need to write that down as well. Guys, I'm not telling you foolishness. Heed my advice. Heed my warning. I'm telling you for a reason. I'm telling you for a reason. Unfortunately, the instability and all of this that's taking place, remember, when things that are taking place in the current and the here and now have been planned out in a think tank 30 years ago. So heed my foolish advice. If your passport is due to expire within the next 2 years, you must renew it now. You and your children, and not a passport card. You need the entire book. Hear me. Shout out to Carla Turner. Sometimes you got to pop out and thank God. Hey, hallelujah. Talk about it, girl. Won't he do it? Yes, indeed. You have to. You have to. And yeah, Regina, I went to boil some tea, girl. That's what I went to put some tea on. If you've never had a passport, please go and get one. You can get your passport through they even said libraries now, but definitely the post office, the federal passport office. And it takes roughly 4 to 8 weeks. They're saying they're running out now. However, if you have a plane ticket to somewhere, you can get it expedited, or there's an expedite fee. You can pay an additional $60 for an expedite fee. Here's what I'm going to tell you. Everybody needs to save $1. However, this ain't the time to be frugal. Pay that expedite fee. You don't want to be in the back of the line. Get your passports and have them readily available, and a few shekels to go with it in case you need to vacate these here yet to be United States of America. Hear me when I tell you. I ain't telling you nothing for old talk. Please, Margie Smith Fluffy, get a passport, and for your children as well. Passport fee is running around about $130, and the expedited is an additional $60. But look it up, and I will get locked to have that the link for you to obtain your passports if you are within these United States of America. Make sure you get them for each one of your children. Do not let yourself be like, oh, the card is cheaper. Let me get that. It ain't going to cut it for what this is. Get your passport book. It's cheaper for children. It's, of course, you know the difference. And 16 is designated as an adult when it pertains to passports. Please, now is not the time. Now is not the time to be frugal. Now is not the time to be like, put some money down. When that tax return comes, you do not need that Louis Vuitton bag, baby. Because if the world descends into the theoretical chaos that is possible, ain't nobody looking at your bag. Take that money, put it somewhere where it's liquid, and it might not be your bank. It might be your mattress. So you can have readily available. And if you are going to, make sure you got some cash and make them smaller denominations. Now is when you need your 1s, your 5s, your 10s, your 20s. Now, get you some denominations. Because baby, if you need to get through somewhere for your family to get to safety, and all you got is hundreds, you're going to hand over them hundreds. Somebody might be willing to take a 10 or a 20. But if you got 100, that's what you're giving up. Hear your girl. I ain't saying, I'm just saying. Make sure you know. Make sure. Don't be standing on the other side of the line saying, Latanya, the dopest nerd, help me. Listen, get your paper them together, okay? Please, because the world we living in, how many of you have watched the show Paradise on Hulu? If you are not watching Paradise, you need to be watching Paradise, okay? Everybody, if you are an other, what the MAGA people determine is you're an other, you better make sure you got all your stuff. If you are in doubt about whether you should be a part of this planning thing, then make sure you are part of it. If you think, oh, well, they're not talking to me, that doesn't include me, it includes you. And here's something I'm going to say, and hear me well. Those who have on your projecting ears, take those off and put on your listening and understanding ears. Those who have on your whiny, complaining ears, take those off, put on your listening, understanding ears. Those who have on your I'm in my feelings ears, take them off and throw them away. Throw them away. Get your listening for understanding ears on. I am going to say to our LGBTQ community, I think it's LGBTQIA+, I'm going to say to that community, I want you guys to understand a lesson here. When you were getting your rights that had been withheld from you for so long, and you started to reap the benefits of your rights, which we believe that you're entitled to. Some people I love the most in the whole wide world is a member of the LGBTQIA+ community. When you were getting your rights, this is what we were simply trying to explain to you. We weren't trying to tell you you don't deserve your rights. We were telling you, don't come through like a bull in a china shop, bullying people about your rights, dominating people and being mean, because look what happened. Now you see there's a group of people who don't give up about your rights, and you can't do nothing about it. They said you don't exist. You see why the bullying doesn't work? The same thing that's being done to you now is what you were doing to us. It ain't right. There's a happy medium. I don't agree with what they're doing to you at all. Shout out to Mocha B. What a guan, darling. So glad to have my honorary YouTube auntie back. Oh, I love you, baby. And fellowship with the monsters. Yes, and the herd. Being here is not only a community, but a family and a spiritual necessity. I love you. Thank you so much for the super chat, baby. And auntie misses you. Mwah! Come and get a hug. It is, and I'm saying this to you in all sincerity, we were never judging you, telling you that you didn't deserve to have rights. What we were telling you was the way that you were going about it was wrong. That whole domineering bull in a china shop, all of you are going to suffer because I was sad at one point. Guess what? The people that's in there now, you can't do none of that to them. They don't give a flying you know what about y'all. Not only did you thought we were saying, oh, we don't want you to have rights. We were never saying that. But guess what you were doing? You were saying, I don't want y'all to have rights. Since I didn't have rights for a long time, I'm going to dominate you. But look who came in. It is a case of big fish eat little fish. Because now, while medium fish with your medium fish was saying, hey, have your rights. We don't, we're not trying to take away your rights. Just give us our space to have our rights. We believe what we believe. You believe what you believe. You found yourself to be small fish in big pond, but you wanted to dominate the pond. You was like, F y'all in the pond. We out here now. We outside. Until that humpback whale came and said, hum, and ate y'all, and then said, not only are we Jonah-ing you, you don't exist. You don't exist anymore. We're going to roll the clock back. You see how horrible it feels? This is a lesson to not come back like that. When ish gets quiet, come back. We want you to have your rights. We believe in you having your rights. We love you. We love you. But don't come in and do unto others as you don't want done unto you. Because now these other folks, they your cousins. Nonetheless, they're your uncle over there and your cousin over there giving Nazi salutes. That's your cousin. They're not our cousins. They're your cousins. But because of how nasty you came out, look what they're giving y'all back. They didn't care about y'all either. Now you're realizing you are equivalent to, and listen, being Black is a magnificent thing. We are not anybody's minority. Being Black is a magnificent thing. But what you didn't get, you got your white wake-up call. See, y'all thought white was synonymous with all white across the board. No, there's a hierarchy to this thing. They don't see you. They see you as other, beneath them. This is your white wake-up call. In their eyes, you could have as many alphabets as you want. You Black to them, okay? We've been trying to tell y'all all along. And while our ancestors were giving their blood, sweat, and tears, okay? Blood, sweat, and tears, laying the foundation for everybody having rights and a voice in this country. Y'all benefited from it and then walked over all of that and said, F everybody, we on top. That doesn't work. Look how ugly it looks. You see how horrendous it looks? It looks horrendous when they do it. But guess what? Y'all was doing some of that too. Don't do it. It's not nice at all. It's not nice at all. We should all be able to peacefully coexist. No one should benefit by having their foot on the neck of other people. And we are not minorities. We are marginalized communities. There's a difference, because I ain't nobody's minority, honey. I know this diaspora is deep. The diaspora says we are the majority, the diasporic majority. That means globally, there are more brown, Black bodies than anything. You could tell yourself whatever the story is that you want to tell, and whatever these, history books, this magic has been created to tell. You know who father owned the textbook systems, the McGraw-Hill textbook systems that your kids been learning in school since time immemorial? Ghislaine Maxwell, yes, AKA Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell, father, owns the books. And his company, although it's called McGraw-Hill, the legal name of the company means Satan. You don't believe me? Go and go look it up. Go and look it up. Yeah, I've been gone for a minute, but your girl ain't stopped being in the midst of it. And I just want y'all to know, and listen, I always shout out, like first and foremost, I said, I shout out to the community. I love the children. Love the children. And there are people that I love with every fiber of my being that are a part of the community. So don't anybody dare come try me, because I go and come for you. Don't try me. What I'm telling you is, as bad as it feels for some group of people to tell you that you are not worthy of your rights and you don't exist, that's what you tried to do to us. The minute you got one modicum of power, you tried to dominate society and the world and shove it down our face. And as nasty as it looks with them doing it, that's what you guys were doing just now. But that's the way God works. God will make you see a reflection of your own self in someone else's behavior and abhor it. And then have to, when you spit out the window of a moving car and they come back and they smack you in your face, or when you have that little belch and you throw up a little in your mouth and that taste is bitter because it got bile in it, this is what stage you're at now. So all you got to do is repent, drink a little water, squash, swallow it down or spit it back out, and then fix your mind, because this won't last forever. This is going to fade away. But what you got to remember is, do unto others as you will have them do unto you. And y'all came in on some bull in a china shop. You were literally the bull that's down there in Wall Street cast in bronze. Well, that thing came alive and y'all was running through Tiffany's with all those crystal candlesticks and stuff. That's what you were doing. Take your projecting and your in your feeling ears off, put your listening for understanding ears on, so that you will not make that mistake again. We don't like what it's doing to you, and we don't like it for you. We don't like what they're doing. But what you have to understand is they marginalized all these other communities. And then let me say something. I got to stand up for this one, because, baby, y'all, we will vote for Donald Trump. Oh, y'all need to sit y'all behinds down. I've been waiting on y'all. I've been waiting on y'all. You was willing to betray your cousins. Y'all sitting there high and mighty, thought you was better than your own. I'm not talking about figurative family. I mean your actual blood family that you call the illegals. I will vote for Donald Trump. Listen, honey, he finessed the daylights out of y'all. We tried to warn y'all. Did I not do an entire Trump liturgy of how this man is a con artist, a grifter, and a finesse master? You didn't know you was being finessed? The lady stood up there and said, oh, the Republican Party, they used us. They came and got us. No, you used yourself. As in the immortal words of DJ Khaled, congratulations. You played yourself. Don't be a fool no more. We warned you. And then all of you people had the audacity to get on this old great Emmanuel Ikotokoko. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'm going to look it up and pronounce it better. But the Nigerian man who created the internet, the Nigerian man who created the World Wide Web, y'all getting on his internet, and coming out here with these, oh, they used us. They used us. You used yourself. You was willing to denigrate your own, not your figurative cousins, your literal cousins, and send them back home because you got what you got, and you don't want nobody else to get none. You wanted to stunt on your family. We will vote for Donald Trump. Where y'all at? Come to the front of the room, because I know I made a whole video talking to y'all. Perhaps it would do you well to watch my entire Donald Trump playlist, because what were you thinking? Told y'all. Where that lady at that came in here and tried to flip on me? And let me pause for a second, because something has been bothering me also. While I've been gone for this 3.5, almost 4 weeks, there was somebody that came into the chat on one of my last things. It was the video about federal employees losing their jobs. And they came in here, they tried to talk slick. They were very disrespectful. And I checked them. And I said they were a junkie. And then eventually the person said, I have been clean for a while. I haven't been using drugs at all. And here's the deal. I owe you an apology. Now, I'm not disputing I was correct. You were a junkie, but here's the deal. That has not sat well in my system. And I owe you. I don't know your name, and I have to look up and see if I can find your comments. But I owe you an apology, because the Heavenly Father revealed to me in that moment that this was drug addict behavior. And I knew it was. I could feel it. I could sense it. And I said it. And then I had no way to prove it, but you on your own said, I've been clean. It was not my place to check you or say anything disparaging in regards to your struggle for sobriety or anybody. If I affected your sobriety or anybody else's, I apologize. When God highlighted and allowed you to say, I was a drug addict, but I'm not anymore. I've been clean. That was simply for the purposes of revealing to the people who were watching that, yes, I was correct. It's about this gift. It's not about me. And I let myself get in my feelings because I was upset, and I had my other pressures on my back that you were not aware of. And I allowed that to get me in a place where I used what I knew, because I knew it. I knew I was correct, but it doesn't make a difference. I owe you an apology. I had no right to say what I said And I hope it did not impact your sobriety or anyone else who was watching. I am asking your forgiveness. I had no right to do it. I had no right to do it. And trust me, it's bothered me, and God has dealt with me on that. So I pray that you are still on your journey of sobriety. I ask your forgiveness for what I did. I repented to God. I laid myself bare. And I just want to say it should not have happened. So I have to, I hold everybody's feet to the fire. I have to hold my own to the fire too. And this gift was not to be used for that. It's not to be used for that. I apologize. I have been beating myself up about that. Honestly, you have been on my mind. You have been on my mind. And I said, my God, please forgive me. I hope I have not impacted their sobriety. And if by chance I did, I have prayed incessantly that you get back on your track of sobriety and being clean, and that you stay there for the remainder of your life. And I didn't have any right to do that to you. And that was acting in the flesh, and I am the spirit. I am not the flesh. So I ask your forgiveness. Now, back on the other topic, you still was wrong about Donald Trump. But I ask your forgiveness. I'm not a grudge holder. I even unlisted the video immediately because I was very bothered at myself for that. Because I'm bigger than that. That's not even my style. And I appreciate, I was wrong. I can say it. I'm woman enough. I can say it. So please forgive me. Anyone else who might have seen that, witnessed it, was either on the live or the replay gang, and you saw that, I was wrong. I stand corrected. I apologize. I repent. I lay myself bare in the presence of the Most High God and all of you. And it's not okay. Sobriety is a heck of a thing that people struggle with. And I don't care if I have a gift that allows me to know what a person is and who they are and what their past is. That's not what this gift is to be used for. And I'm ashamed of myself, and I repent. Now back to the Donald Trump stuff. I was right. Reacquaint yourself with the fact that this man ain't nothing, something in the milk ain't clean about him. And I told y'all that. I tried to warn the ones who, it's not the people who knew, the people who couldn't hear. I tried to warn you of what was coming. Now, for some of y'all who look, Donald Trump said he's going to lower the price of eggs. Perhaps your cholesterol was too high. Many of us suffer from high cholesterol. And God said, let me put Donald Trump in here so I could lower your cholesterol. We're going to count that as a victory and joy. Some of us need to get off of the eggs. And then some of us need to get off of a whole bunch of other food, because eggs is a main ingredient in a whole lot of food. Thank you, Desert Druzy. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let me put you on the screen, boo. Thank you for that. Desert Druzy said, Natanya, this is such a beautiful apology. It's making me tear up. I'm taking notes on how to apologize with dignity, grace, intuition, and love. You making me tear up now. Thank you. I am called to be bigger than that and to do the right thing. I cannot model. God cannot use me to do what he has called me to do if I'm going to let myself get into my ego and my feelings. I'm not here for that. And, I keep telling you, I'm not a grudge holder, and I'm also not a petty person. And I was ashamed of myself. And so I owe her that, I think it was a lady, I owe her that apology, and I stand on it. And I mean that with all sincerity. I even had my daughter edit the video, but like I said, I've been so busy, I haven't had the time, and then I don't know how to go in and post it. She edited, did all of that immediately way back then, because I was like, take that out. I cannot let that stand. That's not a representation. You guys are supposed to see God through me. Now I know I add my little laughter and my little silliness and thing, but that is not the kingdom of God. That was not the body of Christ at all. And I could not continue to allow that to sit and represent who I am. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. What is this? What is this trying to make me leave this thing? I know what this is. What was happening? Let me find out the hackation is on. Ooh, child. Cancel. What is going on? What? Something is trying to close me out of my computer. It's so weird. No, don't leave site. Stay site. That was peculiar. But like I said, the hackation, guys, I have to show my son's picture again because it's just so dope. What? Something is really trying to push me off. Listen, baby, the hackation is trying to push me off. Y'all see this magnificent picture of my son and my daughter-in-law? Oh, I'm so weird. What is aguano, sir? I'm not exactly sure. Why are you trying to make me leave? No, I'm not trying to leave. I am staying. Why are you trying to make me leave? Shout out to Desert Druzy for becoming a new member. Welcome to the family. I love you guys. I love you guys so much. You see how beautiful this is? Oh my God. I'm such a proud mama. Oh my God. It was such a phenomenal. That right there is Alan Cave. That's my daughter-in-law, Marley, and my son, Devon. Roger, but Devon. His first name is right. He's a junior, but we call him Devon by his middle name. Thank you so much. Look how magnificent they look. Look how beautiful they are. And baby, can I tell you, everybody was dipped, okay, in the finest of linens and raiment, the finest. A lot of people flew in. Oh, listen, when I tell you, and I'm going to tell you something about, and I told this story at the wedding. I'm going to tell you something about when God will give you, he will impart wisdom into you. And shout out to Cookie, a member for 2 months. We are family. Hey, yes, my dear. What up, Cookie? Listen, honey, the hackation trying to get me off of these folks' internet. Who told me to mention the Nigerian guy who created the internet? They said, oh, now you got to get off. Praise his name. Praise his name indeed. But this, can y'all see me still? When I tell you something keeps trying to throw me off of the internet, it keeps popping up, leave site, I cancel. No, it's still trying to make me leave the site or Chrome. Y'all better act like y'all know, hackation people. Wow, this thing is really trying to come for me. No, I'm not leaving. I rebuke this leave site thing. I rebuke it. Back to the depths of hell from whence it came, never to return again. For I'm a child of God, covered and anointed by the blood of Yeshua, the Christ of Nazareth. No weapon formed against me shall prosper, thus saith the Lord. Father God said he will envelop you and wrap his shield around you, wrap you with a shield of favor. Psalm 5. Look it up. Baby, they is definitely trying to get me off of this internet, but I won't go. They try to make me get off internet, but I said no, no, no. Okay, I can see you guys too now. It's trying to throw me off. The hackation. They need to go. But what weird? They are desperately. Y'all can't see this leave site on my screen, can you? Are you able to see it? It's trying to make me get off. Hallelujah. We rebuke that. We rebuke the spirit of hackation today. Go sit down. Can y'all believe everything that is going on in the landscape of the world? What am I missing? What am I missing? Come on, give me some topics, y'all. What y'all want to hear me talk about? What topics that are persisting right now? What do you want to hear my perspective on? Tell me. Let's see. What is this? I'm just going to save that. I cancel this, save this, cancel this, save. So you're just going to keep trying to come back so I can't save this thing real quick, right? Okay. Let's see what's going on here. All right. Let me cancel that. When it takes me back on that other side. Yeah, it's trying to, the hackation is definitely trying to get me. But tell me what topics y'all want me to talk about. This thing is really trying me. All right, let's see. Click, save, click. Yeah, it's definitely trying me. It's trying to make me close out Chrome. Let's see. What is it doing? It's trying to make me, I don't know, what is, cancel, and I'm staying on. It's making its finest attempt to throw me out. And shout out to the dopest mod, who is always Johnny on the spot and on the case. And just like Locke said, the views expressed on the Dopest Nerd channel are based on opinion and belief and protected by the First Amendment right, as stated in the United States Constitution. And as you all know, the United States Constitution is currently under attack. So many illegal actions are taking place. So remember all those times that we had to get something done and we went to a state or government office and they all said to us, "I'm sorry, honey, I don't make the rules. This is what it is. It can't be changed for you." Now we know they were lying. They push the envelope wherever they want. They push the finish line further and further out whenever they want. The level of illegality that is presently taking place in this American government is bar none. I'm talking eviscerating federal agencies, ending aid that was voted on in prior administrations and prior congressional oversight meetings, existing funds. First of all, the president cannot stop funds just like that. The Congress approves or disapproves funding. You cannot just eviscerate an agency, take the lettering off the building, and fire the employees. It is bizarre. For all of you federal employees who are signing the, "Okay, I'll take the buyout," my God, you're making a mistake. Once you sign the agreement to take that buyout, you are giving up your job. You're abdicating your role as a federal employee. Once you give up your job, you lose worker protections. Please, by all means. If they are going to, because listen, they're going to let y'all go anyway. But if they're going to let you go, let them fire you. You will have worker protections if you are fired. If you sign that, willingly sign, because guess what? I know there was a show called "Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?" And most people don't really have a true understanding of how government works. In order for funding for any agency or any project, any group, any grant, any oversight, but anything, all budget things are allocated when Congress is sitting in actively in session. They either approve or deny. They either, somebody puts a bill forward, they might say, okay, and then other people stuff bills with all their other pet projects, and they might say, okay, this goes through, but this and this doesn't. Or this goes through, but this and this doesn't. Clearly, the United States government doesn't understand it, because you federal employees who signed up to take the Elon Musk, "Okay, I'll sit home for 9 months and take," first of all, if you sit home for 9 months, if they're saying they're cutting federal government because justify what you're doing so that we can realize that you still are entitled to a job, what are you doing? If they're telling you they're closing because they want government oversight, why would they pay you to sit home for 9 months and do nothing? And what line item in the budget will they use to pay you with? They're going to pay legions of people to sit home and do nothing. Where is the funding coming from? This funding has to be allocated by Congress. If it has not been allocated by Congress in a previous sitting of Congress, a congressional setting, you are not getting a dime. There is no money in the line item of the budget. They are trying to throw me off. Listen, y'all, if them throw me off, I'm going to come right back on. Yes, refuse to sign it, Deborah. That's right. All of you. There is no worker protection if you abdicate your job. Let them fire you, because guess what? Under their plan, they're not planning on giving you anything anyway. The line item has to come from Congress. That is how these things are funded. And imagine if your salary is $100,000 and there are 1,000 people in your job who all have roughly $100,000 salary, and they tell you to sit home for 9 months, and then they're going to pay you later on. Sign this paper and take the buyout, which they're not giving you the money up front. Do you have an attorney with you to read that paper? Listen, don't just sign anything. You have got to have that stuff scrutinized. You don't know what you're agreeing to. You might agree to, yes, they're going to pay you for sitting home 9 months, and you're going to donate 9 months and a day worth of all of that salary to save the dogs that go in space in SpaceX. By the time you finish, you owe them a day's pay. Listen, don't be no fools. If Congress has not allocated it, it doesn't exist. Dangling carrots. That's right. Throw some carrots in the chat for that. Throw some carrots in the chat for the. Do not allow these people to run y'all ragged and make you abdicate your federal job. The people who will reap the benefits are the people who held out. Hold out. Remember what happened during COVID? All those nurses and doctors when COVID started that worked without a vaccine and put themselves at danger, and some were exposed and some passed away because they were exposed and all this stuff. And then guess what? They fired all of them publicly that wouldn't take it. But quietly, after the fact, once it went through court and they won and they had to be reinstated to those positions, given all the back pay and penalties and this and fees and all that stuff, they said it very quietly. Most people never heard a thing about it. But the ones who went ahead and took the shot and now they suffering and they tweaking out and short-circuiting like an AI. Hold on 1 second, guys. Let me go make this cup of tea for my baby. Talk amongst yourselves. Why? Oh, they didn't remind me for the tea. I didn't boil out the tea. I had to remake it. So it's boiling now. Somebody remind me in a couple of minutes to go check the pot. I boiled that thing down to a dried, crispy thing. Yes, honey. So Mocha B, yes. Talk about Elon and his son being disrespectful. I mentioned it before. It was highly disrespectful. Albeit true, but it was still disrespectful. First of all, many things were at play right there. He was trying to recreate in his... I'm trying to be polite. I told you God already checked me, so I'm trying to be polite. He's trying to recreate in his... Now, the word on the streets say that he is, according to the streets, this is not me, this is the streets. The streets are saying he's addicted to ketamine. Not me, the streets. Special K, they call it on the street. And I believe it because he acts like a ketamine addict. I'm in my place, God. That's what the streets say, not me. And I'm just unpacking my package. So he is out here trying to create moments in history. He thinks that his son is JFK Jr. and he's President Kennedy. No such thing. Nothing could be further from the truth. And so that with that whole having your son in the Oval Office. But what's at play here is really letting us know. Did you see how feeble Trump looked as this small child told him, shush, shut the F up. You need to go away. You're not the president. This kid didn't just say that on his own. This kid was placed in his either purview of hearing or directly told to him to say, which is absolutely unequivocally unforgivable. Now, it served its purpose for us to hear and to watch him endure that. But my God, the diabolical nature of telling a child to say that in the Oval Office, like America has sunk to a new low, a new low. This is unconscionable. We look like the laughing stock of the entire global world. Any hype, is that there's that guy that everybody thinks is really cool and he fly, he's smart, he's well dressed, and everybody thinks he's the coolest guy until something happens and you find out, no, not so much. That's what's happening right now. Because remember, there was a time where everybody was like, I got a Trump check, aka Nene, or Donald Trump hooked me up, Donald Trump, and all this, and all these rap songs and all this stuff and all this pop culture stuff. And I told y'all, I'm from New York, baby. I know about this shyster since the 70s when the federal government had to sue him and his father and their company for racism. I remember when I was pregnant with my oldest son, who will be 36 this year. 36, that's a long time. While he was in utero, I was marching for those young men, the exonerated five, formerly known as the Central Park Five, when Donald Trump and his crony, Rudy Giuliani, who is now convicted and bankrupt because he has had to sell off everything to pay for all these lies and all this nefarious conduct. And guess who threw him to the curb? His homeboy, Donald Trump. You don't hear nothing about Rudy Giuliani no more, do you? Because Donald Trump ain't loyal. He don't love these pros. He just used them and kicked them to the curb. And that's what he's doing to these same MAGA folks. If you don't know, you better act like you know. I warned y'all. For all those people who didn't know, when he called for the unaliving of 5 Black and brown teenagers just because somebody named Becky Karen said, oh, they did it. But y'all didn't want to hear me though. And for all these Black men for MAGA, where y'all at? Is y'all standing in the closet somewhere with the "We will vote for Donald Trump"? Y'all was convinced that he was going to come and rescue you. He finessed y'all. I told y'all he was a grifter. I told y'all. And I'm not one to say I told you so, but I told you so. But y'all didn't want to hear us. But listen, we're going to take what's made for bad and we are going to make it for good. We're going to figure out a way. God is saving all of y'all that was hooked on cholesterol. Eggs are high in cholesterol. And a lot of y'all was on them blood pressure medications. They got that hydrochlorothiazide. That hydrochlorothiazide, that's for your anti-cholesterol medicine. That's the anti-cholesterol portion of your high blood pressure medicine. So, having Trump in office is saving you from your egg addiction. And a whole lot of other meals are prepared with eggs. And so clearly, maybe some of those you need to lay off also. And so that's what we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it that. It is saving you dietarily. And it's saving your pocket too, because $10 for a dozen of eggs is just unconscionable. Unconscionable. And then they also had those weird looking eggs that were like having a cycle, if you guys remember that. So Angie Stone, K-Lig said, Angie Stone, Doge, Carolina Fires, emergency prep plans for spring, flight saving time. What's up with, yes, honey, Angie Stone, rest in peace, queen. There is someone on the internet, I've told you about his channel before, Paperwork Party. He started investigating immediately. He kept saying something's not right with this. He was literally calling the morgue the night of and the next day, asking about Angie Stone's body. And guess what? No one could account for where her body was, which already doesn't pass the smell test to me, because we all know a lot of times the streets, according to the streets, not me, the streets, according to the streets, whenever you speak out against those people, those folks, and they want to get rid of you, they usually always do it with a car accident. The person who was driving the van, Paperwork Party has the ability to dig in anybody's business. And baby, he had the guy's entire rap sheet. The guy lost his license so many times. Look, he read about 50 different criminal charges on this guy since 1980 something. I believe it was back to 87, all the way to the current. I'm talking charge on top of charge. He shouldn't have been driving nobody. Nobody. Let me check on this tea, y'all. Hold on. I'm back, guys. Oh, my baby really don't feel good. She got in the mama bed. Let me breathe. You know that running up the stairs and down the stairs, child. I ain't as young as I used to be. But he shouldn't have been driving anybody. I want to send a condolence to the family of our sister, Angie Stone. Queen, rest in the safe and comforting arms of the Most High God. I feel like something is not right here. Paperwork Party also was able to establish that the truck driver that collided with her Sprinter van and made it flip was a former military with some whole bunch of stuff in the background. So y'all need to go look at Paperwork Party, his channel, in regards to Angie Stone stuff. He's done tons of coverage. Like I literally watched him call the ambulance, call the hospital, call the morgue, call the internal. They had to direct him to something called bed services, which is when they can't find a person in the system, bed services handles the morgue people. And here's the thing. They said she was unalived at the scene. And as we all know, when someone is unalived at the scene, you can't move that body until the coroner comes. But for some strange reason, she was relocated to the hospital by ambulance when she was supposedly unalived at the scene. So something doesn't pass the smell test. There's something that they're trying to conceal for some strange reason. And it's not passed. Something in the milk ain't clean. Also, Doge, fake agency, not real. Doesn't truly exist. It's fictitious. There are policies, procedures, and all types of standards that must take place in order for a government agency to be enacted. And it is fake. They just literally added it. Like I showed you before with Governor Christie and with Anthony Scaramucci, when he made a fictitious position for them, put them in the cabinet, and then grand opening, grand closing, and ended the position. The position never existed prior and didn't exist afterwards, just like Doge. The minute he grifts as much money as he needs out of his interaction with Elon Musk, grand opening, grand closing, he gonna say, you making way too much. You need to cut it. He gonna cut Elon Musk. And Elon Musk ain't gonna be able to do a single thing about it. Guess why? Because you don't really exist. You don't have clearance. He has a temporary clearance that is afforded to appointees that the president appoints for a position that lasts 120 days. Hit the countdown on, baby. He think he the president, but baby, you might think you know what you're doing in South Africa, boo, but you ain't got nothing on this American system. Because you see that birthright citizenship he want to revoke? He probably put that in place so he could handle Elon Musk and snatch his behind out of here when he get too big for his britches. Because he was given, not birthright citizenship, excuse me, he was given his papers even though his status was illegal. I promise you, part of that being enacted is when and here's my differentiation. When you hear me say stuff like Nebraska corn-fed, I'm talking about the white Nebraska corn-fed. There's a difference between Nebraska corn-fed and what we call spicy white, AKA from somewhere else, white skin, but heritage, nationality, something else. Elon Musk, boo-boo. You don't fall in you think you fall in Nebraska corn-fed, but no. The Nebraska corn-feds want you out of here. You is other to them, and they want you gone. And you will be out of here sooner than you think. You think you got it all sewed up. Do you see what's happening around the earth, around the globe with Tesla? They are setting Tesla dealerships on fire. You don't believe me? Look it up. They are also burning down Tesla charging stations, like 8 at a time, burning them to a crisp. They are vandalizing people's, what's that car called again? You know what I'm talking about, the spaceship Tesla. They are burning them down, defacing them. I have seen so many of them that have been spray painted with, excuse me, a phallic symbol, for those who know what a phallic symbol is, the male genitalia on other people's cars, everywhere. They are just not having it. Do you know what the stock of Tesla, what's happening to the Tesla stock? As a matter of fact, there's some political channels that I watch. What they're suggesting is, even if you drive a Tesla, even if you're not planning on selling your Tesla, list your Tesla for sale on cars.com. Because what will happen is it is going to drop the rating of Tesla and tank the company. List your cars for sale, even if you're not going to sell. You have no intention of selling. Just list it on cars.com for sale. There is an outcome. And we in order for us to stand united, there are some things that need to be done. When I tell you they is trying to kick me off a line, I am steadily pressing to not be put off of I don't know why this thing is going so hard. This has never happened before. They are, baby, they pressed. They're like, who she thinks she is? We thought we got rid of her. Nope, you ain't get rid of me. I know I'm behind in the chat. I'm trying to catch up. Let me scroll down. So I think in essence, I think the Angie Stone thing is questionable. Doge is fake, doesn't exist, is a figment of their imagination, and they will see shortly. The hackation is upon us, child. Elon Musk is tick, tick, boom. Tick, tick, boom. And I mean that. The Carolina fires, and I'm assuming you mean the California fires, horrendous. Emergency prep, like I said, get your paperwork together, get your passports, have all of your documentation, a copy in color and 2 copies in color, 2 copies in black and white. Make sure you have all of your stuff. Make sure you have a bug out bag. Plan. If you don't know right now, if you don't have butane fuel and all of that, you need to have some sort of little ability to cook, I don't care if you go and buy a bunch of those sternos and keep them in your garage. Go get them. When you lose the ability to turn your stove on and have the fire come out, you're going to need to cook. Also, in your prep, you need to get a bunch of charcoal briquettes. That way, if you have to cook on your grill outside, you will be able to eat. You also need to get a bunch of sea salt, coarse sea salt, so that if you need to preserve your meats to prevent them from spoiling, you can do so using sea salt. There are some steps you got to take. It can be done, but you got to take some steps now. If you wait to take the steps at the time that you need it, you are too late. So keep that in mind, guys. I am trying. He is trying. It feels like he's trying to tank the company. Listen, I said it over and over again when I first came to this YouTube streets. I said every superpower nation has fallen with the exception of the United States of America. In the history of the world, every superpower nation, every nation has fallen except America. And it's our turn. I said it from the very beginning. I know some people had a problem with me saying like, oh, what's that supposed to mean? What are you trying to say? You want us to fall? No. You have to remember there's a dichotomy between what is and what is supposed to be. What is and what can be. And never shall the twain meet. Do not ever, when you hear someone saying, look, every superpower nation has fallen except America and it's our time. I'm not saying I want us to fall. I'm saying as based on history or his story, based on his story and how the world has progressed, all of these nations have collapsed. There is a period by which they collapse and then rebound. Think Hiroshima, Nagasaki, the atomic bomb. They had to come back from scratch. They built back better. They lost a lot. They lost a lot of people. They lost a lot. But guess what? They came back better. I'm not saying it's an ideal situation. I'm saying this is how this thing goes. So prepare, save your shekels. Do not go and put your hat where you can't reach it. And don't go spend all your money. You get that refund check, baby, liquefy some of it. Have the careless 1 and 5 and 10 and 20 and whatever. Make sure you have a bundle and get a lot of 1s and 5s, small denominations. 5s are good because they let someone in not a 1, but it's not your 20. And even if you have to give somebody 2, 3, 10, 2 or 3 5s, they may not have any cash. And so that becomes a 5 turns into 100 when you ain't got no cash or no resources. Because baby, if you think you're going to keep all your money digital and be okay, the joke is on you. Hello, the joke is on you. When the system goes down and everything shuts out, they ain't gonna be like, well, I got 5 Bitcoins. I'm gonna give you some, or give me your number, your Bitcoin wallet. I'm gonna send it to you. No, have yourself some cash. Liquefy at least $300 in cash. You should have at least $300 in cash and much of it in 1s and 5s. I'm telling you. And your papers, photocopies of your documents. In the event that something goes, I don't care, your deed and all. Photocopy that, because guess what? When the ish hits the fan, what will you use to provide and say, if a energy directed weapon hits and burns down the place, what are you going to use to differentiate? This is the line of demarcation where my land started and my tract of land ended. This is my parcel number. Where are you going to get it from? Your memory? And also wear secure laced up shoes in these trying times. Don't be out there in the little Ugg slippers and your little slides and your this and that. You better have on some, or at least be able to put those jokers in sport mode. You better be able to have on some sneakers, some boots that you can lace up for your feet to be protected. Because if ish goes down, baby, ain't nothing worse than trying to run in some heels, trying to run in some slides. It ain't gonna work. Trust my foolish advice. Y'all have seen already that the Most High tells me things. I don't know what else to tell you. And I will say, allow me to take a moment and say, I've come to these YouTube streets and I've told you guys before about, and I say this with the utmost humility, I've said it a number of times. God doesn't play about me. When will you learn? Stop. I know you're watching. Stop trying to play with me. How many times, how many ways from the sun do you need to curse yourself? You got slapped down the first time. You got slapped down again. Why you keep trying? Why? Because you don't believe. It's not the fear of me, it's the fear of God that you should have. Take my foolish advice and stop before you do yourself in. The sins of a man befall his generation 7 times. You're cursing your children to damnation. See, settle yourself. Yeah. Okay. That was a PSA. Y'all excuse that. The people who it was for? No. Elon Musk doesn't listen. You think only Elon Musk don't understand how the federal government works? Trump don't understand. Trump cannot read. This is not what I say. This is what the streets say. This is what the depositions that are on file where Trump is being told to read something and he can't read. Did you see the other day when the Prime Minister of England came and said, oh, I have to, and he reached in his thing and everybody was like, and he pulled out an envelope. He pulled out a letter. I have this from the King of England and he wants me to deliver it to. And I told him I would deliver it. He handed it to Trump and Trump is like, that little thing he does. Oh, you want me to read it now? So then he opens it. This joker opened it, pull out a piece of paper. Oh, wow. Okay, that's wow. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, and he tries to put it back in the thing and the guy's like, you're not going to read it to the public. And then he's like, oh, you want me to read it? Now you can see the pressure mounting on him. He's like, you want to tell these people what this lovely thing is? The man is looking like, hold on, ninja, you just read it. You can't tell it? He said, and he looks at the paper and says, look at that signature. What a lovely signature. Now that's a signature. Dude, are you kidding? You are telling on yourself that you cannot read. He also tried to back Zelensky to the wall. They tried to flex on Zelensky on air. Like, he doesn't even understand how government works at all. Okay, Marsha, let's have that discussion. Anyone else ever wonder why folks made fun of Nick Cannon for having multiple kids, but Elon Musk does it and he's saving the world? This planet is absolutely insane. Shout out, sis. Indeed. And so here's the thing. This ain't what I'm saying. This is what the street's saying. The streets are saying Nick Cannon has a medical issue and he's having a bunch of kids so that he can also always have a source of cord blood. Apparently, they are keeping the umbilical cord, those stem cells, they're preserving those stem cells so that he can have a constant state of renewal to preserve his life. And he's using that stem cells from the cord blood from every newborn baby. They're preserving it to every time he has a medical crisis by which it seems like life will end, he can get a fresh set of rejuvenation with his own stem cells and it will match. He won't have to deal with his body rejecting because it's his own DNA. Now, that ain't what I say. That's what the streets say. The streets are very informative. They keep track of everything that's going on. But the double standard is jarring. Let's have these discussions. And what here's my issue with people. When it's time for us to discuss those things that are obvious contradictions, people like to act like they don't know. I mean, let's also talk about a 34-time convicted felon who what's the appropriate word for you to schmexually assaulted a woman and was convicted of 34 felonies, and y'all jokers elected him to the White House when a woman who was the single-handed most qualified candidate to ever run for president because she served in all 3 branches of government. For those who don't know, executive as the vice president, legislative as a member of Congress, and judicial as a judge. She is the first person, the singular person in the entire world who has ever served in all 3 branches of government. And y'all jokers was out here like, she ain't qualified. I'm so sick of y'all. I am so sick of, not my nerd herd. Y'all beyond the nerd herd out there in Legoland. This woman was the most single-handed, most qualified person, the only person to have ever served in all 3 branches of government. And y'all was like, she's Indian, she's not black, she's black, she's half black, she's fake Indian, she's Jamaican, she's this, she's that. And look where you at now. effing around and finding out can't afford no eggs. You can't even have Sunday breakfast now because you was counting how many drops of black blood was in her. Well, excuse me, when your grandpappy said the one drop rule existed, and if you had one drop of blood, you was black. One drop of black blood made you black. How come y'all stop counting them drops? Why y'all got so confused about how many drops it take to make somebody black? Because y'all was sure, and these black men, all these young black men, it was like, oh, Trump and this and Kamala this and she ain't black and she, y'all, where y'all at? Where y'all at? Whole bunch of y'all made YouTube videos and all this content. Oh, Kamala's this and shit. And now y'all bombarded this woman's page on Valentine's Day. Where are you? How dare you celebrate with Doug? And we need you. Hello. The woman no longer works for the government. She was trying to save you all. She was trying to give you a better quality of life, but you didn't want it. And then you want to infiltrate her time in her private life. You made sure that she was no longer a member of the government, that she became a private citizen. You did it intentionally. You did it intentionally. And now you mad? You telling the woman where you at when we need you? The unmitigated gall. See, she is well, let me just say, I thank God for my walk with God, and I thank God for that woman's walk with God, because trust and believe. I would cuss all I know and trace you off good and proper and ask God for forgiveness. Oh, you wouldn't have been on my page talking about, where are you? How dare you be celebrating a holiday and we need you? I would have cussed out all I know and trace you off real good and proper and told you, you made the bed, you lie in it, pull the covers up, tuck yourself in good and get comfortable. Stay a while. Put your feet up and stay a while. You brought this problem on yourself, and now you mad at Black women because we won't lay ourselves on the front lines to be your victim. Let's talk about the doctor who was at the rally in, I believe it was Iowa. She was the white woman who spoke out at the rally in Iowa in regards to the inappropriate things that were being done. And the man on the mic was like, I'm big. I'm standing at the podium and I'm standing above you. So you shut up and I'm going to talk so you can't be heard. And then unidentified plainclothes men walked up, grabbed this woman, mollywopped her, and dragged her out as the rest of the white women sat there and let it happen. And a few of them said, what are you doing? Leave her alone. What are you doing? What? Listen here. Could have never been the 92%. Boo-boo. You ain't Shaniqua, Keisha, Felicia, Pam, Sharon, all of it. Could have never. Baby, it was going to be a brawl, a melee, an all-out knockdown, drag. Oh, it could have never went down like that. But that's why y'all want us to help. Because you want us to lay our bodies on the front line so you can turn your backs on us too. They didn't even help their own sister. And mind you, I don't know why these dum-dums thought they were going to get away with that. This woman's a doctor. The woman that they dragged out is a doctor with her own echo chamber and her own system of power and authority. They dragged this woman out kicking and screaming to God knows. Yes, it was disgraceful like The Handmaid's Tale. Yes, Marsha. It was like The Handmaid's Tale. It was disgusting. And all of these women sat back and didn't even help their fellow sister. And then I started watching all these videos where other white women were saying, you know why white women are so mad at Black women, hate Black women so much, and so jealous, because they don't have their own sense of community. They hate each other the way they hate Black women. And I was just like, what? How is that possible? At first, it didn't make sense to me. And then I started watching more and more videos. They are simply a tool of their husband's making. And like I say, when I say white, I don't mean everyone. I am speaking metaphorically, figuratively, and literally in some cases. But baby, I can tell you with every fiber of my being, had Shaniqua or Keisha screamed out, what you're doing is wrong and we need to speak out against it, boo-boo, wasn't no unknown militia coming to drag nobody out of nowhere. Baby, they would have like I always say, I am a woman of God Walk in this kingdom walk, baby, but run up and you will get done up. And I mean that. So all of y'all are on notice, honey, for the 92%. If you think you're going to put your hands on any of us and drag us off to the nether regions of society, you better prepare yourself for war, because that's not going down. We don't play that game. It was disrespectful. Look how much disdain and lack of respect they had for this woman. And she was not wrong. This man stood, listen to the petulant baby man on the stage. I'm standing at the podium. I'm higher than you. I'm looking down on you, and I can talk loud and no one will hear you because I'm the big guy. I'm bigger than you. And this, he sounded like a petulant fourth grader. Give me my ball. I'm going home. Do you think for 1 second y'all gonna put hands on us and we're gonna sit in the town hall and let you talk and y'all just gonna drag one of us off? Oh, beg I say of you, try it. Beg I say, try your best. Try it. Y'all gonna learn that day. That's when America gonna make history. Cause see, baby, this Handmaid's Tale and the red cloak and oh no, baby, it's not gonna go down like that. Y'all think it is. Y'all think it is. But baby, see these scrappers out here, these black women that have had to dang near beg, borrow, and steal to make a way where there was no make $1 out of 15 cents, fight, stand in the gap for their children, and make society great. We are the ones that truly make America what it is, and any semblance of great that America can claim itself to be come from us. You delusional. If you ever think it go so, it naga so, star. Trust. It naga so. I am warning you. I beg of you, don't play yourself, because you will learn the truth. You will learn the truth, and it's not going to be pretty. What you said, he called her a little girl? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It was so disrespectful. It was so egregious to watch. And listen, all the stuff that they coming on with, tell me all this talk you've heard of the Antichrist. Do you not feel like you're seeing the Antichrist in real time? Clearly, there's more than one Antichrist. They are a duo. They're a pair. And what's going on with all of that buoyant, blonde comb over that Trump had? Why it looks so stiff and white and dry lately? Is it a clone? I'm asking. I need clarity. Look at the next time you see him on camera. The hair was just like golden straw. Golden straw. And now it looked like white dry. Is it a clone? Is it like a Biden clone? Because something ain't passing the smell test. Something looked very off. I mean, he's already an off guy, but really. Yes. You got this guy addicted to ketamine, walking around. They said he uses his son as a shield because he gets so many unaliving threats. My goodness. You know what kind of sick you have to be to use your child as a and guess what? They say he just had another child. Another child was just born. And then he treats the mothers like trash. Trash. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Boy, they when I tell you, say they really trying to get me off of this thing. I've never had to click. They are really trying to knock me offline. Is it a clone? I don't know. Ask us. Listen, that's the question of the hour. Looking like a clone to me. So pathetic. Can't read. Now, mind you, this ain't what we say. This is what the streets say. He cannot read. That is Trump. He can't read. And I told y'all this when I first made this channel, because I saw the video footage of his deposition in another legal case years ago. He carried on and showed out in that deposition so bad because they kept telling him to read. He was like, I don't have my readers. I don't have my glasses. What's that say? And then he's like, I don't know if They were like, do you need a pair of readers? And all of a sudden his attorney jumps in. He's not an attorney. He doesn't, what they said, if you get a pair of readers, if we give you a pair of readers, will you be able to understand every, he's like, oh, what do you mean does he understand? He's not an attorney to understand legalese, and all these excuses to try to conceal the fact that Donald J. Trump cannot read. Him can't read. He is illiterate. You literally have a functional illiterate, and dare I say, barely functional illiterate in the White House. A functional illiterate sitting in the highest office of the land. It doesn't make sense. And his oligarch, do you see how they're changing look at the merry band of cabinet members. You got the wife of the man who was the head of the WWF. Why is the Wrestling Federation wife, McMahon, the head of the Department of Education? You got RFK as the Secretary of Health, which he says some very peculiar, controversial things. Now, he says some good things. I will keep it a buck. Like, don't eat cereal, don't eat this, Ritz crackers, all that thing. Yes, he must be talking some good thing. And I believe some of the vaccination stuff he's right about them as well. Because, however, do you see this problematic? But look at Hegstaff. They questioned him during his some of my words are slipping for me. They questioned him during his committee to be approved, his congressional thing to vote to be approved to the cabinet. And they said, you have an alcoholism problem. And he's like, oh, those people are past employees. They're like, no, current people have said you have a drinking problem. Can you confirm that you will not drink again while you are conducting yourself? If you are approved, can you My boy said, of course, I promise I will not drink again. And then while he is overseas in the capacity, once he was sworn in, he's sitting they ask him a tough question. My boy's sitting at the podium. He takes a glass from under the thing and takes a drink. You can see the liquor in the cup. I said, my God, they can't even fake like they want to do the right thing. They just don't care. And you see how obnoxious and disgusting it looks? I'm not picking on our LGBTQIA plus people. I am letting you know. You see how obnoxious it looks? That's what y'all was looking like. Y'all was looking like that the past few years. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm not picking on y'all. I'm just reflecting and reminding you. You see how bad it looked when somebody does whatever they want and bullies everybody else so they can have their way? That's what y'all was looking like. Don't look too cute no more, ain't it? So get your mind right. So when this thing gets fleshed out, get your mind right. So when you come back, you don't force your way and your thought on everybody. You don't shove what you want down everybody's throat. See, this is what you call, it's a word I use all the time. You guys hear me use it all the time. This word, boys and girls, today's word is recompense. Recompense. It means your just due. It means the get back. It means what you are due, what somebody tried to take for you, and what you are entitled to, your recompense. Look it up. When you get a chance, when we get past this maniacal period in American history, act like you know. So when you come back into the authority of your identity and who you are as a citizen, opt for a kinder, gentler way, because y'all was showing y'all monkey. But the only way for us to let you know it is by what you're going through now. Not only do these people say they don't agree with what you say, you were shoving your stuff down everybody's throat when all we said was, hey, we believe what we believe, you believe what you believe, and we can all peacefully coexist. You was like, no, you're going to believe what we believe. If you don't like it, too bad. Everybody's going to do what we say. Y'all was a small group. Y'all was this. Y'all was this over the large scheme of the world, but you was out here trying to dominate this. This was telling this. Let me put it somewhere where you could see it. This thing was telling everybody, all of these people, you got to do what we say. It looked obnoxious. It was offensive. It was downright cruel. and inhuman, but you felt empowered. You felt like we got the platform now. Y'all gonna do what we say. We don't care what you think. And then guess what? These people doubled back and said, not only are we not gonna do what you say, you don't even exist no more. We're gonna wipe you off. Just like the Gulf of Mexico. Now it's the Gulf of America. Anybody calling it that? The Gulf of America? Now they want to take Canada as the 51st state. In landmass, Canada is probably bigger than us. But you see how ridiculous that sounds. He doesn't understand how Canadian government works, and he doesn't understand that Canada is a commonwealth of a British Commonwealth. Why? Why does this grown man not even realize that? So King Charles just going to let you bulldoze him and take his, the colonization is at play here. But then they also want to take Greenland. They also want to take the Panama Canal, like all kind of foolishness. They want to make Gaza. We're going to make Gaza hotels. It's going to be the greatest thing you've ever seen. What? You will destabilize the safety of every American the world over if you think you're going to walk in and take Gaza. The people in Gaza who's willing to blow up their own homes and in that region, they live amongst the rubble. You think you got what it takes to just come in and tell them to move? Surely you jest. Are you insane? Trump, Gaza City? You know how stupid? This is all a grift. This is all a hustle. I told y'all, this is how this man functions. He thinks he's going to make a playground in Gaza for Americans to go and travel the world, and just like they do to the Caribbean islands. Imagine this one MAGA girl was talking buku junk about send those people back home, this, that, the other. And now that Trump eliminated her job and she lost her job and she was having medical issues and she doesn't have her insurance anymore. So now she has to go get her teeth done. Guess where? In Mexico. Baby. Mind you, she hasn't taken down all of her disrespectful anti-Mexican rhetoric in her videos. Are you going to go sit in their chair and open up your mouth for them to do something in your mouth? Well, you're bright and feisty. You could have bright. You talk so much anti-immigrant, anti-Mexican stuff, and now you're going to Mexico to get your dental. They call it medical tourism. You got courage. Your videos are still up, boo. She one of the MAGA girls. Oh, we didn't vote for that. Trump took my job and thus my health insurance. So now I have to go to Mexico to get my teeth fixed. Mind you, let me stop there. Let me stop there because you're very courageous. After all of the junk you talked about them, after all of the disrespectful things you said on them in social media, y'all can look her up. Look up medical tourism. She crazy. Now you're going to Mexico to get your teeth done? You bright. Boy, they really trying to get me off of this here because I have never had to click this thing so many. Let me take a picture of it. I want y'all to see. And this one's, the hackation is on. I tried to take a picture. It said no storage. Let me show y'all what this looked like. They said, we want you off. I'm going to send it to my airdrop it to the computer and show y'all right now what it looks like. I just heard it land. Okay. Oh, it's about to land. Do you see him pulling crab, making the market? Oh, honey, did you see the market? The market was dropping in real time when he was making that speech on Fox News, talking about all his junk. The market was tanking in real time. You cannot, listen, there are no writers available to write this good. It writes itself. It's God is, when I tell you, God is trolling Trump. God is trolling Elon and Trump. You can't get better than this. I'm telling you. Let me show you guys again the amazing picture of my son's wedding. I'm sorry. I'm just such a proud mommy. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so proud. It was such a good time. A time was had. And I'm just It's doing this wackadoodle thing. It does this wackadoodle thing sometimes when I take a screenshot. So I got to screenshot the screenshot to turn it into a JPEG to be able to upload it. It's a lot of wackadoodle shenanigans is taking place. But that's all right. I have no complaints because God is merciful to me and I have no complaints. I'm not going to complain. My God is an awesome and a mighty God. And if the enemy think he going to get me to complain, joke is on you, enemy. I shall not complain. I have too much to be grateful for. God is merciful. All I'm going to do is just do what I got to do to make it a, whatchamacallit. That's it. I ain't going to let the devil steal my joy. You have no dominion over here, Shaitan. You have no dominion. I declare and decree in the ever-loving name of Yeshua, Jesus of Nazareth, the Christ, that you have no dominion here, and that Father God encamps his angels around me, all four corners of my body, my home, from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet and all points in between, my home, my children, my everything. You have no dominion. So if I have to go an extra mile and take an extra step to achieve what it is I need to achieve, I'm going to do that. You're not going to make me talk junk or be upset. Nope. I have too much to be thankful for. I would not disrespect God and dare complain. Ain't gonna happen. There we go. Boo. There we go. Let me show y'all what this be. You see this constant, you see this thing on the screen? That thing has come up 942 times since I've been on the air. It will not stop coming up. But you know, the God I serve, he's a faithful God. And I'm not going to fall prey to no foolishness. I ain't going to fall prey to it. Technical difficulty. There you go. Come on, Locked. Technical difficulties. Please stand by. Be back. I'm not going to play. Can y'all see me? Are you able to see me, guys? I saw somebody said she's out. Can you see me? Let's see. Oh, you can see me. Okay, good. All right. Can you hear me too? With no problem. You can hear me and see me? All right. Yeah, we're not falling for this. Let me tell you something. That's right. It went over lots of people's head, but guess what? It ain't going over mine. I would never be so presumptuous as to complain about a single thing. The enemy tried to conquer my son's wedding. The enemy tried to get in the midst of it and mess up my son's wedding. And I said, I laid myself bare. I said, oh, merciful Father God, hold on one second, guys. Guess what, guys? I got an important call. And apparently, my dealer services warranty has expired. The Hackation people will not stop, baby. They're like, oh, we can't get her to say something mean about God and complain. No. So now my dealer service warranty has expired. But they called to let me know. Thank you. Oh, thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Listen here. I'm going to keep just clicking right back over to the camera every time it pops up. Hackation is trying their best, but you're failing at your jobs, Hackation. You're failing at everything, just like you guys failed at trying to take me out, just like you failed at all the other things. You're failing because the God I serve, his word will not return to him void. When he makes a way for his chosen, that's just it. Tell me some other topics, guys, that you want to talk about, because it was further up in the chat and I went down. All of these things that are taking place right now, there's so much nefariousness taking place. And it's unfortunate that the regular guy has to pay the price, the little guy, us, who don't have this meritocracy or this oligarchy taking place where we can just take our money and achieve what we want using our money. It's not fair. Did you hear what your boy said? Get a Trump gold card. That's the highfalutin green card, a gold card. Pay $5 million, you could come in the country. You could bypass all of the protocols. This is why I tell you, when them people be like, I'm sorry, it's the rules. I can't do anything. It's not listen, I just work here. I can't change the rules. Yes, you can. Y'all suckers change the rules whenever you want. You push the needle forward whenever you want. You change the finish line whenever you want. You do it all the time. You've always done it. This time you're doing it on such a large and grand scale. Everyone's impacted by it. And now people are getting to see this. You know what this is? This is a virtual, like the Bible says. God will open your eyes and clear the scales off your eyes so you can see that which you acted like you couldn't see. When it was affecting us, you couldn't see, you couldn't hear, you couldn't know, you didn't know. And then Kendrick does They Not Like Us and all of that on the Super Bowl. And now y'all talking about, 40 acres and a mule? What's that? I never heard of that. What? Are you telling me the government promised them something and didn't give it to them? What? I'm astounded. Really? 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 You astounded or you chose not to know? And either way, now that you do know, y'all finished talking about, you need to pull yourself up by the bootstrap and you guys just want a handout. And really? How come it's so funny when Black people were enslaved and when we were building the infrastructure of what is now the United States or the yet to be United States of America? How come the only time in history that Black people were not called lazy is when we were enslaved? The whole time we was enslaved, we wasn't lazy until the law said that we had to be set free. And then we lazy, shiftless. We want something for nothing. We got our hand out. You notice how funny that works? The unmitigated gall. After we laid out the entire foundation of this place and built it up with free labor that you still don't want to repay. It took Kendrick's Super Bowl rap for you to become aware of what 40 acres and a mule was? Well, that's so peculiar. You see how important pop culture is? So for all you Black parents out there that's telling your kids, cut that music off. Stop rapping. I don't want to hear that. Get something, do something that give you education. Kendrick done unified, pulled the scales off of a bunch of people's eyes, educated a bunch of people, unified a bunch of people. You got the whole world talking about, they not like us. They not like us. They not like, listen, that's from a rap song. So while you're sitting there telling your kids to turn off that crazy music and go do something positive, the world is changing, boo. We are something positive. We as a people are that something positive. Our existence, our creativity. You see how we, even when it gets hectic, how we make content and memes and our discussion literally reshapes the narrative of what's taking place globally. You see how we are the benchmark of how society moves forward? I saw like Michael Flatley and the, what they call that? Like the Irish, dance. They were doing a jig to They Not Like Us. Everywhere. Asians, this one, that one, everybody. A day later, some little African children had the entire choreography down and they were doing it out in the dusty yard with bare feet. And they had choreography. Oh, you really about to do it? And I mean, the next day, they looked about 6, 7, 8. I saw old grandmothers, Asian grandmothers, this, that, Czechoslovakia, Albania, this, that, every corner of the world. They not like us. They not like us. Everybody and their mama. Y'all better act like y'all know we are that flavor. We are the salt of the earth. Act like you know. Stop judging our children. Let them lead the way. Counsel is for the elders. War is for the young people. Act like you know. This is a time of revolution. Stop disavowing that which your young people know to be the right way to be. We are for counsel, we are for leading, and if we got to step on the front line, baby, we will, to preserve their strength and lay ourselves bare. But you got to act like you know. Stop falling for the okie doke. You didn't hear the lady talk about, oh, we voted for Trump and he's going to get rid of these foreigners and this, that, the other. They're using up our system with food stamps, this, that, the other. Then she proceeded to say, oh my God, I regret voting for Donald Trump. My husband and I are farmers. We have a family farm. That farm has been in our family for this, that, and that. Trump has, because of USAID or because of the, what's the name of it? USDA, Trump has cut all the funding. And because of all of the deportations, all of our employees are Latino and they don't want to come to work. And because we don't have anybody to farm the land, we are losing crops left and right. And then they said the only thing that they had to sustain them was the grants that they get from the USDA, and then Trump cut the USDA. And she said, my family's farm is going out of business. We are broke. We can't afford anything. She then went on to say, even though they're farmers and she had all of the grants from the USDA, she had all of the resources from farming, she then came back with another video and said, now my kids can't go to the doctor. I didn't vote for this. They cut off my Medicaid. You got Medicaid too, boo? Because when Shaniqua make $18 more than her regular check at Walmart, they cut her Medicaid off. So how come you was getting both sides? You was getting USDA for the farm grant. You was planting your own food. So you had access to food. And then you was getting Medicaid too? How? If Shaniqua makes $17 more than her welfare, her normal Walmart check, they cut her stamps off. How you get all that? But we need to pull ourselves up by a bootstrap? Does someone need to look into your finances to find out why you were collecting USDA grants for a farm and still collecting Medicaid? Something about that. Something in the milk ain't clean. Something in the milk ain't clean. But ain't nobody paying attention to that, are they? Listen, I have a family member that when I say they trying to get me off of this live, I might have to come off of this live and then make another thumbnail and come back live. Listen, a whole lot of things are coming out, but you see, when you're in the thick of it and you're losing what you had to sustain you, now they are talking and telling their stories. You got USDA grants to run a farm, an entire farm. They had acres. How do you have acres and acres and acres of land and qualify for Medicaid? How? What don't we know? But she was sure online belly aching about how Trump took her kids' Medicaid now and they can't go to the doctor. Another guy was like, oh, he's back. Trump is back. I feel so happy. What about all you anti-Trump people? Oh, you're going to see. And now he's complaining. Oh, my prescription was $8 because of I think he said diabetes or something. His prescription was $8. And now because when he went to refill the prescription, Trump canceled I forget what it's called, some grant. And now that one $6 prescription is $81. And he's so angry. Then there was another guy who was talking big boss hog. His whole thing is, I will vote for Donald Trump, and or his whole thing. And guess what? He had to go to the doctor and get a prescription for his daughter. It was $10. He said it was $10 under the Affordable Care Act. But I didn't vote for this. Trump, we wanted him to get rid of Obamacare. There's still so many people that don't understand the Affordable Care Act is Obamacare. Obamacare is simply a colloquialism we made up for it because Obama was the only president to be able to put a healthcare bill together and get it passed into law. That's why its nickname is Obamacare. But for those of you who still don't know, that's the Affordable Care Act, the ACA. The man said, we don't want Obamacare. We want Obamacare canceled. Trump said he's going to cancel Obamacare. He's going to cancel this, that, these handouts. You want handouts. Well, guess what? That man's daughter has all types of medical problems, and her prescription was $10. And now that Trump canceled this thing that he's talking about, guess how much her prescription is? $1,800. He is out here pounding his fist. He wants his daughter's medicine. Well, you got what you asked for. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your daughter has to suffer, but you got what you asked for. Maybe you should let go, or perhaps Trump has canceled your job. Maybe you should go get on welfare and get some Medicaid. Oh, too late. Too late. You can't even get that. So messed up. So messed up. Oh, thank you, blessed and stressless too. She said, love you, sis. You're such a beautiful spirit, voice, and face. God is good to you, beautiful lady. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. What a pleasant and beautiful thing to say. That really touched me. I appreciate it. What somebody said about chopping trees down? This thing, child, when I click cancel, it's gonna pop back up any minute. It said, I grew up with every fruit tree growing in my neighborhood, and years ago they came and chopped down all our fruit trees, claiming they were bad, just so that they could import what. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you how merciful God is to me. I have a peach tree and a pear tree in my backyard. For the last, I've been in this house for 10 years. I have a peach tree and a pear tree. So in the beginning years, we used to be able to get fruit off of it. These deer, I'm getting ready to put up a fence because the deer for the last few years have been eating all of my fruit. I told you about 2-3 years ago, a deer was back there choking on a pear. I'm talking choking. He was doing this and thrashing his head. And I didn't know what he was doing. I was like, what is that? Is it some type of mating thing? I thought it was like a mating call or something. And he was thrashing his head and all the other deers were like rubbing this is the deer, and they're rubbing their thing on his back. And I was like, what is happening? And then all of a sudden I see this big glob of water and a pear shoot out of his mouth. And he's like, and they were all putting their face on him like, oh, you made it, Johnny, you made it. And I was like, this ninja was choking off of one of my pears. Get y'all behinds out of my yard and let me get some pears. So that whole section of where their head, where it reaches their head and they can eat all the fruits, that whole section of the tree has become almost barren. Fruit will grow above and below. But that middle section, annoying. So now that I'll have them out of my yard, perhaps, I might have to let a year go by because I don't want no deer pears or peaches. But yes, I have a peach tree and a pear tree in my backyard. I remember I said that somebody was talking about it on Facebook. And I said, oh, I have a peach tree and a pear tree in my backyard. It's like, oh, you capping, you're just saying. I was like, what? What do I have to gain by capping? And I just happened to have posted it like a year before. And so I went and took the post from, I added the post from back then and attached it to this for them to see. Oh, you do? Wow. Oh, can I get some peaches? Can I get some pear? Do you make peach cobbler and all this? I was like, boy, if nothing else, we got to stop being haters to our own people. That is the greatest lesson that we should learn from all of this. Let's stop hating each other because we got true, actual enemies on the other side that hate us. You wasting your time hating me because I got a peach tree and a pear tree and I happen to mention it when everybody's talking about, oh, there's no peach tree. For all the streets named Peachtree, there's no peach tree. I'm like, I have one. Lies, you a liar. Okay. Then when I prove it, then you're like, oh, wow, these are beautiful. Wow. We got to stop hating on each other. We have actual enemies out there who are trying to undermine the fabric of our global society and do us in and unalive us. And they want to transhumanize us into clones. You ain't gonna have to worry about the other trans. They want to make us half human, half clones, half robot. Let's stop hating on each other. We are not the common enemy. We have a common enemy. And yet y'all out here still hating on us. For what? For what? Because when it's all said and done, you better want to be with the 92%. That's where your grace and mercy is going to show up. Because we're going to fight for this. We're not going to, they're going to have to pry this from our cold, dead hands. We're going to fight for this. Y'all better act like you know. Y'all ain't trying to lay down. Y'all let your sister Peggy get dragged up out of there. The worst thing I ever saw in my life. My oldest daughter is getting RX assistance from Medco. It's $34,000 out of pocket. Oh my God, Annette. $34,000. My. Now that, God bless you, sis, because that's a lot of money. And especially the way they're around here chopping people's employment off. Like, think about it. My sister works for the federal government. She went into work and 800 people were let go in one day. 800. What are those? Those are people with houses, families, mortgage to pay, rent to pay, school, tuition. Those are people with baseball to pay. They got to pay the phone bill. They still have to buy food. They still got to buy $10 eggs. They lost their job. I mean, how are these people going to survive? And meanwhile, short-sighted people still hating on the least of these. For what? We got a common enemy. Them, us against them. Anybody who was foolish enough to believe that the oligarchy, the wealthy oligarchy establishment was on your side, you played yourself. In the immortal words of our boy, congratulations, you played yourself. You couldn't possibly for 1 second think that the wealthy people is in your corner. Yes, Neuralink and Elon. That's what I was saying. What? Listen, LA chick. Listen, honey. I was saying the way Trump was sitting there when Elon's son said, "Shut the F up. You are not the president. Shush, you need to go." I said, "Oh, they done Neuralink that sucker. That sucker got that Neuralink in there." He's like sitting there like he could. Diane said, "My grandfather had a peach tree in his yard in North Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in the 70s. Some dummy cleaned the yard and cut the..." What? Oh my. Oh, that is a travesty. Cut down the tree? What a travesty. Hey, Marsha, she said, "I'm so glad I caught this live, Natanya. I love how beautiful your mind works." Thank you. Thank you so much. Incidentally, that movie, A Beautiful Mind, I was like, that feels like me. Yep, history proves it, indeed. And it's just vile and despicable. It is, Kim said, it's just vile and despicable at what they're doing. Indeed. Diane said, "My true list city." Absolutely. Let me highlight some of y'all. Marsha said, "Yes, the devil is the enemy." Indeed, he is. And he is rampant out here. And now you get to see the haves and the have-nots. The sad part about this is a lot of people thought that they were not the have-nots. But now they get to understand they're the have-nots too. That's why they wanted to know so they could beg you some. Yep. They wanted to beg some of the fruits, right? Don't tell TD Jakes. Don't tell TD Jakes what? What did I miss? I missed something. What's up with TD Jakes? Yes. The deer absolutely made a pig out of himself and almost caught himself out there, baby, because apparently that pear was stuck deep, and that's why he was thrashing his head. And I didn't know what that was. I had never seen that before. I thought that was some kind of mating call. I was like, they're getting ready to make life in my backyard. No, he was choking on a pear. And I only knew it was a pear because I could see the intense greenness when it shot out and a bunch of water came out with it. So it was like liquid was trapped somewhere and the pear was blocking the passage and the passage of air. And once he got that thing up, baby, I said, "Oh, I see what's going on." I didn't realize what was going on, but I could see after the fact. From $600 to $740. She said, "My Trulicity is now $600 from $7.40. What? Oh my gosh. God bless you, sis. I am so sorry you have to go through that. A friend of mine moved into a home with a fig tree in the backyard and he cut it down." What? I couldn't believe it. A fig tree, as in the fig tree in the Bible? Ooh, child, he shouldn't have cut that tree down. Unless it was like the biblical fig tree that had leaves and no fruit. Because, a fig tree is supposed to generate leaves and then bear fruit. But like the fig tree in the Bible, and Jesus smote, past tense, smote the fig tree because it bared leaves, but in the season where it should have been ample fruit, there were no fruit. And that's how a lot of people are moving through this world. They bear leaves, but no fruit. And you know the word says you can tell a tree by the fruit it bears. If you ain't got no fruit on a tree that is supposed to be very fruitful, you have to smite the tree because it's barren and it serves no purpose. If a fruit tree doesn't yield any fruit, it doesn't serve its intended purpose. And the best thing available for it is to be smite or smitten or smote. Smitten. Someone cut down my mother's jacaranda tree down to the stump. It was so beautiful. What is with all of these tree cuttings? I say that in the streets, instead of planting all these just regular oak and stuff trees, perhaps we should have fruit trees. So that way, if nothing else, homeless people should never be hungry. We should be able to plant fruit trees, and people that are without food, houseless, can just take, or if you're out somewhere in the daytime, you're going about your business and hunger overtakes you, you can just avail yourself. Pick a mango and eat a mango. Hold on, guys. Hold on momentarily. Oh, this is, hold on, let me see who called me. Ciao. I know it's some Chicago. These people is very salty. They wanted your girl to stay gone. I'm getting all kind of foolish calls and all kind of foolishness. They is big mad that I'm on this internet talking the good stuff with my people. You know what that means? I'm going to have to come back on here again. It says, hey, everyone, I'm late. Hey, Sharon. Miss Natanya, Positive Energy. Got rid of a lot of negative podcasts and people already. Enough craziness in the world. Yep. She said, hey, everyone, I'm late, but here, Miss Natanya, Positive Energy. Got rid of a lot of negative podcasts and people already. Enough craziness in the world. Absolutely. Listen, we are responsible for that which we take into our system. You got to protect your ear gate and your eye gate. You cannot be allowing yourself to ingest all of this mashugana and craziness. It is a distraction from that which you are supposed to be focused on. We have bigger fish to fry than for susu and gossip and slander, and we got bigger fish to fry. We are watching the implosion of society as we know it. The world, I'm not talking about United States, I'm talking about United States will impact the global world. Society as we know it is being impacted. Now, you better start looking on that map. Some of you have never left the country. You better start looking on that map and finding somewhere you want to go. Go on social media. You will see people saying, if you need a internet cousin and you need to get out of the United States, I'm your internet cousin. Tap into me. I'll give you my address. Because some people, when you go visit, you're going to need, some countries will ask you, why are you here? Where are you going to? You need to be able to say, I know someone in this country and I'm going to see my cousin. You need to be able to do that. You better get in these comments and look around, whether on YouTube or in Facebook and IG and wherever. You need to look around. Go on what's the next one? Threads. A lot of people are in the comments. If you need a cousin, I am your UK cousin. And they're making themselves available. A lot of you have never left this country. A lot of you have never left American soil. Listen, get into it. Get into it. I'm trying to help you. And if you think that you're better off not leaving, you better have a bug out bag with all of the necessary things to sustain life, i.e. lots of spring water. You should be, all your discretionary money should be going to stocking the shelves in your garage, in your, clean out one of the closets in your house and make it nothing but get some of those little stackable shelves and just stack water. Stack water. And I'm not talking about a bunch of bottled waters. I'm talking about get the gallon size waters. Stack them. I'm telling you. Listen, you could do a whole lot of things, but if you don't have water, tick tock, your days are numbered. Okay? I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to scare anybody. Lots of people, and here's the deal. Here's the deal with all of this. Oh, we're going to build a wall. We want to send the Mexicans back. We're going to build a wall. We're beefing with Canada. I think they are trying to create so much animus between all of the countries that border us so that they don't let us in when we try to escape America. That was on my heart from the get-go. I said, oh, Why are you making beef with Canada? Who got beef with Canada? I said, of all places, Canada? Why would somebody have beef with Canada? And then it occurred to me, wait a minute. He's trying to create such beef that when the ish go down, Canada's like, nah, Americans, we don't want you over here because they lump us with them. And so does Mexico. Y'all better get somewhere where y'all can get somewhere. You better hope that you can make it to Mexico and then go to all these other places and get out of here. Be stuck here if you want to. The joke will be on you. I'm telling you. They are making beef with our borders, countries, so that they don't want us. You notice some imposters? What, there's Netanya imposters? I didn't know. Fill me in. There's Netanya imposters? Really? Oh, you're in Nova Scotia? Okay. Listen. I want to see. Drop some names to Locked so I can see. Listen, you said, Annette said, my youngest wants to leave, but she still has classes to take. Listen, see if those classes are available online. See if they're available online. Here's what you don't want to do. You don't want to be the last to get out. So who has seen Paradise? Put it in the chat if you have seen the Hulu series called Paradise. It is written and created by, I forget his name, which is a shame. He's the black guy that was on, what was that show called? I think it was Like Us or something like that. He was the adopted brother, the black guy. And he's been on lots of shows. You know his face when you see him. He is the director and the creator of Paradise. Baby, it is giving he knows something. If you have not seen Paradise, I suggest, LA Chick, you've seen Paradise? Keisha, you saw it? No, Keisha, Kim, get on Hulu, baby. Not on regular TV. It's on Hulu. Get on Hulu and watch this show. Don't live in fear. Who said they so afraid? Hold on. Who's that said I'm so afraid? Sarah J, baby, we are here. We are a united front. Don't be afraid. We have faith and fear cannot coexist. So we don't have time for you to exist in fear, because as long as you are in fear, you won't act. And it is incumbent upon you to act on your own behalf. What you said, Marsha, you guys offer asylum? Okay. Absolutely. Guys, we need to make a list. Locked, right? Get some of these down, Locked. All of these people that are saying they offer asylum, they live here, there, and everywhere. And if we need Sterling K. Brown, thank you, Lisa Bruno. Yes, my love. Don't know why I couldn't remember that. This is us. That's what it was. This is us. Thank you so much. Kim, this is by no means mainstream TV. And a lot of us, listen, I don't watch mainstream TV. I get you. I don't watch TV. I stopped watching TV years ago. However, there are shows on different networks that I will stream. Like, Paradise is must-see TV. When I tell you must-see, prepare yourself for the inevitability of what is to come. Michelle, you haven't seen it? You got to see it. Yeah, LA Chick, this is us. Kim Sterling, that's right. Annette, listen, I'm telling you, get a Fire Stick. You can go on. I know we're boycotting Amazon. Get a Fire Stick or get one of these TVs that already come preloaded with all these different apps. And create a Hulu account. You need to listen to me. Guys, those of you who have seen Paradise, am I lying? Am I right or wrong that everybody needs to watch Paradise? This is not just TV. This is something different. This is like the shows I told you guys to watch. The Outer Limits, the 90s version of The Outer Limits, because you know there was one in like the 50s or 40s. The 90s version of The Outer Limits. You need to watch The Outer Limits. You need to watch Under the Dome. Lock, put these in the chat. The Outer Limits from the 1990s. Under the Dome, you need to watch that. You need to watch, I think it was called the 2400 or 4200. What was it called? There's a bunch of shows like that. You need to watch them, but you absolutely, unequivocally. Kim, you said you have IPTV, you don't need Hulu? What do you mean? Were you able to see Paradise on Hulu? I mean, on IPTV? How? It's on Hulu. You listen, sis, get the Hulu. Get it. Don't be the one that missed out. Okay, now, did you guys that have seen, those of you who have seen, yeah, Hulu is not that expensive. Listen to me. My mother used to say a thing, don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Do not be penny wise and pound foolish. Yes, I have seen House of David. I just started watching it and it is banging. You know, aside from the fact that they will not see these people as Black and they keep leaving us out of the lexicon. Listen, Ghana is hot like fire. That whole region of the world is hot like fire, but they seem to think that white-skinned people were there. Whatever. Okay, that's neither here nor there. Small, fact that needs to be stated, can't be overlooked. However, because if y'all in America and y'all can't go jogging in the sun without all types of, sunscreen and all that stuff, you ain't gonna tell me you was walking around that hot region. Let's just keep it a buck. But I digress. Because there wasn't no sunscreen back there. Back then, it wasn't no sunscreen in the biblical days. But I digress. If you think because Hulu costs a few dollars that you don't want to indulge and pay the few dollars to watch all of these House of David, The Chosen, and Paradise, you are selling yourself short. That is called penny wise and pound foolish. And I hate to say, you will regret it. And in Paradise, those of you who have watched Paradise, did you notice the dichotomy of how they illustrated the gentleman who was the cleaning man in the White House? And everybody's running around and getting it together and trying to get off because the cataclysmic event is about to happen and they are running off to the underground bunker world that they pre-prepared for a bunch of people. And the president stops and he's looking at the guy who cleans the White House. And he says, they're telling him, come on, Mr. President, we have to go. Time is running out. And he walks back to the guy. He's like, let's say the guy's name is Josiah. Josiah, isn't it? And he's like, yeah, Mr. President, you know my name? Wow. He's like, you've been here for 7 administrations. Of course I do. And he was like, Josiah, you have family, don't you? He's like, yes, we're going to go. I'm going to take my granddaughter to go see the circus on Tuesday. He's like, get to your family, Josiah. Go now. Go be with your family. And he's like, oh, they can wait. We're going to go on the weekend. Dude, the world is about to end today. You talking about you going to the circus on the weekend? The fact that they illustrated that point, and he was he tried to tell him, everybody is in the White House crowded around. You can see that it is DEFCON 0 level. And this man is wiping around the edge of the table, cleaning the lip of the table. The president was looking like, my God, he can't even see how dire the situation. He was like, Josiah. They're like, Mr. President, come on, we don't have time. We're losing time. He goes back to him. He's like, please, go be with your family. Oh, no, I'm going to see my granddaughter on Wednesday. I said, Bumbleclot. That did not, listen, it better not fall on deaf ears. So for y'all that's saying Hulu costs money and Hulu is a dollar sign and I don't need Hulu, I have this. You are literally Josiah wiping the table while the world is getting ready to end. I'm trying to tell y'all something, and you know what they say. Anything that universal law dictates anything that they're doing, they have to tell us in advance. Nobody said they had to give us a lot of advance. You better avail yourself of the information when someone is trying to give it to you. But, at the same time, you're not obligated to. You can stay in willful ignorance and, make plans for Wednesday when ish is going to end today. Yeah, you could get it on your Fire Stick. You have TVs that are also preloaded with. So here's the deal, Marsha. You can get Hulu in Canada if you get yourself hold on, because I got so much on my mind. My mind be doing somersaults. 1 second. If you get yourself a VPN, And you can get yourself a VPN. There's lots of little companies that have VPNs. They got ExpressVPN, IPVanish VPN. A VPN it gives you different IP addresses. It is just something you sign up for online. A VPN protects you from anybody coming into your system and hacking your personal information, all of that stuff on your IP address. It protects you, and it also gives a series of IP address that you could log in. If you get a VPN and you use a VPN with an American address, like American VPN, because you go down the list, you could have an IP address from anywhere. If you get an American IP address, you can watch Hulu right there in Canada. And I'm not the most techie girl, but I know that. So you can stream through other services, but if those other this is a premium new Hulu series that just came out. So I know about streaming through all these other little things, but you cannot get it if you do not have access to Hulu. It is a current premium show. And so they're blocking all those other channels that allow you to sneak and get things. Some of them are being blocked out. You can't get it. You got to get listen, don't be penny wise and pound foolish, or they're going to be like the old man with cleaning the table. They trying to get away because the world is going to end, and he cleaning the table talk while he going to take his granddaughter to the circus a few days from now, when there is no few days from now. It was most notably said back in the days by Chuck D of Public Enemy. He was on the, what is this guy's name? I forget this guy's name. He has a talk show. White guy, he used to date Superhead. He has a talk show, nighttime talk show. I forget his name. Either way, Chuck D said on his show, if you want to keep information away from Black people, put it in a book. The whole world will know that the world is going to end on Wednesday, and they'll be walking around saying, yo, what y'all doing this weekend? Now, I'm trying to give y'all the tea. But okay, all I am called by God to do is give you the info, and you do with it what you will. If you want to stay ignorant and stay out of the know, by all means, ignore it. Don't take the advice. Don't get Hulu. Stay in the know. Stay out of the know. But if you really want to know, Under the Dome was magnificent, Annette. Magnificent. Trust me, y'all got time. Watch these shows. When you're in the house, watch these shows. Under the Dome. It's a series. It came out like 2011, 2012, 2013. It was like 3 seasons or something like that. Watch Under the Dome. Watch The Outer Limits, the 1990s version. Watch the I think it was the 4200. All of those type of shows, Lost, all those things. Watch them shows. Watch them. Nirvana. What was our show? 828. Manifest. Watch Manifest. It's not lost on me with Manifest being a plane that disappeared and reappeared 5 years later with all these plane crashes. Watch Manifest. I'm trying to give y'all gems. But like I said, do what you will. If you're not interested, you think Paradise is on Disney? I don't think so. I think it's on Hulu. Vana, is Paradise on Disney? Hulu. Listen, y'all gonna tell me everything except for Hulu. It is on Hulu. Somebody said I paid $196 for the year for all the channels in the US and Canada and England. Okay, so is Hulu one of the channels? You guys have to get Hulu. Hulu is its own network. Jan said, I lived the old Outer Limits, Twilight Zone, and Night Gallery. Me too. All right, I'm trying to tell. Blink Twice, Paradise, 2400. Watch 0 Day. And listen, 0 Day. I'm glad you said 0 Day. Do you remember that I told you guys? So the reason that they made this current 0 Day is to confuse people from the original. There was a documentary I watched had to be about 7 years ago, and it was called 0 Days. 0 Days is a hacking group. They are a bunch of hackers, and they deconstructed the world as we know it and infiltrated all kinds of countries, all kinds of. Watch 0 Days. So watch this new movie that Keisha's talking about, 0 Day, and also look for the documentary. I'm always keen to when they name something after an existing title already, they're trying to keep you from the original information. Blink Twice, Paradise, The 2400, 0 Day, that is a current thing, but there is a old school documentary called 0 Days, plural. I'm telling you, watch that. What up, Dex? How you doing? Yup, it's been a minute. All is well. Thank you. Shout out to you and your family. I saw y'all pictures the other day. Gorgeous, gorgeous family. That's my peoples from Brooklyn, Crown Heights. Show love, guys. LA Chick said she pays $35 a month for all the channels through Surf TV. Whatever you have to do. I didn't watch 0 Day yet, but I will. I will watch it tonight. But Locked has put Paradise in the chat. Listen to me, guys. I'm going to say it one final time. Act like you know. If you have not seen Paradise on Hulu yet, we're up to the 8th episode. If you have not seen Paradise, you are selling. I'm gonna take it one step further. If you haven't seen Paradise, you don't love your family. If you better act like you know. I'm not trying to entertain you. You know, I'm not just here for your entertainment. I am here to edutain you, educate you and entertain you simultaneously. Education is always easier to absorb with a little laughter. And that is why you see my lovely character, personality self come out. It is easier to swallow, like the old thing from whatchamacallit, a spoonful of medicine, a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down, except don't use sugar because it'll kill you. But this literal sugar, this sugar personality, use that, but don't use actual white granulated sugar. It'll take you out. But guys, I'm telling you, information, art imitates life and life imitates art. They put a lot of their information in these shows and movies because universal law dictates anything that is done, they must admit it first. Watch Hulu. I'm not going to argue with y'all about the price of Hulu. I'm not going to say whether it's expensive. I'm not going to argue none of that. I'm telling you, if you want to survive, watch Hulu. Get that Hulu and watch Paradise. You need to know this. This is on the horizon. Because what I keep telling you is, you guys live day to day. You might be thinking about, oh, what we going to do on spring break with the kids, and what we going to do over summer vacation with the kids, and where we going for Christmas. These people that run the world, their think tanks, whatever's happening now or going to happen now was planned 30 or 40 years ago. I keep telling y'all, but you don't hear me though. Some of y'all think this is just entertainment. It's not just entertainment. It's edutainment, but do with that what you will. And that's all I have to say. I haven't seen 0 Day yet. I saw the original 0 Days documentary, which is different than the show 0 Day, the movie, but I'd suggest you watch them both so you can understand what this thing is. It's called Paradise. All right, you might get it on some other streaming, Marsha got. Okay. Don't bet on it. I suggest you get a VPN, use an IP address from America, and get Hulu online. Go online on the internet and get it if you have to. Watch it online. Do not, I repeat, do not wait for it to come in the aftermarket world of TV to some other streaming services, because you will have missed, well, might not be no TV if you wait. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. You see this right here, Under the Dome? Locke has put this is the link for Under the Dome. Copy and paste it. Have your notes open, whatever you understand. Or like I said, get a pen, have a notebook with you. When you come here, have your notebooks, write it down if that's what you need to do. But it's in the chat. Thank you, Allison. She said, I'm with you, sis. Thank you. I want all of you to be with me because, baby, what they got on the horizon, whew. Manifest, Keisha, you was up on Manifest. You saw Manifest, baby. Ooh, baby. I don't know what to tell y'all. But if y'all, it's not something to watch when you have nothing to do on a rainy day. Watch it. It is must see, life saving, life altering. I need you to know what's going on in this piece. That's all I can say. It's a firewall to hide. It's okay. Like Keisha said, a VPN is a virtual private network. And Kim said it's a firewall to hide your IP address. Both of those are correct. But it also affords you the ability to operate under another IP address, a cloned IP address. And with that other IP address, it will then avail you of whatever's available in that market. And Hulu being one of them. For those who say they cannot get Hulu in Canada, use a VPN, use an IP address from New York, not necessarily New York, but United States of America, and you will be able to access Hulu online. Go on your computers and watch it. I mean, no business if you can't watch it by your TV, watch it on your computer, but listen to me. Watch it. Ooh, child. Would you say you were watching that Snow Train? Missed the last one. I'm not sure what Snow Train is. Fill me in. You can get a free trial. What does that say? I missed. They still trying to do the hackation? You can get a free trial for 7 days. If you don't like it, you can cancel it. But I guarantee you won't cancel it. Yeah, you won't. I'll tell you one thing. If you do the free trial, binge watch. We're up to episode 8. Binge watch the whole previous 8 episodes and then get ready for the next few. And you might exhaust. I promise you won't cancel. You're 100% right. Who said that, Lisa? Yeah, you won't cancel. You won't cancel. It is definitely, you must watch it. You know, I'll always come to bring you guys the gems. I don't want you behind. Manifest was important. And if you watched all of the seasons of Manifest, you got to the end. What was it? All of this stuff is end times biblical stuff. Like, I don't know what else to say. They are telling you something. They are telling you something. You got to avail yourself of it. You got to get this thing. Okay, good, Kim. Make sure you watch it. Paradise is on Disney Plus. Okay, good. Watch it. Watch it, please. You are going to be like, Sterling K. Brown. He's not just an actor in Paradise. I read the credits. He's actually the director. If I'm not mistaken, he's the creator also. Baby. Because that's why it's important to read credits too, to watch the credits, to know who created it so you can know whose agenda you're watching. Credits are for a reason. A lot of people just be like, I don't want to watch it. Yep, the original 0 Days. There you go, LA Chick 2016. Boo. There you go. I watched that. How many years is that? 4 and 5, 9 years. What I said? 7, 9 years ago. Get on it. You see, your girl knows what she knows, what she knows. I don't just be talking out the wazoo. Now, I ain't perfect and I don't know everything, but I know what I know. And if I know something, I'm going to share it with my people because I want y'all to know. So remember, 2 0 Days. One is 0 Day and it's a movie. The other one is 0 Days and it's a documentary about a group of hackers and how they've impacted the landscape of the world. Locke has them in the chat. This one is 0 Day, the miniseries, singular. And this one is 0 Days, plural, the documentary from 2016. Oh, of course we boycotted. Boycotting. Yes. Ghetto Heat TV said, has everyone boycotted the companies against DEI during the economic blackout? I'm still boycotting. Listen, we're not just doing no economic boycott for no 40 days. We're shutting them down. What we're learning through this is we have the power and the ability. Thank you for highlighting that, Ghetto Heat TV. We have the power and the ability and the fortitude to shut ish down. You see, the Montgomery bus boycott was a 1-day boycott. But when they realized how effective it was by the end of that day, they kept doing it. And it lasted, 368 days or 86 days? One of the two. But look how effective it was. They came back to the table begging Black people. We have the power. It has been said for the past few years, we have $2.7 trillion in buying power. Did you hear how much money that they lost? $51.7 billion. Act like you know. You got the power. Act like you know. Stop believing the hype that you don't have the power. We have the power. And the only thing that the colonizer, remember that word, those who missed it, go back in the old film, in the old videos and look up, we highlighted the word colonizer. The only thing the colonizer understands is his guap, his guapania, his money, his cheddar, his bag. Hit him where it hurts. You don't need none of that stuff anyway. You're just fine. You're just fine. Trust me. If you've been without it, you'll be fine. Yeah, if you Google Hulu and Disney and you see that Hulu is available on Disney Plus, by all means. Desert Druzy said, Natanya, this is a big day. I became the dopest nerd member, and tonight I will literally go get myself a Hulu subscription. I'm not blindly following. I am so grateful for the guidance. Absolutely, my love. And here's the thing. I come to share these tidbits of information to you because what good is it for me and my family to benefit from information and knowledge and not make sure everybody else has it? What good? What's the point of that? We sink or swim together. It's us against them. And we know who the them is. They don't care about us. They're not like us. When I tell you this is such a profound time that we're living in. We get I hope you guys have been watching Dre OG, Perky, my boy, I am QHEF, and Right 7X. I hope you have been watching. More and more information that's coming out. Listen, get on top. If y'all not watching those yet, they right here in these YouTube streets. Throw those in the chat, locked. I am QHEF. Right 7X. I am Perky. Dre OG, who is the OG of all of these. Dre OG is the one that started this whole genre. Please inform yourself. Watch them. All right, enough. It's not extra. Okay. It's not extra money, Annette. It's not extra money because, listen, if you don't inform yourself of what's going on and you are out of the know, all of the money that you saved won't matter. There won't be a place to spend it or a world for you to spend it. So if you want to be able to be amongst, and I always tell people you need to watch Divergent. Divergent is an old movie from the, let's throw Divergent in there, please. Sarah J said the 2016 0 Days documentary is on Tubi, and Tubi is free. I'm not going to say it again. I keep hearing people say, I don't have money to spare. Okay. And guess what else you won't have to spare? Guess what else you won't have to spare? I don't want to say it because I don't want to come across as insensitive and all of that. The Locked has put in the link for the 2400. Watch it. Locked has put in the chat how to get your passport. Shout out to the dopest mod in the world. Girl, throw your Cash App up there. Y'all better get this woman some Skrilla, some cheddar. She makes sure y'all are in the know and informed. This is a manifestation of our unified love. Y'all better get this good love from your sister. She works hard at what she does. Get this love. Who, child? You saw the 0 Day 2016 last fall? Yeah, it was, nothing to play with. And let me tell you something. They did a number on society. People didn't even know they was being played. Paperwork Party TV. Get over the Paperwork Party and watch. Listen, I don't know who this man is. I watched him when he first came out during the pandemic. I was one of the original. I used to be on his panel a few times. Let me tell you something. He has access to information that it don't make no sense, the amount of information he could get. It don't make no sense. I don't know who he is and how he got all this access, but he got it. I'm telling you, you'll get a lot of information there. The Outer Limits. The 1990s one, watch it. Paradise, here go the link, watch it. We are trying to put you on so that you can never say, because here's the deal. We live in a society where so many people keep us out of the loop. So many times there's good information for us to get, and we are left out. We don't get it. We don't get it. And guess what? We then say, it's not fair. Why didn't we know? Why didn't anyone tell me? But here's the deal. When someone is filling you in and telling you, you got to get up on it. You got to get up on it, because it's going to mean the difference between life and death. I'm not joking. It is the difference between life and death. We are in unprecedented times. Don't, for 1 second, do not think that these people are playing with you. They don't give a rat's you know what about you. They don't. You are simply filler. You are, count yourself. You could be educated with all kinds of degrees, raising your children, doing right by the world. And you know what they see you as? The person who's going to serve them cheese fries. Those who have watched Paradise, you know, if you know, you know. They see you as the lady that served the cheese fries. You better hope you get to be the lady that served the cheese fries, if you know what I know. Because everything else in the world that we've talked about, and we said to y'all, this, that, and the third, and it was predicated on a TV show, and you thought it was just something for your entertainment. Look, at life is showing you that it came true. So what else are you waiting for? Please watch Divergent. Divergent is a movie. Locked got it. Look at. As it come out my mouth, she got it up here for y'all. That is love. That is love. Show your sister some love. Thank you, Norma. Norma said it's nice to see you and listen to you again. I appreciate that, my love. Thank you. It's so nice to see you again. I'm so glad all of us are up in here. Oh, child, we done hit that 3-hour mark. You know, I got these super long lives. If you should be so moved as to send your girl Locked some love, her Cash App is $butterfly blue, and not the butterfly, but butterfly, AAVE. Y'all know African American vernacular English. Butterfly, BUDDAFLY BLUE. Make sure to put the $ on the beginning. Show your girl some love. She be working hard up in here. Hard. She makes sure y'all get all of the information. She makes sure you're on top of everything and that nothing is left on the cutting room floor. That's love, and it takes commitment, and it's not easy to do. She is searching these links and posting them in record time. Oh, Paperwork Party don't play. When I tell you I was one of the original, I used to be on his panel. But it was some clown dudes in there. That's when he used to scream at the top of his lungs, and he was extremely hype. And there was some clowns in there, and I ain't for all of that. And I had to tell one of them about himself one day. And I was like, all right, this is not my zip code. This is not my area code. Come on. Y'all can have this, because it was becoming a fiasco. Yeah. No, I didn't see that. I did see some of it, that they were talking about Whitney's room, and it was apparently the man next door, the guy who was the ambulance guy or something like that, whatever, some type of stuff. He's very informative though. He's a bit much sometimes. But everything that is for your benefit will not come packaged nice and pretty with a bow on it the way you like. And another thing, get walkie-talkies. Now, I know we are boycotting Amazon. But in the interest of getting something that you need, if there's ever a time where you need to step out of the boycott, go on and get walkie-talkies for your family. Because, baby, these cell phones will not work. Okay? I'm telling you now. If you think you're going to be able to use your cell phone to call your family and be like, hey, well, you better get these walkie-talkies and get the multiple pack where all of your family members are tuned to the same channel. Listen to me. It might sound extreme. It might sound like, oh, you watch too much TV, girl. Take my foolish advice. If you know, you know. Take my foolish advice and start returning to the foundation. Get you a notepad, maybe with a spiral so you can flip your pages easily and they don't rip out, and start writing things down again. Thank you so much. Who was it that said? Uh, Desert Druzy said, Michelle, yep, pen and paper in hand, taking lots of notes. Also, make sure you got a spiral notebook that you could just, and I ain't saying you bound to have no big old thing. Get something where you could stick, the one where they used to say when you was in school, you write your homework assignment in it, and you could shove it in your pocket and stick it in your breast pocket. Get that. Get that. Temper said, in the Caribbean, we have to watch America politics very closely because it trickles down to our doorsteps. We had a spaceship landed in our, what? In the Cays a few weeks ago in Bahamas? Oh, yes, I heard of that. I definitely heard of that. Oh, Allison said, so happy to catch you live. Thank you so much, guys. Listen, there's so much going on. There is so much going on. The drones, the orbs, all these things. Listen, I told you guys on one or two episodes when I first started this channel that during the pandemic, when Clubhouse was just a beta and you could only get on it if you had an iPhone. You couldn't even get on it if you had an Android. I got on Clubhouse and was in certain rooms and told my story. And this guy who was very well connected, a big dude, heard me, took a liking to me, and started, he was just like, oh my God, I'm so proud of everything you've gone through. I'm so impressed by you. And how Clubhouse was in the beginning, you would put, I didn't know how it worked. I came on and I looked at other people's profile to see what do they put in their profile. I didn't know what to put. And people were like putting their Cash App and their, other socials for you to follow them elsewhere and stuff like that. So that's what I did. And while I was talking to this guy, he was so proud. He was like, I'm so proud of you. Next thing you know, chink, chink, I hear my Cash App go. He sends me all this money. And I'm like, what's happening? And then he's like, you know what? There are other women started stepping up and speaking. This is what I endured. This is what I endured. And I met quite a few ladies, and they're still friends to this day. And he ended up getting all of these wealthy people that were in Clubhouse. And by the time they finished, they sent like $50,000 out, more than 50,000. I'm serious. By the time they finished, because I had the courage to step up and speak out. And so now it was like I was intrinsically connected to this guy who was very well connected. And any room that he would go into in Clubhouse, he would say, hey, come with me in this room. And I would go into the room, and there's a hierarchy in Clubhouse. So you can get elevated to, you're on the stage, or you're right below the stage where you can get pulled out of that box onto the stage. And then there's another hierarchy. It goes down, and then it's viewers, where you're just listening and, listeners, but you're not on the stage level. Every room I went into I'm talking people who were formerly with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, people who were in the Clinton administration, people who were astronauts, people who were all these political positions, former military top secret positions, former FBI, CIA, everything. Every room I went into, they were inviting me into these rooms up to the stage. And I was able to not just, I didn't want it. There was a lot of Clubhouse rooms that was like, ebony hot chocolate after dark and all. I'm not interested in none of that. No shade. Have at it. But that wasn't for me. I wanted to be in the know. And so where erstwhile discussions were taking place, I was in those rooms. And one day I was in a room with all of these people from the Clinton administration, people from astronauts, people with this, that, with this guy, and all these people, all these billionaires, all these powerful people talking. And we were on that Clubhouse for 23 hours straight. So help me God, they said in that room, soon you will start to hear a lot about you. And that's the first place I ever heard UAPs. And I was like, what is, I didn't want to look like I wasn't in the know and say, what is a UAP? And then one of them stepped out and said, and I know you guys hear us using the term UAPs. For those who are not aware, that is how the government has altered the term UFO so that they could control the narrative of all, separated from all the old UFO stories. So UAP is unidentified aerial phenomenon. It's the same thing as a UFO. It's just they will modulate a term so that they can control the flow of information. They changed it to UAPs to keep it, to prevent it from being attached to all the old UFO footage and documentation from years and years, just so they could create a new narrative and control the flow of information. Baby, he said you are going to start seeing UAPs, you're going to start seeing drones, orbs, all these things. And I was just like, what? But I was listening. I didn't scoff at it like, oh, this is nonsense. I listened. And let me tell you something. Is that not what we're going through? What years was the pandemic? 20, 21, some parts of 22, but 20 and 21, baby, when I tell you, say, that clubhouse was popping. And I got so much information. I started telling my family. I was in this room for 23 hours. And my daughter came downstairs like, you still on Clubhouse? I was getting that information. I was writing it down, like writing a manifesto. I was writing all that stuff down because I was like, wow, this information. And let me tell you something. What are we living right now? What are we going through? They said this in Clubhouse in 2020, that we would start seeing UAPs. That's the first place I heard the term. I'm not telling y'all nothing for play. I'm telling you what I know. I am trying to make sure that our people, who are usually the last to the party, who are usually the last to get information, I am trying to make sure you are all in the know. I am trying to include you in the conversations that we are typically left out of. Do not look a gift horse in the mouth. Now, you can look a gift horse in the mouth if you want to, but that is at your own will and peril, and the peril of your children. Look at Divergent. The world is going to change. The world as we know it is going to change. When Kanye was making all those fashions where it was like people were calling it post-apocalyptic fashion and all these weird things, y'all was laughing and joking, but that man was trying to tell you stuff. See, he's been in rooms that you could never imagine. You might think he's crazy, but people that are erstwhile and erudite and think a different way, they like to make you think that those people are crazy. They want you to ridicule him. Look at the fashions he was making. These fashions went back to fashion shows of 2017, 2018, 2019. Go back and look at them fashions. And then look at some of these movies, The Matrix and all these post-apocalyptic, and tell me if those fashions don't look like similar. Y'all better stop taking people for clowns and letting the world direct on how you feel about certain people. We don't have to agree with everything he says. That's the thing with people who are erudite and know a little more, and eclectic and know a little more than common. You should understand right now that common speech is only common to the commoners. The others, the them, the us against them, the them speak a different language. Been trying to tell y'all. This English language is spell casting. You know, the same people that will tell you, oh, I don't believe in that, that is demonic and this, that, the other, is still forming a circle around a table, putting the child in the middle, turning the lights off and lighting a flame on a candle and chanting a redundant thing. That is casting a spell. You see how Black people had to change the birthday song? Because the original form of the birthday song was a spell casting. It was chanting a spell. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Come on. Black people have changed it. So happy birthday to you. Modified it so that it is still giving the person acknowledgement for the day they were born and changing it from casting a spell. You will literally look around at witchcraft movies. What do? They turn off the light. They form a circle, a seance. They form a circle. They light a candle in the middle on some wax. They light a flame, and everybody's attention and energy is focused to one thing. Come on. Y'all got to act like y'all know. Like, cut the ignorance out at this point in life. I'm serious. Cut the ignorance out. Am I saying something that you never thought about it? Yes, Sharon, absolutely. Okay, no problem, boo-boo. I will be back on. Think about it, guys. Think about it. Oh, shout out to your daughter, Michelle. She said her daughter went on a job interview, and she is going on a job trial. Leave it in God's hands. She just left. Hallelujah. We're praying for her. Our thoughts and prayers and positive energy is with her, and we pray that it is hers. If it's God's will, it is hers. And I won't listen. I don't doubt for 1 second that someone targeted him, and they're probably doing MK Ultra on him because he has been releasing mad facts. When he was releasing facts, people didn't want to hear it. They wanted to ridicule him because people are too interested in making a mockery out of somebody. It's like the cool table in the lunchroom. They are all too willing to make a mockery out of somebody and laugh and have everybody point at that person. You're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. And people are willing to join in because as long as they're pointing at that person and calling them a weirdo, they're not calling you a weirdo. And so you don't want to be left out. And so you join in, and the person you're calling a weirdo is speaking something to help you. No one is called to agree with anyone 100 times. We don't agree with anybody 100% at all. We don't agree with our husbands or wives and spouses 100%. However, listen, all throughout society, they do incantations and spells every day. If you've ever sang happy birthday to your child, sparked a flame, stood in a circle, put that cake in the middle, and that child in the middle on a chair closest to the cake, and everybody was around them singing happy birthday in the dark with a flame, and all your energy focused on that cake, you was casting a spell. Okay? Act like you know. Act like you know. Another casting a spell. When it's an older person's birthday and everybody's like, happy birthday. And I just want to make a speech, girl. And the person makes a speech and they say, make a wish. And everybody's around that person in a circle. You notice that circle is prominent, right? The circle is always there. It's spell casting 101. You make that circle and then everybody raises a glass and clink, touches your glass, giving a toast. That's a spell. Okay? That's casting a spell too. Saying some words, focusing your energy on some person, and then clinking glasses in agreement. That is binding something in a... But I know that's not what your mama told you, and you don't want to think that because then you feel like, I can't celebrate my sister's birthday. If that's a spell, it's a spell. Baby, when I tell you, said, I try, get me off of this TV, this internet, this thing is clink, clink, clink. You never thought about it before, not once. Yeah, Marsha. Mm-hmm. You never thought about that before, right? But it is. It's spell casting. So much of what the American language was created to cast spells. That is why when you see me come in here, what do I say? Grand rising. You got some people, I got some black people, grand rising. Oh, here you go with that old stuff. Well, good morning is casting a spell on you. Good morning was created by enslavers to taunt and troll enslaved black people. Tell them, have a good morning. A period of mourning because they snatched their children from them and put them on the auction block the night before and sold them off to someone to never see the fruit of their womb again. And then they taunted and trolled them the next morning by saying, good morning. Go out there in those fields and do the work. They are casting a spell on you to have a good state of mourning. But y'all saying that to each other every day. It's a spell curse. And then you wonder why your day go bad? I don't say that. I say grand rising because there's nothing not positive about telling someone to have a grand rising. You've just arisen from bed. Grand rising. Have a wonderful grand rising. There's nothing negative about that. But some of y'all are so stuck in what the colonizer done taught you, you don't even want to hear. You don't want to hear. I'll be trying to interrupt them and say, what's all this now? A grand rising. You must be one of them hoteps. Okay. Go on and do what I see some of y'all are so deep in the sunken place. You're so deep in the sunken place, you don't want to be free. Remember what Jaiman Hansu said on Amistad. Give us free. I'm trying to give y'all some free, but you don't want it. So, stay in the sunken place. I'm sure there's a lot of empty teacups and spoons around to clink, clink, and keep you in that sunken place. Yeah, listen. You never thought about that, right? Because they got y'all so ingrained. And listen, the colonizers, the oppressors, the oligarchy, the powers that be, the oppressors who stand in a position to gain from your oppression, no matter what you look like, what color you are. You could be white just like them. They say they not like us because they count you as the worker class, the low class, the whatever. You're not them. Listen, they have oppression for you too. They don't consider you them. They don't see you as the same. It's the haves and the have-nots. And they are never going to educate you. They're never going to empower you. And they're never going to enrich you enough to overthrow them. Hear what I tell you. It's for your own good. You ain't bound to listen to me. You can continue doing what they want you to do. And you will be the person that makes the cheese fries in paradise. You know, nerds unite. Just like I keep telling people to stop saying, like, you know, when they say a joke and they be like, I'm unalived because the joke is funny. I'm like, what? Why are you speaking that over yourself? For a joke? Oh, they're bright by. I'm trying to tell y'all, stop casting these words. You are cursing yourself and your children. The stuff we do, they give you, here's what I said to people. I tried to look at the positive side of everything. So I said to someone, listen, struggle, we know how to struggle. Not that it's a good thing, but we know how to make $1 out of 15 cents and how to struggle. You might have $20 left after you pay your rent and pay this, and you got $20 left and you need to feed the family, and you like, how we going to eat for the next 2 weeks till I get paid again? You go to the supermarket, you might, and listen, they're not the healthiest things, but you might go to the supermarket and get you them cases of ramen noodles that's still like $2.50 for that big pack of 12 or whatever. I don't know. I could be off by $1 or $2, but you know what I mean. And you get like 3 packs of those, 4 packs of those, and you get you some frozen vegetables, and you might get some of that chicken in a can or whatever, and you get a few drinks and you call it what it is. And you make that work, and you saute up some stuff, and every night y'all got some dinner, and it's enough for everybody to go around. You might open 5 packs of noodles or whatever, or 4 packs of noodles, and you spread it out, and everybody got something to eat. We know how to struggle. But let me tell you something about, and I'm not saying we should have to eat like that, but we should eat to live and not live to eat. I'm going to tell you something. There are people that's like, they cut off my food stamp. Well, guess what? They were using that food to anesthetize you into a drone that they could manipulate mentally. Because guess what? With all them food stamps money, a lot of people buy pure junk, some of the worst food ever. But if you don't have the food stamps, you're going to buy strictly necessities. You're not going to buy all those horrific food. And trust me, the horrific food is what's taking you out. You are anesthetized. Listen, ask yourself if they truly have your intent, your good intent at heart. If they give you $50 million to buy food stamps and no money to buy tissue to wipe your behind. They'll give you $50 million in food stamps, but not $1 cash to buy toilet tissue to wipe your behind. Ask yourself, is that somebody with your good interest at heart? No. They're setting you up in a situation where you will then have to hustle and probably do illegal things or whatever to make sure you have the cash. Because they're not giving you cash, food stamps and Medicaid. So they're giving you the food to make you sick, and then the Medicaid to keep you sick while you go to their doctors who are going to give you pills to keep you sick. Like, this could be a blessing in disguise. I know our Father God. I know our Father God will do a thing. He will make a way of what the enemy used to make for bad. The Father God will turn it and make it for good. And some of us could stand to go on a, no disrespect, no shade. Some of us could stand to go on a diet and not be on some of those things. Listen, you overindulge yourself with the food stamps sometimes. Let's be honest. I'm not. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying these are the things that we should eat. I'm saying when in doubt, when all you got is this, You find a way and you make a way. And perhaps we need to also invest in community living again, as in go to Costco, buy in bulk. You and your girlfriends go, y'all get the 60 pack of toilet tissue or however many toilet tissues come and bust it down. If the 60 pack of toilet tissue costs, $15, bust that down. Each one of y'all pay $5 and you get 20 rolls of tissue each, whatever. But you understand, we can make a way. We need to get back to the community mindedness of living. Because if you get back to the community mindedness of living, we can make a way. We can make a way. Billionaires, why would a billionaire need to cut all, think about it. Why would somebody who's a billionaire need to cut all these government agencies to cut money while he is getting corporate welfare from the United States government, billions of dollars, but he making sure you don't got nothing? Ask yourself, you ever heard of universal basic income? That's the system they're setting up. If you take enough people, make them lose their job, and then the government pays universal basic income, which is the income for you to sit home and do nothing. Listen, there's something going on. They've been rolling out universal basic income for a while, giving it to different single mother communities all around the country, saying, we're going to give you $850 a month, or a week, a month, $850 a month for 10 months. So we can help you build up a savings. You got to save a certain amount of it. And we want to see how you do with this. Listen, they're teaching. Because here's the deal. You know what the saying is? If you implement a new thing and you introduce it to Black people first, everybody else will figure out how to use it. Once Black people figure it out, it'll roll out on everybody correctly. I'm trying to tell y'all something. I know y'all don't want to hear it. Where there's a will, there's a way. We'll make a way. We doesn't know how to make, you get a bunch of cans of tuna and put that, this, that, the other, sardines, whatever. We make a way where there is not. I don't like sardines. Caribbeans eat sardines. I don't like them, but my daughter love them. My mother be making, cut up the onions and tomato and all kind of thing. I don't like them, but I suppose if that was all there was, I would eat sardines, probably with a screw face, but I'd eat them because you need something to sustain you. But when you are not overindulging yourself and anesthetizing yourself with food stamps, with a bunch of, and I'm not, listen, by no means am I standing on the side of them other people judging people. I am speaking from a sister girl perspective. When you go in the supermarket and you got a bunch of food stamps, you're going to buy a bunch of junk. And if you got $100, you're going to buy practical stuff. You're going to price shop. You're going to compare prices and see, okay, well, this one gives me 6 more ounces for $4 or $2 left. I'm going to get this one. Let's be honest. And you're still going to get yourself, your kids a little snack. You might get the store brand, like some, instead of getting, Chester Cheetahs, puffy cheese noodles, you might get, puffin corn, the store brand or whatever. But we overindulge when we have too much. When we are down to the basics, we figure that thing out. And we become our own doctors, because once you're not putting all that crazy stuff into your body, guess what? You start to lose weight. You're consuming less sugar. You're consuming less of the toxic stuff. Make a raised bed garden somewhere and make a garden. There's a guy on YouTube. I wish I could see if you could find it. There's a guy who makes he plants peppers and all these different things using water bottles, upside down, gallon-sized water bottles suspended on this thing. You can basically plant and grow food anywhere. Start to get more on a plant-based diet, because they poisoning the stuff we eat anyway. So start doing things for yourself. Listen, I'm telling you, it will change the landscape of your life and improve your health. Improve your health. I'm just trying to say, you could plant some seasonings and different things in a regular planter that you would plant like a jar out front of your door. You could get make a raised bed flower thing and plant wherever you can. If you got a balcony and you live in an apartment, do that. I'm telling you, this is going to get to a point where you got to eat bare bones anyway. Let's start doing some communal stuff that is beneficial to us all. We got to stop it with this individual thinking. We sink or swim together. We sink or swim together. There's not going to be no us against. And listen, like I said, make sure you have liquid cash. You would be surprised when things get meager and life is And when you out there buying items to protect your family, buy some tissue. You see how they price gouging toilet tissue? I went in the supermarket the other day. I said, "Oh yeah, tell me, say, I want this." Tissue was like $19, 12 to wipe your backside. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what's going on? I couldn't believe it. Because I buy bulk so much, I had so much tissue in my house. By the time we ran low, I was in the supermarket like, oh, let me grab some tissue. I could not believe the price. I said, when did this happen? When did this happen? Listen, anybody who gives you $700 worth of food stamps to buy food, for which you will buy $250 worth of good food and $450 worth of BS, and no toilet tissue. They're setting you up for a fail. They're setting you up for a fail. I just want you to know that. You want to know how parents unalive their children every day? At the dinner table. At the dinner table. If your child is drinking sodas, you're unaliving your child at the dinner table. If your child is eating breakfast cereals, you're unaliving your child. If you, as an adult, who are predisposed already to high blood pressure, to diabetes, and all of that, if you are eating oats, you're taking yourself out. Do you know oats? If you're predisposed to diabetes, or you're borderline diabetic, or any of that, and you consume oats, it raises your glycemic index to take your behind out of here. You worrying about if you could afford some Hulu. Maybe, can you afford for who gonna raise your kids? That's the question. And when you keep serving it to your kids, you are predisposing them to be predisposed to diabetes because their glycemic index will be through the window. I'm trying to help y'all now. If you buy your kids all those breakfast, all those granola, this, that, covered in chocolate and sprinkles and all that, baby, I'll be seeing some stuff on the shelf like sprinkle Oreo, Fruit Loop, Fusion, granola bars. Garbage, trash. But you want to appease your child, so you buy that. For what? Everything the more colorful something is in a plastic bottle, the more wrapping, the more ink used, the more wrapping, the more all of that, you unaliving your child. You're unaliving your child. All in breakfast cereals, they have, what is this thing called? It is used in, you know what I'm talking about, locked. We talked about it before. ATP or something like that. I forget the exact thing. Look it up. Especially if you eat those oatmeals with the maple and brown sugar, this, that, the other, the sugar content for your children, far too much. You know, there's a documentary out that showed how these children that the school said these kids had behavior problems. And they showed the children, they were doing testing. They showed the children before they had the sweet thing, the kids were mild-mannered and well-tempered, and, you know, they asked the question and answer. And then they introduced like the candy, granola bars, these oatmeals, or all these things to the kids, breakfast cereal. And the kids were buck wild. They show one boy trying to bite his mother, going buck wild. It is they say you probably feeling like, oh, I'm having depression, going to work and this, that, the other. And all it is you ain't get to stop at Dunkin' Donuts this morning. You depleted of sugar. You're addicted to sugar. You think you having this, that, and the third, and you just got all this sugar in your system, poisoning yourself. You're doing it to your kids. Nutella, Bomba Red. I watched a thing on Nutella. It had to be around back when I watched the original 0 Days, 2016. Google what's healthy about Nutella. Nothing. Nutella is 7 gallons of Kool-Aid and 5 bags of sugar spread on some bread for your child. There is no nutritional value in Nutella. Why? First of all, it's disgusting. It tastes like trash. Why would you be feeding your kid this? You spread some Nutella on a bread and send your child to school, and they put in your child in special ed because they say your child can't sit. All the while you think your child have a problem, and you're like, oh, that baby father of mine, he ain't nothing. He must have passed down this to my child. And it's the stuff you're giving your child to eat in the morning. Also, be careful of the water that you use. You should only be consuming spring water. Stop looking at all this discount water, all this distill, this, that. Yeah, distill may be good in some, but all these other waters, listen, spring water. That's right. It gives you, and you have hypoglycemia, you shouldn't consume no type of oats. You don't believe me? Look it up. Also, I am doing something right now where I am literally, when you buy fruits and vegetables and buy your children, instead of all that stuff, buy fruits and vegetables or grow your fruits and vegetables. But if you purchase fruits and vegetables, you need to be washing everything off in baking soda and water. Do not cook with sink water. Sink water, faucet water has so many human samples in it. There is human DNA in the water sample, in the water system. You should not be consuming. Don't cook with sink water. I told y'all that. I have gallons and gallons and gallons of spring water in the kitchen. Whenever we're going to cook, we pour from a bottle of spring water. To make spaghetti or this or whatever, anything that requires water to cook, I'm pouring from spring water. I do not put my faucet. I do not put my pot to the faucet. If you are eating healthy or changing the way you eat and then washing your stuff in sink water, when I wash my fruits, I wash them from the spring water and baking soda, and actually rub them. You know those kind of textured gloves that you can put on to like loofah your skin and all that, bath gloves? Get some of those and wash your fruit. You'll be shocked once you put that baking soda and a little vinegar to see what this outer coating that comes off of your vegetables and your fruit. And some of y'all is just giving it straight to your child. You ain't even washing it. Yeah. Look. Start drinking spring water. Yeah, Nutella is disgusting. Disgusting. How did they finesse y'all into Nutella? Do you know the story of breakfast and all these breakfast cereals? Do you know the story of breakfast? Breakfast cereals are not good for you. Breakfast was another way to finesse you into spending more money. Just like the women's liberation movement. That was a movement to get to be able to tax. See, they couldn't tax the wife, the stay-at-home wife. They could only tax the husband who was the breadwinner. And so they came up with a scheme to make women be mad at their men and say, your man is oppressing you and you need to be liberated as a woman to have your own say-so, your own rights. And people was like, yeah, Betty Friedan was the signature. Yeah, women's rights. Do you want to know what the women's lib movement was about? That was a Rockefeller orchestrated finesse game. They could only tax the man who actually earned the income. And so in order to be able to increase the tax revenue for the United States of America, they had to finesse women out of the home and make them think you should be working too. And when all those women said, yeah, I'm doing my own thing, I want to get a job and work too, bam, got you, taxing both of y'all now. Hey. Whoa, played y'all, finesse game. That's what this country is. It's all a finesse. It's all a finesse. And guess what? Lock, stock, and barrel fell for it. Fell for it. Who is saying lock, check out something, spread it on toast? Oh, Vegemite? I think I heard of that was that from I Love Lucy? Vitamin Vegemin? I don't know. That sounds familiar. But sounds, I don't know. But tell us about it. The cereals contain something. What is the thing that's in? Listen, go back to boiling water, but not just boiling water. You shouldn't. If you're boiling water, you're saying, I'm going to boil the water from the sink. You cannot boil the impurities out. Let me just tell you, you cannot. They're locked. Do me a favor, boo. Go on YouTube, search for the water testing. There's this electric wand that these people put in the water so you can see what's really in your water. I forget what the wand is called, but go look on YouTube and find one of those and list it here. I want y'all to understand, you cannot boil the impurities out of the water system. You can't. There is human DNA. There is all kinds of fecal matter. There are so many pills in the water system because people get medication and then they flush it down the toilet. There's so many hormonal pills. They say that has to do with why so many people are turning LGBTQIA plus because of all of the hormonal medicine. Also, I would prefer for you see when they do canning and stuff like that, what do they use? Glass jars, mason jars. You know why? Because long-term effects of metal canned foods is not good for you. Now, if you look, do you remember Chef Boyardee and all that stuff? Oh, mom, you're a women's liberation mom. So now you got a job. You can't be home after school when the kids get home. But if you leave this Chef Boyardee, just pop the top. The kids can put it in the microwave. They can put it in the radiation box by themselves and make bad food that is lined with synthetic estrogen in the can and heat it up in a radiation box and make it themselves until you get home, mom, because you're independent. How finesse was that? Sounds crazy the way I'm saying it, but think about it. You done told this woman, don't be home when your kids get home to nurture and love them and feed them something healthy. Compete with your man and make it feel like he's oppressing you because he was oppressing her. But they so slick. They use something that was actually happening. That wasn't the issue with Black families. It was the issue with white families. But Black women, we love to sympathize with other people's causes. Oh, my white sister, I'm right here with you. I'm going to fight against my man too, even though he's not oppressing me. And I'm going to go out there and work too. And now you're stuck because Karen and them is in the pickup line after school with me, picking their kids up in Benzes and Maseratis, Lambos, all kinds of stuff. I'm right out there with them. You know who is not a lot in the line? I don't see a lot of Black parents in the line. It'd be me and a bunch of white parents. Some Latino, quite a bit of Asians. I'm in the pickup line. My daughter is senior in high school. I pick her up every day and drop her off every day. Okay? And the other kids whose parents is not in the pickup line, they're driving their own Maserati to school because that's the kind of school she goes to. Maseratis and baby top of the lines up in there. Okay? Top of the lines. But we at work, we can't be picking nobody up. Our kids is walking out. When I'm turning into the school in that long waiting line to turn in to pick up in the pickup line, I see a bunch of our kids walking to the bus stop. And I don't mean the cheese bus. I mean the city bus. You think I want my child on that city bus with all them crazies? Oh, no. Because y'all stuck now. Y'all wanted to be allies. And so you left the household too. And now you're stuck. You got to work. You don't have the leisure to not work. You're stuck. I'm not beholden to no job. No, Lord. I'm going to be an entrepreneur and do what I got to do because being available to my kids was far more important to me. Me no business with nobody think. Nobody can think what they want about my life. I don't care. What I'm going to do is pick my child up from that bus. My kids know the benefit of, how was y'all day? And I've been an entrepreneur forever and a day. I'll be like, I'll be back, y'all. Going to get my kids. Because if you don't raise your children, society will. And baby, it's not going to necessarily be nice. You got to ask yourself, you got to prioritize what's important. There's lots of ways that you can work from home and be home when your kids get home so you can give them a good meal and not let them pop the top on a metal can that's putting metals into their system and their bloodstream, causing a whole lot of other problems. Shout out to you, Michelle. Michelle said, I did too. Then the can is lined with synthetic estrogen, effeminizing your sons and making your daughters have all kinds of medical problems because she's getting too much estrogen at an early age with, Chef Boyardee. I got to use that. Somebody put Chef Boyardee into a letter generator and see what it becomes an anagram of. Because clearly there is some finesse on that word too. Because I thought of Chef Boyardee, like what? It has to be an anagram for something. And I bet you we won't like it when we find out what it is. I bet you we won't like it. You're taking food out of a metal can that's putting impurities and metals, heavy metals into your kid's body. You need to drink oregano oil for that. Put it in your water every day. Give it to your kids. Rinse your mouth out with it, all of that. You are taking it out of a can lined with synthetic estrogen, effeminizing your sons and giving your daughters all kinds of hormonal problems because too much estrogen at an early age. And you're putting it in a box where you keep, and turn on the radiation. In fact, you know the symbol in the middle, the glass that holds the glass in your microwave down and it turns and rotates? You know what that symbol is? That's the symbol for radiation poisoning. That's the radiation symbol, the little thing in the glass, the three-pronged thing. You didn't notice? That's the thing for radiation. They've been finessing us this whole time. So if we're waking up to these things, ask yourself, what else are we being finessed in that we haven't picked up on yet? Start looking through your life, looking at everything. If you can avoid saving food in cans, now there's some things that we're probably not going to have access to, and you're just going to have canned stuff. But if you can avoid, buy a bunch of mason jars and vacuum seal your stuff in mason jars. Go ahead and get the fresh things. Put it in that thing. Thank you. What up? Make it make sense. What up, Mims? Put it in those jars. Put your salt water liquid in there and preserve your stuff. Seal it. Lock it in. Go and put it in your shelving system in your garage. Put the date on it. Put, when you canned it or when you bottled it, and seal these things and have something in the event of an emergency, because it's not in the event of emergency. It's when the emergency occurs. You will not be able to walk into your local Pathmark, Kroger, Trader Joe's, this, that. All that's going to be shut down, boo. Some of y'all going to starve. There's a CIA agent that's out there. He talks about what percentage of civilization will die unalive off in natural selection because they failed to prepare. A very wise man I know, his name is Jacques. I don't know where he is in the world. He may not be alive anymore. He may be. But Jacques always said, he who fails to plan plans to fail. If you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. You want to be out of here. It means that you don't love your kids enough. Because y'all sure plan for that trip, that girl's trip. Y'all plan for the fella's trip. Y'all plan for the Biggie's birthday party. Y'all plan for my girlfriend's getting married and I got to make sure that y'all plan for everything. Plan for your kids. Thank you, my love. Thank you, Lisa. Plan for your kids. Start getting take all that discretionary money that you'll be buying Starbucks. What you buying Starbucks for? You don't see what they're doing in the Middle East? You don't see what's going on in Gaza? You don't see what they're doing to the Palestinians? Avoid Starbucks. You should be boycotting them too. We're not yam Starbucks. For what? Look up a list of companies that is officially oppressing people, hand over fist, and boycott them. Why are you supplying them your money? You can make a latte at home. My daughter got all that stuff in there, baby, to make a latte at home. You can make a latte at home. You're just lazy. You like convenience. Convenience will be the downfalling and the undoing of many people. Why? Why must you have the convenience to go to the store? You can make it in the morning. Buy yourself some compostable cups, just like the regular hot cold cups. They have some cups, they call them compostable cups. That means you can biodegrade them and put them in your raised bed, your plants that you're growing, and compost it and use it as fertilizer. And you will have a cup to be able to drink your tea or your hot beverage du jour. And you and your kids could leave and go in the car to go drop them off to school, whatever, and they have their cup. And you could compost the cup. They could smush the cup flat, bring it back home when they're done, and put it in the compost bin. You are not bound to go to here, there, and everywhere and keep drinking out their styrofoam cup. Styrofoam is horrendous. Horrendous. Drinking out of hot styrofoam, breaking down hot styrofoam and consuming that in your body. Y'all want to be out of here. Listen, there is so much small things you can do to change and prevent the demise or the expeditious demise of yourself. Because like when you watch Paradise, you will see they thought when this cataclysmic event happened, everyone who wasn't a part of their selected group of people would be annihilated. No, lots of people survived. And once they realized people survived, Michelle said, I have caramel, mocha, and vanilla. You can make your own stuff. Say no to y'all that's still eating on styrofoam plates, baby, when they got paper plates. I mean, come on. Sometimes the paper is, they may have that kind of slick finish. Get yourself regular plain paper plates. Get the dry finish that don't have that, slick coating on it. That you can buy them in bulk. Get paper plates. They have some compostable paper plates. Get paper plates. Y'all still eating on styrofoam plates? How you gonna wear Gucci and be eating on styrofoam plates? Like what? I don't get it. But that's what y'all do. Be right up at the cookout. Oh, I brought the plates. You got all these styrofoam, something straight off the grill, hot, piping, singeing the styrofoam on you. You've all seen a singed styrofoam plate, but y'all still eating that. Some of the styrofoam particles stuck to your ribs, and you, okay. Far be it from me to tell you what to do, but I would think that at this stage in the game, you got to stop canceling your own self out. You got to stop doing your own self in. Do you know that the greatest harm to your children, what do they say? The most harmful thing to children is being kidnapped, trafficked, or unalived. You know what the most harmful thing is? Sitting at the dinner table. People are unaliving their children every day at the dinner table, feeding trash. If anybody in this big 2025, Diane Brown said, Natanya, your brain holds so much information. It does. Listen, I can't account for it. I have to give it to the Most High God. I promise you. Because boy, when I tell you it's crowded up in this piece, baby, it's crowded up in this brain. Shout out to Diane Brown. Yes, it is. My brain holds a lot of information. Trust me, it's a good party trick because people want to talk and have conversations. It ain't been the best for dating. Guys be like, go ahead with all that. I don't want to hear all that. What game is on? They don't want to hear all that. Especially with the information and then the gift is kind of heavy. I'm not for your run-of-the-mill guy. It's going to be a really special man that's able to, he has to equally have a thirst for knowledge and not feel offended that his woman knows a lot and that, because I'm sure he's going to have lots that he could teach me. Like I had a conversation with some people the other day and I said, look, they're like, oh, women be wanting to do this and women want to do that and women be wanting to, they want to, I said, no. I said, what percentage of women do you think operate like that? Oh, they always got their hand out, this, that, the other. I said, what percentage of the world? He took about half. I said, no, maybe 6 or 7%. He was like, nah, it's mad chicks. I said, the chicks you pick, the chicks you focus on. Maybe 90% of the chicks you focus on got their hand out, but they're only 7% of the thing because all the women I know, the 92%, the Black women I know, first of all, this is a proven fact. If you're in your feelings about this fact, you have to take that to the altar and deal with God. Black women are the most, by far, this is documented proof, the most highly degreed individual in the world. Black people, Black women hold more degrees per capita than anyone globally. She's the most educated person on the globe. Black women, that 92%. I said, how could 92% of Black women vote to save America over and over again? And you think 90% of women, 50% of women got their hand out? Nah, all the chicks I know, we got our own everything. Okay? Our own everything. Properties, not just a house. Also investment properties. Okay? Not just a house. Investment properties, primary residence, cars. You look on socials. The chicks I know, they eating dinner. My homegirl just was eating dinner in the sky. I had to text her, yo, Mod. Y'all ever seen that? When you go on vacation, I think they're in Mykonos, Greece or something, and then you're sitting at a table and they lift the table up, suspended in midair. I'm talking up off that ground, and you're sitting there eating dinner in the sky. I would never do it. I got stuff I got to do tomorrow. I don't need that much experience, baby. I got experience that could top everybody. It's called bullet fragment to the face. Me don't need no extra experience. Not like that. Now, I love it for her. I think it's exciting. I live vicariously through the screen. I would not do it, but I'm like, oh, okay. That's what y'all doing out here, eating dinner in the sky? Okay. But guess what? Women, the 92%, we got our own everything. Cars, homes, and even if you've trickled down to the sisters who don't, they may not have a car, but they got their own apartment or their house or their townhouse. They taking care of them kids. All their kids is well dressed. Listen to me. Listen to me. Don't let nobody tell you the 92% ain't out here doing it. Because baby, I know a lot of Shaquitas that work at McDonald's. They might not be the big manager, but they the front end manager or they the night manager. And all their kids got nice cornrow hairstyles. Their sneakers are good quality sneakers and they're clean. Their uniforms or their outfits are very nice, and she got 4 or 5 kids, and everybody looked clean and orderly. And you could tell that she take care of her kids them. Because go and get your hair braided ain't cheap. And she got about 4 daughters and 1 son, or 3 daughters and 2 sons, and all the girls got cornrows. All the boys got locks, and they're neatly well maintained. They got good sneakers on, and the kids are stair steps. So it costs money to take care of them. I got 1, and she costs enough money. So what about the one who got the 4 and 5? And she lives at, she works at McDonald's, and she pay her rent and take care of her children and provides a life and a family. That's not 50% of these chicks with their hands out. This that 90% of the chicks you looking at that got their hand out. And even that chick get her paper. And they like, yeah, but these chicks, they just want to take you for the wood and they don't want you. I said, listen here, you want to know what those girls are? When you older men, the OGs, and your dads, the older OGs, was back in the days breaking hearts of all these women. Mama done cook food and laid out your food, and candles unburnt down to the wax is all dripped on the table, and your plate is still sitting there, fully sitting there, and hers too, because she was waiting for you. She let the kids eat, but she was waiting for you to get home to eat. So not only did your food lay, she ain't eat her food because her heart is broken, and you didn't show up home again. It was supposed to be your anniversary or her birthday or something, and you didn't appear. But she sat the kids out with their plates and everything. Kids tucked in the bed. Here you come sashaying in 4 o'clock with lipstick on your collar. And she mad. She in there smashing everything up and knocking all the perfumes off her dresser and all that stuff. And guess what? While she's knocking the perfumes off her dresser and she's crying and y'all arguing and the kids is peeking out the room and they can hear, that little girl, the little boy was like, if my stepdaddy or my mama boyfriend put his hands on her, I'm going to knock his head off. But you know what that little girl was saying? I'm not going to be stupid like that. I ain't going to be like my mama. You ain't about to break my heart. He don't care. Because when she's out with her friends, they see you with your other woman. She know you don't care. Those little girls are not going to stay little forever. They grew up and they became the quote unquote, like you call it, the Cardi B's, and not Cardi B per se, but that type of sexy red and all. Where do you think they came from? Those are the girls that sat there and watched their mother slide down the wall crying, "Why you always do this to me? I love you. You always cheating." They said, nah, not me, son. No. And they grew up to be where them dollars at? Where them dollars at? The outside girls. We outside. I'm getting my paper. I'm getting my bag. Y'all like those though. Because guess what? You cheat on your nurse who has her hair slicked back in a ponytail and could owe herself about 9,000 crunches. You cheat on her who always got dinner cooked when you get home. You cheat on her and you go get you. Where them dollars at? Somebody's giving them money. Somebody's sleeping with them. Why you mad at them? The outside girls, the hot girls. Why are you mad at them? They decided they wasn't about to be no next generation of victims. Because mothers of our day were taught, be a ride or die. You gonna ride that thing out? You gotta be ride or die. And she was manipulated to think, oh, if I was you, I ain't gonna let him go. You just gonna let the next girl get all that hard work you put into making him. They went for that finesse. Am I saying something that's not true? Tell me, correct me if I'm wrong. Absolutely. I will put you and your son in my prayers. Absolutely. You know what I mean, Michelle? Your kids dressed tidy and nice. Their shoes and them well clean. Everybody hair cornrow, of course, Skrilla. Mama know how to go put them clothes for summer vacation on layaway, pay a little something on it every check. Oh, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. You got Christmas because she starts putting your stuff on layaway in July. And she pay a little something, everything. And then if Tyler Perry happens to come around to that particular Walmart or whatever and pay everybody's layaway tickets off, bam, Christmas is good. Mama might even throw a couple of extra things in there because she's like, well, you know, he came last year and had paid off everybody. I'm gonna throw a couple of things on there. Might not be able to really expend it, but if he come through and he pay off, we good. Am I saying something that's not true? Yes, have I ever written a book? Lock, please put I'm a multi-published author. I got children's book for you, and I got a shot in the dark. Grab it. It's a page turner. As a matter of fact, all of you guys, if you love your girl and you missed me like you say you did, the book is not that expensive. Everyone should go in the chat and order a copy of A Shot in the Dark. And then also, you will order yourself a copy of Nirvana Socks, my children's book. Give it to a kid you love. It's about the age-old question, what happens to our socks when we put them in the dryer and only one comes back? Have I ever written a book? Perhaps you're new here. There you go. Bam. Shot in the dark. Grab that book. It's a page turner. And she will be popping up with Nirvana Sock next. Of course, I've written a book. And I got a few more books on the end. Kennedy, Little Kenny Rubin, What Are You Doing? That's for my granddaughter. And then Handy Hammy Gets It Done. That's for my nephew. And then other books that I have. But my memoir I can't complete until this trial is over because I want to add that. And it doesn't make sense for me to complete it before the trial is over because those are all pertinent things. What shop link isn't working? The Nirvana Chronicles. You go right in Amazon, get that one. I know we boycotted Amazon, but you ain't buying Amazon. You buy Nirvana Chronicles, so go get that book. And yes, we definitely, she'll check the link to see. We have to actually work in our best interests. We have to stop competing with our cousin, sister, partner, them, our friend, them, and she thinks she's nice and she thinks she better. No, we got to stop the competition. We need to take our behinds in the only place that repped for us post DEI, which is Costco, and act like you know. The morning of the wedding, when I was running around, running errands and getting things, and we had to pass by the mall and go pass by a Costco, listen here. It was 9 in the morning. Costco parking lot was packed to the rafters. When I tell you not a parking space to be had, their auto body part packed, cars working on, and mad cars waiting. I say, yes, people. Yes, 92%. Come on and show up and show out. Show fancy bougie Target that think they don't need these DEI dollars. Show them what we about. You know what they say? Show me what that mouth do. Show me what that pocket do. You don't need us? We don't need you either. We don't need you either. Because your little $1, $3, $5 section in the front was a fraud anyway. Everything that was decent was $5. Only $1 things need to be 22 cents. So y'all ain't said nothing. Oh, they're all posted. Carla, they're all posted. Locke has them all posted in the chat. Scroll through the chat and you'll be able to see all of the movies. Everything that I mentioned, Locke will post instantly in the chat. So just look up, Google her name. Well, not Google, but search her name and then everything will come up. And just search the chat. Absolutely. There's a lot of homesteading skills to be learned. You don't have to use all of the soap powders and all that stuff that's no good. There is a berry, a nut, excuse me, not a berry, a nut. I forget what the name of it is. It grows on a tree and it is a soapy nut. You can wash your clothes in it. And it's actually better for people who have health issues. Let me find it for you. is called, let's see, they're called soap nuts, soap berries. Soap nuts, if you, like I said, I ain't trying to send y'all to Amazon, but there are some things that we are going to, listen, they got us lock, stock, and barrel. Go on Amazon and look up soap nuts or soap berries. These are nuts that grow on a tree. They are very soapy. They have a natural soap film they create. You can wash your laundry in soap nuts. You can wash your skin. You can clean your house. Go online and order them. 8 ounces of organic soap nuts and soap berries can wash 120 loads of clothes. It costs $16 and it's organic. And there's all different types. This soap nuts is how much? 35.2 ounce. A pack of one, that's $29.99. Soap berries. And if you have people with eczema and very sensitive skin, the soap nuts will do you well. Also, there's something called Earth Breeze Eco Sheets. It's a laundry detergent sheet. And the soap and everything is in there, and it's biodegradable. It's a biodegradable sheet. You stick it right in a machine. They got 60 loads for $13.99. And it's eco. It's organic. It's an eco thing, and it is sensitive, like skin sensitive and all of that. Yeah, there's lots of stuff. But I would suggest get the soap nuts. There's also this kind of soap you can make for yourself with borax and all the stuff. But listen, there's alternative ways. Also, if you're buying in bulk and you want to do something, you should consider unbleached toilet tissue, because there's so many chemicals in the bleaching of toilet tissue that is giving people issues in their nether regions. When you have all kind of issues and irritation and sensitivities, and you think your man been stepping out and you have a little itch and thing, sometimes it's not that, it's the tissue. The tissue is nasty, and it will make you, it will cause a irritation in your genitalia. Yes, absolutely. Monique Ampersar said we call them conkers. It's not a known thing, but we use them. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I've been telling people about them for years. You have got to look outside the box. And the one thing I say, when you come here, you're going to get some laughter and some slick talk and all type of thing, but you're going to get information. It's edutainment. Edutainment. I'm here to enlighten, inform, and entertain you. It's okay if you laugh at my comedic timing, because I have a natural proclivity to comedy. However, it's not the type of Joe Pesci, like, what, you think I'm funny? What, you find me funny? Like, haha, you think I'm a joke? No, it is, we're laughing together. But in the interim, we're getting this information and sharing this knowledge. And you guys too, come here and share this knowledge. There's knowledge to be had. We're at the 4-hour and 22-minute mark. At 4 hours and 30 minutes, we're going to be off. And I'm going to reset, go take care of my baby, make sure she good, check on her, all that stuff, and then circle back. But and let y'all go make some dinner, please, or they don't pop the top and make no Chef Boyardee, no. Let's get some food in our bellies and make some stuff for our kids and feed our families. I don't want your husbands telling me off like, this woman sitting in front of the computer, you back? Oh, Lord, I ain't going to get no dinner. Mm-mm. Or you could always have me on the phone or the TV and take me in the kitchen while you do that. And mullein leaves also, absolutely. Mullein leaves are good for your health. They're good for all of this congestion. There's a video going around on social media right now with a young Black mother who was studying. I think she's either studying to be a doctor or a nurse. And she said, and she comes off a little like, how you doing, boo? But she is teaching. She taught her, I think she said he's 11. Or maybe he looks slightly younger. I would say around 9 or 10-ish. But she taught him the 11 body systems. My boy was reciting them things. I said, this one lady made a comment in the comment section, and baby, when I say she got so many likes, she said, "Oh, honey, do that thing. I'm gonna be here when my little internet nephew get his white coat, baby, because that's a doctor in the making." And I said, "There's no more profound statement." He was so natural and so comforted and just spewed, and he reminded me of myself. I was like, yes, little bro. Yes, nephew. He reminded me of myself. That was me, the male form of me. He understood and retained it all, and not on no memorization where you got to be like, on some, I got this. He absorbed it so naturally. He is going to be a very prominent doctor in the future. I can almost guarantee it. Oh, you've been knitting? That's so nice. And so come on, Locked, with the statement of this does not constitute medical. My girl Locked, I'm waiting for her to slide into home plate with the statement. So, and shout out to Mocha B. She said, what do you recommend for metastasized cancer? So Locked, I'm just waiting for her to slide into this does not constitute medical advice. For anyone dealing with the big C, aka cancer, you should, soursop leaves should be an integral part of your, let me just read this disclaimer real quick. This is not medical advice. It's just conversation based on opinion and belief. Do your own research. However, if I had that, or I had a family member and that was the situation, you should be consuming soursop leaves. Soursop leaves, you should be boiling that as a tea and consuming that regularly. And also papaya kernels, do not crush them. You should be getting a papaya. There's the seeds inside, the black papaya kernels, you should be taking them whole. Do not crush them. You should be consuming this regular, nonstop, all day. You should also get off of all sugar, all dairy. You should not be consuming any dairy when you have cancer in your body. None. Soursop, SOURSOP, should be a part of your that should be your zip code and your address. Soursop and papaya kernels. There are a few other things you can also consume. There's something else. I have to look that one up a little more into it. But wormwood is also good for purifying the body. But baby, soursop and papaya kernels, let them be your mama, your father, your sister, your brother, your aunt, your uncle, your loved one, and everything. Consume them. Get them into your body. Also, there is a man who was a doctor, and he took blackstrap molasses. He took a teaspoon of blackstrap molasses and a teaspoon of baking soda in hot water like you're drinking a cup of tea, and he consumes that every single day. And he had cancer. He had stage 4 cancer years ago. He's on the internet too. If you do your research, put Dr. Blackstrap molasses and baking soda, you'll see his thing come up. He's been drinking that nonstop forever. And they told him that he was on his way out. And this was, I think, 18 years ago, and he's still kicking, and he still consumes that regularly. So consider those things. Like I said, let me reiterate the thing, because in these YouTube streets, they be trying to violate people, and I'm not here for the violations. I can't slide back up for some reason, but this does not constitute medical advice. This is merely a conversation, and please do your research. And that research should point you in the direction of what I said. But like I said, also, what's good to maintain health, just for the regular maintenance of health, is, let me put this up on the screen so you can see, soursop. That's the link Locked has placed in there. You can go on Etsy, you can go on Amazon, but if you have a health food store in your community, if you live in a major city, Atlanta, Florida, New York, stuff like that, you go to the health food stores, Texas, wherever there's a conglomeration of Caribbeans and or Africans, look for their natural markets and you will find soursop. Also, if you have a farmer's market in your town, you should be able to find that. You should be able to go to the supermarket and find papayas in the supermarket. You want to slice them lengthwise. You want to take all of the seeds out and consume. You could do your research, Google it, and look how often you should take the seeds, how much, in one sitting, things like that. Do not crush them. Swallow them whole. You need to swallow them whole. And there's lots of things, and we are keeping her in our prayers, and we are making sure that we lift your family up. God's will be done, and we can heal our own body. I also suggest that you order poke root. Put that up there for me. Wormwood, definitely. Wormwood, but put that poke root up there for me too, locked. Poke root, I told y'all before, get yourself a empty, spaghetti jar when you have the glass, and use glass, guys. Stay away from plastics. The plastics are not good. A lot of them contain BPA, which is bisphenol A, which is a cancer-causing agent. A lot of y'all use too much plastics. That put in a plastic, the plastic Tupperware dish in the microwave in the radiation box. It sounds crazy when I verbalize it like that, right? When you're putting the BPA infused plastic dish into the radiation box in a plastic container and heating it up with your food in it, that don't sound too appetizing, does it? That's how I'm going to start. Not POLK, POKE root. POKE. Mullein is excellent to take, and mullein is great because mullein will decongest you and get all of the mucus out of your system. And as we know, all illnesses, the root of all illnesses is mucus, according to Dr. Sabi. May you rest in peace. Mucus is the impetus of all illness. Once you get rid of the mucus, you get rid of the illness. And so POKE, poke root, you're going to find poke root in all those same places I told you. Look in Etsy, look in Amazon, find poke root. You are going to soak the poke root inside of a cleaned out, empty, sterilized spaghetti jar or mason jar. You want to get some castor oil. Look for organic. Can you see this castor oil thing? Castor oil. Let me block out that light. Maybe y'all can see it better. This castor oil, organic, handcrafted castor oil. You're going to pour it inside of the bottle with the poke root, and you are going to rub that on yourselves regularly. You need to whether you can scoop it with your hands or get a medicine dropper, you need to be dropping castor oil in your belly button at night, every night when you lay down. It will get rid of bloating, gas, all kinds of stuff. Dandelion is phenomenal. But with dandelion, you must replenish your own, you must consume water, because dandelion will drain you of all that excess fluid your body's retaining. You must get, how you feeling, Poo-Poo?
I feel better now.
Okay.
Oh, how much is the camera?
Huh?
How much can they see?
That's okay. You want to put Mama bonnet on? You good. Poke root, put some castor oil in there. And dandelion is excellent. Also, alfalfa, and sarsaparilla. You need to get some sarsaparilla. Of course, in everything, ginger, turmeric, and black pepper. A lot of people use turmeric, but they don't add black pepper. Turmeric releases the exponential benefits of black pepper, releases the exponential benefits of turmeric and makes it more bioavailable to you. If you're using turmeric and not using black pepper with it, you're wasting your time. Wow, Carla, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, wow, my love. Let's all stand for a moment and say, Carla, that doesn't mean that. It just means that they are watching over you. It just means that they're letting you know that they're watching over you and that something is coming on the horizon for you. And maybe they're trying to guide you and usher you to whatever greatness God has for you. They are walking and protecting you. Father God, let's take Nerd Herd family, let's make a collective prayer for our sister Carla. Spirit of the living God, we come to you today, Father God, giving you thanks and praise for all things, Lord God. Father God, before we come to you and ask for anything, we repent, Lord God, for any sin. For any sin committed is a sin against you, O Lord. Father God, you every day you give us new mercies, and we are eternally grateful for that. You told us to lean not onto our own understanding, but in all things through prayer and supplication, lean to you, and you will answer our prayers. You will give us the desires of your heart. You are abundant. You are able to do abundantly above all things that we could ever ask for. And we are eternally grateful for that which you provide for us. You said if you give us a vision, you will make provision, Father God. And you are not a man that you should lie. Your word shall not return to you void, Lord God. Father God, if you have proclaimed something for us, you knew us before we are a twinkle in our parents' eye. Father God, you are letting our sister see her parents. Thy will be done in this. It is my sincere belief it is for guidance and it's for love and covering. Father God, let our sister not walk in the spirit of fear. For faith and worry cannot coexist. Fear and faith cannot coexist. And fear is canceling out that which you have ordained for her. Please stand in your faith walk. Continue to adhere to what God has placed before you and the blessings that he continues to give you. Continue to cover yourself and your family and your household in Psalm 91. That is the protection prayer. If you feel like someone is coming against you intentionally, whether it be in your personal life, in your work life, or someone unseen that you cannot see, pray Psalm 35. It is a protection against the works of the enemies. And always remember Ephesians 6:12, Father God, for you said, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities of darkness and rulers of wickedness in spiritual places. Father God, we thank you for your new mercies. We thank you that no weapon formed against us shall prosper. We continue to walk according to your will and your way. We thank you for the blessings that you have bestowed upon us. You said you will provide our daily bread, Lord God. Give our sister peace in this season where she does not have clarity, and give her the spirit of wisdom and discernment so that she can discern exactly what these dreams mean, Lord God. In Christ Jesus' name, we honor and we obey your word, Lord God, because we know all things. You said where 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, all things will be added unto us. Only say the word and it shall be granted unto us. Lord God, we know that you are our El Shaddai. We know that you are the El Elyon. We know that you are Jehovah Jireh, our provider. We know that you are Jehovah Nissi, Jehovah Shalom, our peace. Father God, we know that you are Emmanuel. We know that you are Yahweh. We know Yeshua, Jesus. We know, Father God, we know that you are the giver of all things, the creator of all things, the Alpha and the Omega, and nothing can be granted unto us without you, nor would I want anything granted without you, Lord God. That is the only thing that we want for our lives, that which you have called, created, and set out for us. Father God, the matchless name of your son, Yeshua, Jesus the Christ of Nazareth, the blood of Yeshua over our sister, give her peace, the spirit of wisdom and discernment, Lord God. In the matchless name of your son, Yeshua the Christ, amen, amen, and amen. I pray that you have peace, sis. I pray that you understand that that is not necessarily what it is. You could be seeing your parents because they are coming to be a sign of peace and protection for you. And that's it. And I pray comfort over you. I pray the wisdom and discernment of whatever it is that your parents have come to tell you. Just like Kaylig said, your parents come to you when you need them. They're letting you know that they're there. Whatever you were worrying about, they never left you. Peace be still, at Carla. And I'm glad that we could be here to share that with you, sis, to be that source for you. Hold on to your walk. God left you here for a reason. He didn't bring you here to just bring you here. So keep that faith walk, okay? Keep that faith walk. And God has been moving in this season for everybody to strengthen their faith walk. And I'm so touched by that. I want you to have peace. Reach out to Locked so that I can get in touch with you and we can have a conversation. Send Locked, give her an email. Well, the channel email is it's the dopestnerd@gmail.com. But you can reach out to Locked as well, and she will connect you and we'll have a conversation. I want to have a conversation with you. I love you guys. We are at 4:39. You know, we used to do them long ones in the beginning. And I know I've been gone. That's why I'm not trying to rush y'all out of here. Nothing. Let me show y'all. I took the wrapper off of the castor oil. This castor oil is what I use. You pour this into the bottle with the poke root and you soak the poke. And there's been a shortage of poke root. Baby, if you got anything, severe pains, boils, bumps, things that go click and tick and bick in the night, whatever's ailing you, that poke root soaked in castor oil, hey, as you rub it, gone. And I'm telling you that, rub it all on your face, rub it in your lymph areas to drain your body, clear your, we need to lymph. Do you guys know what a gua sha is? Excuse me. It's typically a marble-esque stone or jade. And it is a apparatus. It can come in wood. It can come in a myriad of different types of whatever type of style it comes in, whether or not it's marble or wood or whatever. I like the marble ones better, or the jade. And you can rake your skin on your face. So you can take it and go against your jawline and pull it back. And it is shaped according to, it is like ergonomically correct for the lines of your face. And what its job is to, you run it over your face to take out the congestion, the fat, clear your lymph nodes and all sorts of stuff. And it will, you run it, there's a way that you turn the thing and it'll run across your jawline. It'll, sharpen your jawline, clear all that lymphatic, it'll drain your lymphatic system. If you've seen, let me tell you how you can know gua sha works. Have you guys seen Lizzo lately? Lizzo discovered gua sha, and she gua shas herself, but she gets gua sha treatments. That's GUASHA. She gets gua sha treatments. Baby, go Google Lizzo and see what she looking like. She looking good, okay? Gua sha will drain all the stored lymphatic systems. All of your lymphatic systems in your body need to be drained. You should be able to pull your neck and pull out this system right here and drain your system. So avail yourself of what gua sha is. Can I ask, I've been breaking out in warts, small and bigger ones. Would that be my diet? Gua shas are amazing. And for the warts, get that poke root. Get that poke root. It will dissolve it and flush it out of your body. Poke root, soak it in castor oil. This is Handcrafted Blends Organic Castor Oil. It says hair, skin, nails, USDA organic, pure and natural, 100%. Poke root soaked in castor oil. Drip. You should be dropping multiple drops of castor oil into your belly button every night when you lay back. Lay back on your back. No, two separate words. Gua sha. Two separate words. When you lay back on your back, drip those drops of thing in your belly button. Trust me, you are going to be amazed. Also, a lot of women use, and you should not be using those still, but in the event that you are, a lot of deodorant, and men as well, especially men that have dense, chest muscles. I don't want to call them breasts, but male breasts, which is called gynecomastia. But especially men that have more meaty breast tissue or you are using deodorants that contain aluminum, that density is holding metals. If you want to maintain your health and prevent yourself from developing breast cancer, and men get breast cancer, I want you taking this poke root infused castor oil that you are soaking in a bottle. You should be rubbing your chest with it every night, all underneath. Lift your chest up. If you have dense breasts, whether you're a man or woman, get under there, all in the crevices. You need to be rubbing under your arms and all of that breast tissue that's under your arms. You need to be pulling it forward and rubbing all of that, coating it all in poke root infused castor oil. You want to rid your body of heavy metals, and you should be taking, this does not constitute medical advice. This is simply on my opinion and belief. Do your own research. I am not a doctor, and I am not prescribing medicine or medical advice. You should be taking oregano oil regularly. Oregano oil. Oh, Diane said, Natanya, I took your voice and bought that magnesium spray. Total difference in your legs, ain't it? No more restless leg syndrome. No more restless leg syndrome. Let me put you on the screen with that. Congratulations, Diane. I'm happy for you. Tell me what the outcome is. You should be getting oregano oil and using it every day as a maintenance tool. You can put, like I said, you can put drops in your water, or you can take the oregano oil dropper right under your tongue. Let it suck into your subcutaneously into your body, and then drink some water with it every day. Oregano oil is magnificent, and it is working on the inside of your body. You need to make sure if your man has a big belly, his endocrine system is not flushing. His adrenal glands are backed up. You need to get castor oil, soak it in some poke root, and rub that the belly down. You want to see that belly start to go away and dissipate? Rub his belly down. Cover it. There's something called a castor oil pack. It is a terry cloth, or you can make your own. You could get some canvas fabric, and you could get, if you know how to rudimentary sew, you're going to sew 2 straps long enough that will reach around your man's body. You're going to get some Velcro and stitch that part down, or you could get the peel and stick Velcro, put it on the edge of the straps. You're going to put the other Velcro on the body of the terry cloth. You can make it like a big square to go over his belly. And you want to take some of the poke root infused castor oil, and you should have some regular bottles of castor oil, and pour it on the terry cloth, the towel side of it, the terry cloth side, the absorbent side. Lay that part on your belly, cover it with, maybe you want to put a thin sheet of plastic on the inside, and then sew the canvas above it. And you want to put the Velcro and he can just put it over his belly button and pull the straps around, put that thing on. You want to drip some. He should be having a substantive amount, and you women too. Everybody who has a pancreas, a stomach, fallopian tubes, all of, put castor oil in your belly button at night and lay on your back and let your body absorb that castor oil. I'm going to tell you, you are going to see the difference. I want our people to survive, live a healthy life, and survive together. We can cure ourselves. Do your research. Look up castor oil. Thank you. She said I look good. Oh, who, me? Thank you. Yes, I'm 54. I'm 54 years old. I saw somebody said, now y'all know I got shot in the face. I saw one of my homeboys. I haven't seen him. I've known him for over 30 something years. So he was around when I got shot. I haven't seen him in a long time. And then I was coming, when my son flew into town, we went to the supermarket and got some things because a bunch of people was going to be in my house for that whole weekend for the wedding. And I saw my homeboy. He was like, oh my God, Eb, what's the deal, girl? He was like, yo. And he was like, I said, you remember my sons that used to run around the beauty salon? He was like, yeah. I said, this is the oldest one. He was like, yo, what up, man? He was like, oh, that's your son. I saw him in the supermarket because he worked at the supermarket. He was like the security outside. And he was like, yeah, I worked for the correction. He's a correction officer, but he does the security at the supermarket at night. And he was like, yo, man, you know how long I know your mom's? Over 30 something years. He looked at me and he was like, yo, what the F are you doing? Because you look good. You're not aging. And what I could hear him saying was, for somebody who got shot in the face, you look phenomenal. I know, I do. I say that with the most humility. For someone who was shot in the face and they said I would not survive, baby, for 54? And he said, yo, what you be doing? I said, I just be rubbing castor oil on my face. And I'm not joking. When I get in that shower and I clean myself down, you need to use healthy things. Stop it with all the shishi frou-frou, this bath thing and that. You better get you some Dr. Bronner's, eucalyptus or peppermint or one of the, Get you some pure things. Use pure things. Why, thank you. Poke root is for everything. Poke root is for everything. You need to get that mullein tea though. If they're getting over pneumonia, mullein. Boil that mullein and give them that mullein to drink. It is an expectorant. It will pull all that mucus out of them. But yes, use the poke root on their lungs too, because poke root is dissolving everything out of your system. Rub the poke root on your chest, your lungs, all in your breast, underneath, under the arm, everywhere. If you have a boil, if you have anything, rub it on there. Why, thank you, my dear. I feel quite radiant. Thank you. I appreciate it, honestly. Listen, it is not lost on me. That's why I tell y'all, I don't waste my time being angry for anything. I think the way I look, now my hands be ashy as all get out, because I do hard work with my reupholstery and stuff. So my hands be ashy. Whatever. You can't have everything. But for a woman who was shot in the face with a bullet called a cop killer and told that she would not survive, for me to sit here 25 years later of sound mind and body, still knowing all this information, retaining this information and recalling it at a moment's notice and spewing it out to everyone, and being aesthetically whole, baby, if y'all don't get y'all some castor oil, listen, West Indian people is castor oil down, but I just wash my face and I just castor oil. I will be looking like a glazed donut. Also, guys, stop sleeping on satin sheets. Stop sleeping on silk sheets. I know they told you use a silk pillowcase for your hair. Poppycock. Stop it. Silk and satin have the frequency number of death. It is the frequency of a corpse, silk and satin. Also, stop wearing all those silky, satiny tops. Start to get breathable fibers again. Get yourself some cotton. Y'all don't see what I wear? Denim, cotton. Get cotton. And linen. Linen is number one. Linen has the frequency of 100, and so does wool. Only thing is, you cannot wear linen and wool together because then they cancel each other out. They have the frequency of life. A lot of people that are sick is because of what you are wearing. You are wearing the frequency of a corpse on your body trying to fight an illness. That cannot work. You need to be getting linen clothes. I don't care if you have to go Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn and look at the little store, the old time store with all the linen suits for $20. Get yourself some linen and some cotton. Get rid of all them fancy panty and all them thing, and get our cotton drawers, get our cotton bloomers. I'm telling you, for your life, you cannot heal your body and wear the frequency of a corpse. A corpse no longer lives. There is no life force in it. If you are wearing satiny panties every day, the fancy lace and print up and acrylic and all these fake fibers, you will not heal your body. Hallelujah. It's no one but God, Miss Cindy. Let me put that up there. Yes, satin is no good. It's acrylic. These are not fibers they're not breathable fibers. Now, the only breathable fiber that also is not good is silk. It has the frequency of a corpse. You see how on YouTube we have to say, instead of saying DEAD, we have to say unalive? Silk, satin, all them satiny acrylic, all them yoga pants and all of them have the frequency of unaliving. And not the least of which is they have forever chemicals and they're rotting out your two knees. You know, is your two knees? In Trinidad, we say your two knees. Your two knees. What's in between the two knees? Your vaginal region, your penis region. Stop wearing all them silky, satiny thing. Get yourself cotton sheets, linen sheets with a high thread count. Polyester ain't your friend. Get yourself cotton drawers. Me no business about your man want to see fancy panty and you want a vagina? Get yourself some cotton drawers. If you want it to still work and last, stop wrapping it in, because all of those acrylic things are petroleum based. Would you put gasoline in your drawers? Well, that's what you're doing with the clothes you're wearing. You cannot have aluminum under your arm and deodorant on your breast tissue. And then I want to start making a line of bras that are cotton based and linen based. I'm trying to help y'all. Yeah, stop wearing all those bonnets. Stop it. I was making cotton bonnets out of Ankara fabric, which is African print fabric. I was selling them. Some of them sold. Other people was like, oh, I want this silky bonnet. Okay. You are wrapping your head in the frequency of an unalived corpse every night. And then you wonder why you having nightmares? Why you think? I'm trying to help y'all. Trying to help y'all. But y'all don't hear me. Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. They don't love you like I love. I can't do that dance. But I'm telling you. Oh, underwires are horrendous. Underwires in your brassiere is horrendous. You don't need deodorant that has aluminum. You can find deodorant that does not have aluminum. Go to health food stores. It's going to cost a little more, but so what? So what if it costs a little more? I don't want nobody to tell me nothing about the price of nothing. I see y'all out there. I see y'all out there with your top of the line iPhones. I see you out there with your top of the line Samsung with megapixels where you could see the moon and bring the moon all the way close in like it's right here. I see you out there. I have to rewatch this live. I started at work at 3 p.m. and I came into YouTube. I missed that. And to my surprise, you're on. Thank you. Oh, Miss Cindy, thank you so much, my love. Absolutely, my love. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Listen, feel free to rewatch all of my lives at any time because the whole impetus is to get the information out to you guys. We just want you to get it. Stay away. Listen, if you don't believe me, Google it. I keep telling y'all, you don't have to take my word for anything. I want you to do your own research. Look it up. The frequency of fabric. Fabric, that's right. I let your pum pum breathe at night. Oh, honey. Yes, my love. Yes, Carrie Ann. I do this every night. Now, I would not, under typical circumstances, be quoting Sexy Red. But when she said, let the coochie breathe, she's right. Let it breathe. Stop wearing underwear at night. What are you wearing underwear at night for? Unless you are menstruating and you have your cycle, you should not be wearing underwear at night. You have to let your vagina breathe. It is affixed in all types of fabric and clothing, closed up all day. Let it breathe. You know, shout out to Sexy Red for letting the pum pum breathe. And that's just, you know, it was a Sexy Red or the other one. I don't know. I don't know their music, but I know somebody said, bend it over, let that breathe. You got to. You have to let your pum breathe. You have to. It's just what it is. And I'm not trying to be lewd or lascivious. I'm saying this for the health of my Black sisters. You must let your vagina breathe. You have to. Unless you are menstruating, you should not be wearing underwear to sleep in. You should be sleeping free and allowing your vagina to breathe. You are taking in a whole, and cut down on the yoga pants. Or if you're able, sew some type of cotton. Or if you're going to wear yoga pants, you need to make sure you're wearing a cotton underwear. And perhaps if you could wear like a panty shorts that's cotton, that's what you need to wear. Maybe you need to get men's cotton boxer briefs and wear that with your yoga pants as a buffer and a barrier, because yoga pants are made from petroleum. They have some very nasty chemicals in it called forever chemicals. And those forever chemicals are, and then some of you women are always working out in your yoga pants and I'm at the gym, da, 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 and you're like, I want to have a baby. I don't know why I can't get pregnant. Those forever chemicals. They have a, what is the term? They have a depopulation agenda that's been ongoing for, I would say, 70 years. Back in the 50s, it started. Look it up. I found my old notebook too, where I was writing all that stuff about the, I'm gonna bring it to the surface. I found the book. I was like, oh wow, I've been looking for this. Listen, I'm telling you guys things because I love you. I want to share it with you. Everything I've said here today, you'll be able to see in the comments. When you watch it back, If you don't have your notebook now, make sure you have a notebook when you come back. It's going to be in the comments. Write that stuff down, links and all. Write it down on paper. Don't stop trusting thing, because the other day I needed to do something and my phone was doing the hackation and everything was in this phone. And I said, they got us locked out. I couldn't even open my card to do something. I said, this is foolish. And I'm standing holding up the people line, putting my face in the camera. It keep telling me it don't recognize me. How you don't recognize me now? How you know you don't recognize me? Because you know my face. But all of a sudden you don't recognize me. What is all this movement? Hold on. Because somebody pulled up on my block yesterday too. And Nirvana was getting out the car. And this blacked out car pulled up on my block. And like I said, my block is very small and I'm at the cul-de-sac. So he pulls up, all blacked out windows, pulls up to the cul-de-sac, turns around and sits there. Nirvana had just got out the car. I get out the car with Lottie Dottie in case he want a party. And I'm like, and then he looks and he must notice, oh, he hurried up and whoop down that block. I said, go ahead, Nirvana. Go in. Because baby, he showed up, like he turned around and then sat in the cul-de-sac like facing us, like what y'all want to do? I came out with Lottie, like what you want to do? Nothing. Soon as he seen that, he took off out the block. I don't know who it was, but it was peculiar because I've been here 10 years and that's never happened. And I don't know what that was about. It was very peculiar. It was no justification. So I just want to let people know I'm a woman of God, baby, but run up and get done up. Okay? Let me look out this window. I don't know why there's so much activity on my block. It's peculiar. Literally, I live in the cut. So it just sounds like so much going on out there, which is peculiar. But I digress. Guys, I love you all. I'm going to go feed my baby. You guys are welcome. I love to see the laughing faces. Yeah. Yoga pants that are stitched to go right into your bottom. Indeed. And honestly, I'm telling you, those forever chemicals are nasty. Take your liberty and Google forever chemicals, yoga pants. You're going to be shocked. You're going to be shocked. Thank you. I appreciate that, Carrie Ann Young. That's so dope. She said, I love having a pen and pad next to me. I've got so many notes. Listen, imagine what this existence is with all this information stuck in my head. Who child? Diane said, Natanya, I think that you're a genius. I wish that I can see you throughout the day writing, reading, and researching. Yes. Listen, when I tell you, if I even smell some lettuce, it's stuck in my brain. I could literally just glance over something like this. There could be something to read, and I'll just go. That stuff is stuck in my brain forever. And I thank you for saying that. How kind of you. And I say in the most humility, I accept that. And I've heard that my whole life. And I'll tell you something. It is my sincere belief that I am a genius. Lots of teachers have said it. Lots of people I know have said it. Hence the nicknames Encyclopedia Brown and all these things all my life. And I accept that with all sincerity and humility. I promise you I do. And I'll tell you something. It's not necessarily, you'd be surprised how many people appreciate my intellect and quote unquote genius until there's a group of people around and they feel like it overshadows them. Then they hate me, which is so crazy because I don't force it on anybody. I offer it when people inquire, or if I see somebody going through something or somewhere where I can be of blessing, I'll say, might I? And I've learned over the years, I started doing this about at least 10 years ago, where I say, mind if I share something? Because I understand that people only like your intellect. And worse, if it's a woman and her man, I could be telling her something to save her life. She'd be like, okay, good. We got it. All right, sis, no problem. Because if you're acting like that, you don't want me to tell you something in front of your man because you feel like I'm stunting. And this thing is for the benefit of your life. Who gonna take your man when you're gone? I mean, I ain't looking at him, but somebody will. Stop acting. Stop being so. But I'm gonna tell you it. I've gotten a lot of. While I have gotten celebrated for it, I've gotten a lot of mean spirited treatment because of it. So it's so crazy. It is so crazy. But it's definitely a gift from God. Diane, let me tell you something more profound than you could ever know. The name Natanya means gift from God. It means gift of God. That's what my name actually means. Google it. Gift of God. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate you wholeheartedly. Oh, yeah, I do. I do. I try, but you know what? I try not to do this. I try. Sharon, I do read a lot of things and say, I don't say I know that. What I do is I read the things and I'm like, oh, I'm glad people are getting this information. Because I'm always open to learn more. And that's why all this information is in here, because I love information. Thank you. Shout out to you, Lisa. She said, thank you for a great live once again. Hope to see you back again. So I'm back, y'all. I'm back. The wedding is done. As much as I loved the wedding and it was amazing, I am happy that it's in the past and I can get back to life. And she said, I'm seriously considering getting trained and certified to carry Lottie's cousin or sister. You should. Everybody should. Everybody should, especially in this climate and the changes that they're making. Avail yourselves of the ability to be licensed for Lottie's cousin or sister, for real. And make sure you got some ammunition. Make sure. Worry when they stop hating. That's right, MJE. You're right. Diane said some folk are uncoachable. Oh boy, baby. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? Listen, I've been abused for trying to help, so I get it. And Locke said, at Lisa Bruno, best dreams, family. We'll see you next time. Asheo. Willie Gross said, woman of God. Thank you, Willie. I appreciate you, my love. Annette said, so glad you're back. I thank you guys. I've missed you guys so much. I'm so glad I'm back too, honestly. And I'm not leaving anymore. Like I said, be sure to like, share, subscribe, follow the channel, share it with a friend or two or three, share it with your mama, your cousin, all of them, because there's something here for everyone. There is something here for everyone. I don't think there is any section of society that can't benefit from some of the information and the topics we discussed here. So please be a balm in Gilead, be a blessing, and give this to you might have an auntie that's not even into technology, but the information will be a benefit to her. Please share it with them so that they can sign them up on their TV. When you go to their house, click on their whatever Fire Stick or whatever they use, go in the YouTube portion, or if it's directly on their TV, and sign me up and subscribe to my channel so that it goes into their natural algorithm and they're watching. And I love you guys. Oh, so St. Louis said, you are one of the dopest nerds. I know, another one, and he is my son. Aw, nerds help me think about things another way, and I love it. Thank you so much. That means so much. And shout out to your son. Nerds unite, baby. Nerds unite. Listen, we all have a role to play in this world. We all have something special to contribute to this world. And don't underestimate what your contributions to the world can be. Our contributions may look different, they may feel different, they may everything different, but they're not any less important. So shout out to your son, shout out to all the nerds, shout out to the Nerd Herd. I love you guys. Absolutely. And if you can, subscribe. I know a lot of you guys, shout out to my people in the nosebleeds that never enter the chat, but they are watching and they are vibing with us. We love you. You know, I always got to shout y'all out. I love y'all. The ones who watch it on their TV screen and are not signed in because you don't trust the system, so you're not signed into YouTube, you use the guest thing on YouTube. I get it. I'm the same way. But just go take this moment. Let's do it right now. Take this moment to go on your cell phone, pull up on YouTube, pull up The Dopest Nerd, and subscribe right there. Subscribe right on your phone so that you can follow the channel, and vice versa. If you're subscribed both places, if you're signed into your YouTube at home, subscribe on your TV and on your phone. Let the algorithm know we're doing something. Give us also some likes. Get the likes up because it brings more people. You know, the hackation is upon us and they're trying to stop the progress. We want to get to 10,000. We got to 9,000 like zip, and then I got stuck in 9,000. Share with your friends, like, subscribe. Let us get to 10,000. And when we get to 10,000, I'm going to do a giveaway. I really want to get to 100,000 and get one of those silver plaques. I'm going to just be honest. That's what I want. That's a goal for me. But let's do it incrementally. I don't mind taking the time to do it. Let's get to 10,000. I'll have a 10,000 celebration. We'll do a giveaway, all of that. And I haven't forgotten all the other stuff, the t-shirts and everything. I've just been focused on this wedding, guys. Now that it's out of the picture, you are going to see this thing explode because I have a couple of techie people that will be doing some things for me. And I'm just going to take those things off my hand. That's my problem. Because of the level of intellect, I try to do everything myself. And I don't need to do everything myself. What did you say, Desert Jersey? She said, you embody discernment and you have an unbelievable communication skills combined with common sense, heart, and soul. Oh my God, thank you. You guys are, listen here now. Is somebody cutting onions around here? Don't be messing with your girl when she just came back now. Y'all ease up on your girl. Not too much on the onion cutting. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And that said, I still haven't finished the encyclopedia. Child, when I tell you when I was a kid, I ran all through that encyclopedia, up, down, inside, and out. I was writing projects on people never heard of. They were like, we said somebody famous. I'm like, she is famous. And then look in the encyclopedia, and then they're like, oh, okay, we never heard of her. Because y'all stop at Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Martin Luther King, and, you know, the usual suspects. No disrespect to the usual suspects, but I've been sharing you with my 79-year-old mom. Hey, Mom. You know, I love the mamas. I love the mamas. I'm a grandma's girl. Sharon said, these past 10 years, I've cried more tears of joy than ever, that there is more truth and wisdom being shared with us by nerds like you. Thank you so much, Sharon. I appreciate that. Listen, we all have a role to play. And I thank you. I want to make sure that none of our people are left out. We've been left out for too long. We finally they played their hand, and now everyone really knows the true us against them. And I want to make sure we are not left out. So I want to give you all the information. Do with it what you will, but have it. Be empowered, be aware, you know, be enlightened. Dishing with the D. What up, sugar? How you doing, honey? She said, I wish I had 10% of your knowledge. LOL, your advice to me for my husband was very valuable and greatly appreciated. You're absolutely welcome. And let me tell you something, y'all. She's been down with me since the beginning. She was one of the first people I brought up on screen. This is the homie. I love you, girl. Shout out to your husband. Tell him I said I am happy, and hug and kiss the kids for me. Carla said, this may sound weird to some, but my dad was a Marine, and he got my mom and sister to use newspaper as pad wrap to dispose of them instead of wasting toilet paper. Indeed. Absolutely. Absolutely. We have to maximize whatever we have. It doesn't make sense to waste. Exactly. It was a better wrap for the pad to dispose it, and it was readily available. Now, we live in a time where newspapers are like prehistoric, and some people don't even know what a newspaper is. And there's nothing weird about it at all. We used to curl our hair with newspaper, and baby, those curls would last. Locke said, at Sharon, we're happy. We're glad you're here, family. Sounds way extreme. At Carla. Your energy is infectious and the light shines upon us in abundance. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Carrie Ann. I appreciate you guys are, y'all heavy with the sugar now. I love you guys so much. Somebody said diaper genie. The diaper genie for pet poo or pads, that is hilarious. I never thought of that, but my gosh. Makes sense. As pad wrapping to dispose them instead of using toilet paper and waste to use and dispose them. Absolutely. That's brilliant. There's nothing weird about that at all. I thought you meant to use newspaper instead of, no. Yeah, not newspaper instead of a pad, to wrap the pads to dispose of them. She said, I'm here for it. Let's go together. My father brought me all the series of those big encyclopedias. I hated to pick them up now. I wish I did. Now so that I can have some of your intelligence. Listen, avail yourself of the thrift stores, my dear. Encyclopedias are all up and through the thrift stores. Go get them. A to Z. Go get them. We also had some encyclopedias. My mother had brought us for Black history encyclopedias too. It was brown and black books. I wish I still had those. But if you go to the thrift stores, baby, you will find encyclopedias. They out there. Laughing. Locke said, LOL. Oh, Carla said, LOL, Locke. I know. Nerds unite. All right, guys, we have hit the 5:14 mark, and we are going to log off. I know my baby wants her mama. Listen, my baby wasn't feeling good so much so that I went upstairs to bring her tea to her room, and I was like, Nirvana? And I went to my room, and she was snuggling to mama's bed. Because, when in doubt, mama works it out. And sometimes all you need is the mama bed. Even if mama's not there, you just need the mama bed to feel better. I get it. I love you guys. I've missed you so much. I promise I will not stay away. And if I stay away, 40 lashes with a wet noodle. And that said, I shop thrift store for books too. Free Bibles if you need one. Asheo. That's right. Shout out to everyone in the bushes. We love you, family. We love you. We know sometimes, listen, we understand anxiety. We understand your hands are busy and you can't type. We understand all of that. And we love you. Just because you're in the bushes and the nosebleed seats doesn't take any love away from you. We love all of our Nerd Herd family. Temper said, I can't say nothing, but Natanya, you are on the pedia. Good night, everyone. Huh? Oh, the encyclopedia. Okay, because there's another prefix for pedia, child. Ooh, don't mix me with that. For a second, I was like, huh? What did I do? No. Yes, they used to call me Encyclopedia Brown as a kid. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and share. Turn on all notifications, and see you soon, guys. We love you. Shout out to the dopest mod, Locked. Make sure y'all give my girl some love. Sharon said, good night from Scotland. Love team. Asheo, good night, my love. Locke said, temper, nighty night. Encyclopedias, I can smell them. LOL. That's right. Dish with the D. Yeah, because that paper, you had to lick your finger to turn a page. And now I know why they were so expensive, because of all that colored ink. Michelle sent the laughing faces. Shout out to Scotland. You have a blessed evening from Annette. Temper said, nighty night, Locked. Michelle said, bye from Britain, UK. What flag is that? No, not the UK. That is Scotland. Is that Scotland? Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Pardon my Frenchie. What up, boo? What up, boo? And Locke said, heart to Diane Brown. Guys, I love you as always. Same bat time, same, well, it might not be same bat channel. Australia, my bad. Aussies. Shout out to Australia. Helena G said, I'm so late. Love to all. Natanya, good to see you even for a few seconds. Thank you, my love. I appreciate that. Hit us with the replay gang. This one was action-packed with so much juice. It's something for everybody. And absolutely. What up, part of my Frenchie? How you doing, my love? How you feeling? I'm glad to see that you're feeling better. I know you went through a tough period, but we love you and we're here for you. Always here for you. Guys, we will be back tomorrow. I think I'm going to start doing just to catch up on all the old stuff. I'm going to do a day show and a night show. Day show and a night show. Once I pick Nirvana up from school, so prepare yourself. If you're doing something in the day and you could be here, I'm going to do a day show, and then I'll definitely be on in the night. Oh, I recently acquired the entire National Geographic magazine. Oh, that's dope. From the 60s to the 80s, I need to come hang out with you. You know, I would love, girl, I would be in the, child. I would absolutely come sit on your floor and just be laying on the floor reading. Glad you made it, Helena. Yeah, Carla, definitely email Locke, please. Give your baby an extra squeeze from us. I sure will. Good night. Stay safe, everyone. Prayers to all. Asheo, audition with the D. Blessed evening, Natanya and her nerd herd. Sleep tight. Yes, indeed, Norma. Locke said, At Carla, please do. I'll keep an eye out for it. Helena said, at Carrie, at Lock, blessing and love, fam. Good. Thank you for everything. Pardon my Frenchie. We love you, boo. We love you. I'm going to rewatch this video and then I'm watching Paradise. Yes, honey, baby. And then listen, we're going to talk about Paradise. Okay, I'm going to go rewatch Paradise, and let's meet here. Everyone who can watch Paradise, who has access to Hulu or Disney Plus, or search wherever you can find Paradise. If you got one little bootleg, hit up, what they call it? What they call it again, Locked? The unlocked hot, whatever they call it, with the Fire Stick. If you got it unlocked or jailbroken or whatever, and you can watch it, get on one of those channels and watch it. We are going to discuss in the daytime. We are going to discuss episode 1 and 2 of Paradise. In the nighttime, we're going to discuss 3 and 4. Let's catch up. Let's play catch up. Let me go. I missed some of the things. Locke said, Diane, you're moving to the head of the class tonight. Somebody said, yay, Locke. Desert Druzy. I tagged you in my pic with my 105-year-old YouTube, or my 5-year-old white, what, YouTube grandmother? A year old. Okay, the T, you put a T. 105-year-old grandmother on IG, and my uncle showed her the live of you celebrating her. Thank you. Oh, thank you. You're absolutely welcome. You're absolutely welcome. Listen, when I tell you I love the tanties and the grannies, and I love them. I love them. I am a grandma's girl. Paradise, I've been watching. That's honey. Paradise is the joint. So I'm going to watch 1 and 2 over again, and then 3 and 4, so we can discuss all of the things, guys. Whoever has access to it, please watch it. Those of you who don't have access, you will watch it vicariously through us so you can get more educated. Yes, Desert Druzy, because honey, over here we get educated, entertained, and all that. Michelle, I love to hear it. And yay, I'll have an apple tomorrow. That's right, girl. All right, guys, sleep well. Go love on your families. Hug on your families. Love on yourself. Say a special prayer to the Most High God and thank him for preserving us in this diabolical time that we're in. Continue to pray. Pray that something in these people will leave a little slight window opening so that the Most High can get in and get them together. And if they don't get together, then we can get them out. But definitely continue to pray for this country and the world. Pray for this country and the world, because how this is going, a lot of people are going to lose out. A lot of people, and it's going to be the people who can't afford to lose out. So let's make sure that we keep everything covered, keep your families covered, sleep well, use your castor oil, rub down your belly, put some drops in your belly button, lay on your back, and change your bonnets, change your sheet, your pillows, and definitely your bed sheets. Get cotton sheets, guys, a high thread count. Why do you think they introduced high thread count cotton sheets and linen sheets? Why do you think they introduced it? Because they understood the dichotomy of, would you lay your child on top of an unalived body to go to sleep? Would you do that? It sounds ludicrous, doesn't it? But you're doing that when you lay them on cheap discount sheets. Don't do it. If you're going to cut dollars somewhere else, but not where you lay your entire body to sleep at night. Get good, healthy thread count sheets, high thread count cotton sheets. Try to stay away from the poly blends. Certainly no satin sheets and all of that, no silk sheets. Lay down on a good, fresh, clean cotton sheet or a linen sheet. I promise you, you're going to dream better. You're going to sleep better. You're going to function better in the daytime. Start wearing more linen clothing, cotton clothing. Women, do not sleep with underwear on. Let your vagina breathe. We are binded in all of this stuff for so long. You need to let your vagina breathe, please. Buy your daughters plain cotton panties. Try to stay away from a bunch of colors because that just dies. If you could just get a plain cotton panty, that's where your daughter should exist. Try to stay away from the excess colors, honestly. This is for the health of the men, for the gonads and all that. You need to wear cotton boxers. You need to. If you're going to wear boxer briefs, you need to wear cotton boxer briefs. and you got to let the junk breathe at night. Like that's just the really real. And it's for health purposes. It's not for lasciviousness. I'm not trying to be slick or funny. I'm a woman of God. I'm just telling you for your own health. You got to let it breathe. Keep all of these chemicals. You need to bathe with clean soaps, not all these. If you go in the department and there's a litany, a variety of soaps, and they all got this and polymers and beads and this and colored this, and get away from all of that. Look for Dr. Bronner's clean, and this is, I don't have a sponsorship from them. I'm not endorsed by any of them. I'm just saying, excuse me, you want to use the best possible, least harmful products for yourself and your family. That's all I'm saying. Dr. Bronner's, if you out there and you rock with your girl, by all means, I will take a sponsorship. I could use one. Anybody connected to Dr. Bronner's, holla at your girl. Until then, I will see you guys tomorrow. I love you. And shout out to the Most High God. Shout out to everybody that we prayed for, everybody that needs prayer. We are praying for you, and we love you. Did cotton bonnets make your locks feel dry? No. All you got to do is listen. You want to know the safest thing for keeping your locks from feeling dry? Have a bottle, a spray mister bottle. Mist your locks. Just mist them. Take some castor oil and rub them down. You could twist them, or I'll put them in cornrows sometime, and they'll be nice and crinkly when I take them out like a crinkle cut fry. And no, they don't feel dry. And just mist them. Water is the best moisture. Trust me. Water is the best moisture. So I love you guys. Sleep well. For wherever it's daytime for you guys, Grand Rising, have a phenomenal day. Hug on your children. Tell somebody you love them. Remember what our old thing was? Tell 3 people that you love them, you appreciate them. Say something nice to 3 people. It's infectious. It will spread. Tell somebody that, wow, girl, look at you. Your outfit, you are doing the thing, girl. You won the day, honey. You got the award for the freshest outfit. Say, people need that. The slightest compliment. And I'm not saying be contrite and just make stuff up. I'm telling them, send 3 compliments out. You'll be surprised what it does for people and what it does for you. So until then, guys, rest well. Kiss on your mamas. Tell your mama you love them. Tell 3 people you love them. And see you tomorrow. Shout out to my dopest mod, Lock. Love you long time, girl. We are out of here until we meet again. I love you.